This comprehensive course is for absolute beginners, and will teach you back-end web development with Python. You will learn the basics of Python and Django, and create a few projects along the way. Tommy has created many popular courses, both on his own channel and on the freeCodeCamp channel.
Hi guys, welcome to this backend web development course with Python. In this course, we're going to be learning everything you need to know to start your web development journey with Python. Let's take a quick look at the agenda of this video. First, we will start from learning Python, which is the programming language we're going to use in this video. In the Python tutorial, there will be lots of exercises in which we're going to do together just to get comfortable with the Python programming language. Once we are familiar with Python, we will move straight into Django. Now, Django is a Python framework which is used for building server-side web applications. In the Django tutorial, we will learn all the concepts you need to know while getting started into Django. After that, we're going to build 3 different projects using Django. The project we're going to build are a blog application, a weather detector program, and a real-time chat application using Django. We are going to build all these projects so you get familiar with building your own project in Django. After that, you are going to get introduced into APIs with Django. You will learn how you can build REST APIs in Django using the Django REST framework. And I hope that after this video, you'll be comfortable with building your own server-side web applications using Django. Now I have some free resources like a Django roadmap, a Python data structure cheat sheet, a Django cheat sheet, and plenty more free resources in which I compiled into a PDF, and you can download that PDF for free using the link in the description below. And if you like more tutorials like this, you can also check out my own channel at Code You Told Me, where I teach more on Python and web development in general. Now, having all this said, let's dive straight into this video. This tutorial is a Python full course where I'm going to be learning Python programming from scratch. So this is a list of everything we're going to be talking about in this video. So let me give a brief introduction to Python. So Python is one of the fastest growing programming languages in the world. With Python, you can go into various fields like machine learning and AI, web development, and plenty others. So taking to learn this course and choosing to learn Python is a very good decision for your programming journey. So without wasting any time, let's get straight into the tutorial. So right here, I'm just on my browser. So we're going to download Python on our laptop. So to do this, I'm just going to search for download Python for Windows, since I'm on a Windows. And then I'm going to click on the first link. And then right here, I see download Python 3.9.1, which is the latest version. So I'm just going to click on it. And then you can see here that it's downloaded it automatically. So I already have Python downloaded now. What I just need to do is to install it. So I'm just going to come into where I saved it, and then I'm going to run it. So make sure that when you are installing Python, you must tick this add Python to path. If not, you're just going to make it more complex than it's supposed to be for you. So let's click install now. Yes. And so this is just going to install Python on our machine. It should take a few minutes, a couple of minutes to install, and I'm going to be back when it's installed finish. So right now the setup was successful. So as you can see, the installation has been done. So I can just click on close. Now for me to confirm if I have Python installed, I'm going to open up my command prompt. So here in my command prompt, I'm just going to type Python. Once I type it, you should open up this shell. You might not understand what all this is now, but this is just to verify if Python was truly installed. So now that we know we have Python installed, let's just go ahead and install our code editor. So Python is the programming language, but where we're going to code, where we're going to program everything, or the Python we're going to do is going to be in a code editor. And there are various code editors out there. We have Visual Studio Code, we have PyCharm, we have Sublime Text, we have Atom. There are countless out there. But for this tutorial, we're going to be using Visual Studio Code. So let's go ahead and download it. So I can close up my command prompt right now. So let me just say that if you don't know how to get to your command prompt, you can just search for it on your Windows search bar. So right here, we can just go back to Google and then we can search for, let's say, download Visual Studio Code. And I'll just click on the first one. So since I'm on a Windows, I'm going to download the one for Windows. If you're on Ubuntu or Linux or Mac, download the one for your OS. So right now you can see that it is downloading. So I already have it downloaded. I have it on my PC. I'm just going to cancel that since I already have it downloaded. Let me just show you the installation process. So right here, I have it downloaded already. We just click on enter. That's to run it. So what it tells me here is that setup has detected that Visual Studio Code is running. So this simply means that I already have Visual Studio Code installed on my computer. So I'm just going to press cancel. But for you as a beginner, you want to install this as a new software. So when we already have this installed, we're just going to open up our Visual Studio Code. And this is what it should look like once you first open it up. So now we have everything set up. We downloaded Python and installed it. And then we downloaded Visual Studio Code and installed it. Now we can go straight into coding. So now that we have everything installed, what we just want to do is to create a new file. In this file is where we're going to code all our Python. So in Visual Studio Code, we're just going to come into the toolbar and click on new file. So once we click on new file, you can see it automatically has this untitled name, but we want to save it by pressing Ctrl S, and I'm just going to save it. First of all, let me say all files. And then I want to save it as app.py. So the name of the file is app, but at the bottom, at the file extension, I used .py. So anytime we're working with Python, anytime we want to create a new Python file, it must always have the extension .py. That will make whatever we're running on know that we are using a Python file. So now once I save it, is updated here, and as you can see, Visual Studio Code automatically detects the logo of Python. Now that's how to create and save a new Python file. So this is basically how everything looks like in Visual Studio Code. On the left hand bar, we have a folder bar. That's where if we are opening a folder, this is where we're going to see all the files and folders in there. We have this search, this GitHub. We don't need to bother about that for now, but this is how Visual Studio Code looks like. So since we have everything, we know how to create a new file, what we want to talk about now is the print function. So in Python, we have some built-in functions. That means some things that are already done automatically, which we don't need to write too much of code. Now let's say we just want to print text to the screen, like we just want to show a user like hello world or welcome. We're going to use the print function. You're just going to print a basic text to the screen. Now for us to do this, we're going to say print, and then we're going to open parentheses, and then we can use single quotes or we can also use double quotes. There is no problem here in Python, but we can just go with single quotes. So you can just pick one and go with that. So in this code, I'm going to write my text. Now I can say hello world. Now as you can see, I have printed hello world, and I must make sure I save this file. And then for me to run this Python file, for me to see the output of my code, I'm going to have to come to the right hand corner right here and click on run. Now once I click on run, you see that it opens a new terminal automatically, and our code is going to be run in this terminal. So if you just wait a second, we're going to see the output of this code. You can see right here that we have hello world. Automatically it prints hello world. If I say hello world welcome and I run it, you see it changes and it says hello world welcome. So that's how to run a Python file. Now let's talk about some more features about this print function. Now let's say we want to print on a new line, like hello world, and we want this welcome to be on another line. We can easily do that. We can just remove this, and then on a new line we're just gonna print welcome. Exactly the same thing. Now once I run it, you can see it says hello world down here and it says welcome. So that's how to print on a new line. We can also do a lot of things. Let's say we want to add another value to this hello world, like let's print a sentence. Let's say my name is Tommy, and then I want to say my age is, then I can add a comma right here and say 100. So this will automatically tell Python that this is a number and it's no more a string, just a normal character. So now once I run it, you're gonna see it says my name is Tommy, my name is 100, with no errors. And automatically you see that it leaves a space right here. Right here we didn't leave a space, but automatically once we put this number here, it leaves a space. To clarify that, if I put don't leave no space and I run it, you see that the space is still there. So that's just a smart feature of Python. So I think that's gonna be all for the print function. Now let's talk about variables in Python. As you can see here, I have 3 print functions. The first one says Tim is a boy, the second one says Tim is 18, and the third one says Tim is from Turkey. So as you can see in the 3 print functions, I'm repeating Tim 3 times. Now we can use variables instead of repeating a particular text. Now variables are just basically saving a data in the memory of Python, and then we can get that data back by referencing its name. So let's see this in action. Let's say above the code, I have a variable named name. So this name is the name of the variable, and I'm saying equals to, I put single quotes, and the name is Tim. So name is the name of the variable, and Tim is the value assigned to this name. So like this, we've saved this variable up here. So we can print that variable. Once we say print, whenever we are printing a variable, we don't put quotes like we do when we are printing a normal string. So we can remove the quotes and just type the name of the variable, which is name. So now when I run this, you are going to see it prints all this, and on the 4th line it prints Tim. It didn't print name. Now this is what variable is about. It's just basically saving a particular data and then referencing it through the variable name. So now instead of saying Tim 3 times, we can just replace this Tim with name. And for us to do this, right here you see we printed only the variable and we didn't have quotes. But right here we are printing string with quotes, and we also want to print the variable with it. So this is called concatenation. We're going to join the variable and the normal string together. To do this, let's remove Tim, and we're going to say name, which is the name of the variable, plus the remaining text. Now once we say name plus is a boy, it's going to print us Tim is a boy. So we can also do the same right here. We just simply remove Tim and we say name plus is 18. We do the same for the 3rd line. We'll say name plus is from Turkey. Now once we print this, you can see it says Tim is a boy, Tim is 18, Tim is from Turkey. But right here we said name. So that's what variable is about. So let's just type CLS to close this up. But variable is more broad than just this. So there's something we call data types. Now as you can see, this is just Tim. Tim is letter, is a character, and that is a string. So string are basically just characters. Now string is a data type. We have, if this is a number like 23, is no more a string, is now an integer. We have boolean, which is for true or false values, and others. But for this tutorial, we're just gonna be particular about maybe 2 or 3. So now if I want to, let me just undo that. Let me specify a new variable and name it age. Now this variable, I want it to be the age, and let's give it 18. So whenever we are using an integer or a number, we don't add quotes when we are assigning the variable. You see right here, we added quotes, and inside that quote we put team. But for it to be an integer, you'll see that we do not add quotes. If I hover on this, you see that it says 18 is int, which stands for integer. And then team right here is a string. So now we can just join this by saying plus age. Now once we print that, it's still gonna give us, okay. So you can see now that it says can only concatenate string, not integer. So now there's a problem with Python. Anytime we want to concatenate a string with a variable, it doesn't, an integer with a string, it doesn't work. So we can just solve this. Instead of using this, we can say comma age. Once we print this, you can see it says team is from Turkey. So let me close this up. Right here, we can see anytime we're concatenating with a string, it's possible. But when we are dealing with an integer, we can't use this plus. We have to use comma. And we can also use comma when concatenating with a string also. So this is the two things. We can use addition sign with only string, and then we can use comma with string and integer. So if I run it, it's still gonna work. Team is 18. Now that's basically how to concatenate and join strings with variables. Now we're gonna be talking more about strings. So strings are just plain text. So if I print something like print I, this is a string. String are just plain text. Now we're going to talk more about the features of strings, different things you can do with strings. Now let's say I say I put a full stop. How are you? Now once I run this, you see that it runs it on the same line, which is I, how are you? But if I want this to be on another line without inputting another print function, I can just simply use a backslash n. This is a backslash n. Now this is gonna automatically take this to a new line. It's just like a break. It's gonna add a break in between this and this. So now once I run it, you're gonna see it says I, how are you? But we have this space here because of this. If I cancel that and I run it again, you're gonna see we have I, how are you? So we can also print string as a variable. So let's say we have something named name, and the name is Tim. So this is a string, it's a variable, but a string type of variable. And then in print function, we can also print that string variable by just saying print name without quotes. Once we print it, you're gonna see right here we have Tim printed. So let's just close this up. So if we come up here, we can also print, let's say we want to add a double quote or a single quote. Now you know we can't add a single quote in between our text. That's because Python is going to see this like we want to close up this print text. So for us to add a double quote, we can just easily add a backslash, then the quote. Now once you have a backslash and that quote, this quote is going to be printed. Once I run it, you see now we have I with this quote, how are you? So if you want to print special characters, we use the backslash. Or you can just print the backslash alone. It's gonna work. So you can see the backslash is there. So we can use the backslash to break, to make it on a new line. We can also use the backslash to add a quote, and then we can print the backslash just like that. Now let me talk to you about special functions on strings. So functions in Python is just a block of code which does a particular task. So in this string has a lot of function which does different things. Let's say we want to convert all the characters in this to uppercase. We can use a string function, or we want to check if it's lowercase, or want to get only the first letter or the second. Those are functions in Python. So now we can just say we want to get only the first letter. Now if we want to get the first letter, we can just easily do something like print name, so square bracket and 0. Now 0 represents the first letter. If I say 1, it represents the second letter. If I say 2, it represents the third letter. So in Python, or in programming in general, numbers start counting from 0. So once I put 0 and then run it, down here you see it prints only T. Now let me run 2, which is the third one. You see it prints only M. And if I run what is not there, like 0, 1, 2, if I try to run 3, it's gonna give us an error, index error. So you can see string index out of range, which means it's not present there. Now we can also do multiple things. Let's say we want to convert this all to uppercase. We can just do name dot uppercase. Now once we run this, it says has no attribute uppercase. So sometimes we can run into error. We just change it. So I think it's because there's not supposed to be case. So name.upper is the function that changes it to uppercase. So once I run it, you see now that we have team in uppercase. We can also do the same thing with lower. We just say name.lower and then we run it. Now you can see that everything is being changed to a lowercase. Now once we come back here, we can also check if everything which is present here is uppercase or if all the characters are lowercase. So for us to do that, we're just gonna say name.isLower. So once I run it, you see it says false. So it's gonna give me a true or false response. If everything is uppercase, it's gonna give me false, but if it's lower, it's gonna give me true. So you can see, since there is an uppercase T here, I asked if it's lower and it says false. But if I ask if it is upper and run it, it still says false. That's simply because there is uppercase and there's lowercase. Not everything is upper or lower. But if I change it to a lowercase, let me change everything to upper, TIM, and then I run it, you can see now it says true because everything is uppercase. And then we can also join different functions together. Now you can see if I say something like is lower and I run it, it says false. But I can first of all convert it to lowercase, then ask if it's lower. So I can do dot lower and then run. You see now it says true, but it's uppercase. So first of all, it says name.lower, which means convert it to lowercase. Then it checks if it's lowercase, it gives us true. So that's basically how to just join different or add different functions together. And then we can also do something else by, let's say we want to get the amount of characters we have in this variable. To do that, we can say len, then we open a bracket and close it. When we run this, you can see it gives us 3 because we have 1, 2, 3. If I have a lot and then I run it, it's gonna give me 18, the number which we have in there. So that's how to get the length of a string. But let me just undo that. But let's say we want to find where a particular text is. So this is I. Let's say we want to get the index number of I. As we know, this is 0 and 1. So this I is index number is 1. If we want to get it, we're just gonna say len. We're gonna remove len. So we're gonna say name dot index, and then we're gonna say I. So now it's gonna print me 1 because that's the index number of I. Once I run it, you see it prints me 1, which is the index number. Now let's say we want to replace a text. Let's say where we have M, we want to replace it with T. So we can easily do that. What we're just gonna say is name.replace. I'm gonna open a bracket, parenthesis, then the text to replace, we want to replace M, we're gonna put M, and then what we just want to do is comma, and then what we want to replace it with, we want to replace it with T. So now once I run this, you can see it's print TIT. So that is replacing this M with T. So that's basically how to replace. So there are also a lot of functions, a lot of string functions, but these are just some I showed you and how to use them. So that's gonna be all for strings. In this part, we're going to be talking about numbers in Python. So to print a number in Python is pretty easy. We just type print, and then we just go ahead and type the number 78. Now once we just run it, you'll see that it prints 78. So we don't need to add any syntax or anything. We just print 78 and it gives us 78. Now we can also specify a number as a variable. We can say no, the number is equals to 79. We just write it like that. We don't need to add this, and then we can print number. So once we run it, it gives us 78 and 79. Now we can also add numbers. So let me just remove this. So instead of just printing 78, we can print 78 plus 22. Now we can add a number, we can perform arithmetic operations. Once I run it, you see that it gives me 100. It automatically adds these two numbers or integers together, and then it runs it. I can also try this with a decimal number. Let's say 0.7 like this. Then once I run it, you see it gives me 100.934. So that is how numbers work. And we can also test it out with the subtraction. You see it gives us 55.066. And then we can test it out with the division. It gives us the answer. And then we can also test it out with the multiplication. When we run it, it gives us the answer. So that's basically basic arithmetic operation with Python. But we can go further, just the way we did with strings. We can go further and use the built-in number functions. So let's say we want to show the remainder of a division. So let's say something like 20 divided by 6. Now you know that this will give us 3 remainder 2. So it's gonna give us 3 remainder all of these. But what if we just only want to get the remainder? We don't want to get the main answer. We can just do 20 percentage sign 6. Once I run it, you see it gives me 2, which is the remainder. Now that's how to get the remainder of a division. We can also convert a number to a string. Now let me show you. Let's say we have this variable. We have this variable named number equals to 55. you can see that it's a number, an integer right here. Then I can specify a new variable. I can name it number 2, and I want this number 2 to be a string. So I'm going to say string of number variable. So now if I over on this number 2, you're going to see that is a string. When I print number 2, it's going to print 55, but now it's a string. It's 55 also, but it's a string. So how do we know if it's really a string? Remember that when concatenating, you can't concatenate numbers, but you can concatenate with string. So let's try to concatenate. So right here, let's say number is, let's try to concatenate with the main number. So let's say add number, and let's run it. You see it gives us an error, can only concatenate string, not integer. So but now that we've converted it, let's try to concatenate with num2. Once we run it, you see now it gives us number is 55. So that's to show that it has converted that integer or that number to a string. Now Python sees that as a string. This is also very useful in a lot of cases. So that's that. And then we can also get the absolute value of a number. So let's say, let's just cancel all this. Let's print -5. Now obviously when we print this, it should give us -5, as you can see down here. Let me just close this up. But if I wanted to print only 5 regardless of the sign, if it's positive or negative, I'm going to add ABS. Now this is a function, it's a number function. As I explained earlier, function is just a block of code which does a particular task. Now we can write a function manually by ourselves, but Python has some built-in function which we can automatically use. That's why when we use ABS, it automatically sees it as a Python function. Now this ABS means absolute. That's the full meaning of ABS. So it's going to get the absolute value of this number. Now when I run it, you see it prints only 5, regardless of this negative sign beside it. So we have 4 and 2. So now you know that 4 is obviously greater than 2. So once I print this, it's gonna give me 4. This is showing the highest number of this. So that means 4 raised to power 2. Not 4 raised to power 2, sorry about that. This means we have these two numbers. Max is gonna get the highest number. So let's say we have another number named 3. Once I run it, it still prints 4 because 4 is greater than all of these. But now what if I have 16? Once I run it, it gives me 16 because 16 is the highest number in this range of numbers. I can also do the same to get the minimum amount of numbers. I can say min, so that is going to automatically print 2 because that's the minimum. So once I run it, you see it prints 2. So that's the basic way of getting the maximum and the minimum. And then we can also round a number too, so we can estimate a number. So you know, in normal mathematics, if we have something like 3.2, this is estimated to 3. But if we have something like 3.5, this is estimated to 4. We can also do this here in Python. For us to do this, we just say round. If we round 3.2, it's gonna give us 3. But once we round 3.5, it's gonna give us 4. Just normal estimation rounding off to a number. And then we also have one which is bin. Let's see bin. So what this bin does is that it converts a particular number to a binary string. Now if you know binary numbers is this weird type of text. So each number has its binary string. So if you want to get the binary string of a number, you just run it and it prints this. Now let's run something like 334. It prints the binary string for 334. Now that is some basic functions, but there are countless functions for countless number functions. So all these, we're not able to access them because they are already built in Python. But there are still more that we can't access except we import. Now there's something in Python called import. Now we have more number functions, the one that can be able to find the square root, the one that can get the power, various are countless. So now the reason why we can't access those ones because we haven't imported them. The ones I just show you, we can use them without importing. But the ones I want to show you now, we need to import them from the Python math function before we can use it. So for us to import, we're going to say from math, something like this, import all. But instead of writing all, we write asterisk. So what this is doing is saying from the math class or the math function, import everything which is there. Now in this math class or function, there might be the one that can find square roots, there might be the one that can find the power, everything. So we don't know the one we want yet, so we're just importing everything with this asterisk. So now we can, since we have this imported, we can find the square roots. Now we can just say square roots of, let's do something like 100. And once we run this, it should give us 10. As you can see, it gives us 10. It added this 0.0. It's okay, but now it gives us 10. So that's gonna be all about working with numbers. So in this part, we're going to be getting users input. So what we're going to be doing is to tell a user to input a text, and then we're going to save that text in a variable, and then we're going to tell the user what he input. So let's go ahead and practicalize that. So to use an input in Python is pretty easy. We're just going to say input, then open and close parentheses. Now in this open and close parentheses, we're going to ask the user what we want to input. So we're going to put the quotes, and in that quote we're going to say, let's say something like input your name. So now this is going to tell the user to input your name, and then once the user type in something like Tim or Tommy or John, anything the users type, we want to save it in this variable called name. So now this variable called name is going to be the input. So now let's try that. We run it. You see now the first thing it says is input your name. Let me say Tommy, and I click enter. So nothing happened, but that's how to use an input. So let's just close. We can come back here and just simply print to the user name. So let's run it. Once the user inputs name and say Tim, you see that it just prints Tim. So we can make this more interactive by asking for the user's name and maybe asking for the user's age, and then telling the user your name is this and your age is this. So we need to have two variables. The second one will be age. So name equals input your name, and then age would be equals input your age. So what we always want to print is your name is, and then we just want to add the name, and then we close that, and then we say and you are the age years old. Now when we run this, it says input your name. Let me say John, and is 105 years old. So it says your name is John and you are 105 years old. So this is basically how to just collect simple data from the user and then use it the way you want. Tell the user your name is this, your age is this. So this is the basic concept. You can also link it with how they do websites, like when you create or sign up to a website and then they save that your name, your email and everything in the database, and they later tell you welcome John or welcome whatever your name is. So just we can link that concept. It's basically just getting a user input and then storing it as a variable, in this case as a data, and then we can print it to the user back. So that's how to, all you need to know about getting users input. But we can also make it more fun. Now when we get a user input, you can see that the age is seen as a string. Right here you see age is string, but we want the age to be integer. So we can convert this string into an integer. So for us to do this, we're going to say int, we open the bracket and then we close the bracket. So everything is inside this integer function. If I come back here, you see now that it has been changed to integer, no more string. But now if we try to run this, I input my name and I input a random age. You can now see it gives us this error, can only concatenate string, not integer. So for us to be able to add age, you know what we need to do? We need to either convert it to a string, which we don't want to do, or we can just use comma. So let's just remove this and then let's run it. So let's input a random age right here, random name and age. So now you see it works. It says your name is John and you are 13. Now that's how to basically just get user input, use it how you want, and then you can pass the information back to the user. In this part, we're going to be doing a simple Python exercise. So what we're going to be doing is a simple word replacement program. So what is going to be happening is that a user is going to input a sentence, and then let's say a user wants to change a word in that sentence or change something in that sentence, then we're going to allow the user to be able to do that. So if a user inputs a sentence like I am a boy, and he later wants to change that boy to, let's say, a guy or something else, so that's what we simply want to do. So we're going to ask the user for 3 inputs. The first input will be the sentence, the second input is going to be what the user wants to change, and then the third input is what the user wants to replace it with. So let's get that and practicalize it. Now the first thing we're going to do is just to have those variables. So let's first have a variable named sentence, and I want this variable to be an input, and then I'll just say enter your sentence. Now let me just print the sentence to the user. Let's run it. Now let's say the sentence is I am a boy, and it just simply prints that sentence. We can come back here. Let's just say your sentence is I am a boy, which is going to be whatever the user writes. So then what we now want to do is to have another variable. Let's say word 1. It should be an input. Now this variable is the word the user wants to remove or replace, and then we can say enter word to replace. Let's say the word to replace. And then once we have that, it's going to be stored in this variable named word1. And then we're also going to have another variable, let's name it word2. This is going to be what the user want to replace it with. So let's say enter the word to replace it with. So now once we have all this, we're just gonna print sentence dot replace. That means we want to replace this with this. Open a bracket to take two inputs, which is word1, the word we want to replace, and then word2, what we want to replace it with. So what this is doing is that, let's say we have a sentence named I am a boy, then this word1 is the boy we want to change, and then word2 is what we want to replace it with. So let's just go ahead and test it. So right here is running. Okay, it gives us invalid syntax. That's because we forgot to add a plus right here. Now let's do that again. Right here you can see it says enter your sentence. Now let me say I am a boy. Now it prints us your sentence is I am a boy, and it says enter the word to replace. So I want to replace this boy and enter the word to replace it with. I want to replace it with dude. Now you see it prints I am a dude. So that's basically how to do a simple word replacement exercise. It takes in an input, which is a sentence, and then it takes us another input, which is what we want to replace, and then the third one is what we want to replace it with, and then it basically just prints that to the screen. So I hope you understood what we did in this part. If you didn't, you can just go back and watch this part again, and then make sure you understand before moving to the next one. So in this part, we're going to be talking about working with lists in Python. So when you're working in Python, you're going to be dealing with a lot of data, and you want to be able to know how to fix your data into a list. So a list in Python is basically just a list of different attributes of different values fixed into a variable. So let's just dive straight into the practical. Now to define a list is similar to defining a variable. So we can just give it a name of a list. Let's say a list of countries, and I can name the list countries, and I'll just use the equal sign and the square brackets. When we are defining lists, we need to use a square bracket, and I can just give it some inputs like United Kingdom, and I can also give it another list like say Ghana, and let me say Nigeria. Let me give it one more value, and I can say Australia. So now this list, a list variable, it has 4 values. So now once I print the list like this, I'll just say print, and I give it countries, which is a list. You see that it just prints me the whole list the way it is right here. So that's basically the main thing you need to know when defining a list. But list is more broad than this. There are lots we can do with lists. Like let's say I just want to get the first attribute. Now each list has their index number. Like this is 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Just the way I said earlier in this tutorial that in Python or in programming general, numbers start counting from 0. So the index number of this value is 0, 1, 2, 3. It's just similar to when we have a variable. Let's say we have a variable named name, and we have Tommy. So this has an index of 0, 1, 2, 3. Now that's very similar to a list. Each value has an index of 0, 1, 2, 3. Now we can just delete that. Now let's say we only want to print this. We don't want to print the whole list. I can just do it like this. Countries with square brackets, and I'll fix in the index number in between those square brackets. Now when I run this, you see now that it prints me only United Kingdom. I can also do the same thing. Let's say I want to print Nigeria. I give it 2. I run it. Now you see that we have Nigeria. There are a lot of things we can do. Now let's say once we get this, we just want to print only N from it. We can also do that. So after saying countries index number 2, we can specify another index number saying 0. So once I run it, you see it prints me N. Now what does this mean? It says countries get the value with the index number 2, 0, 1, 2. So now it has Nigeria. And then I say from that Nigeria gets me the one with the index number 0. And then we see in Nigeria, N as the index number 0. So that's basically how to just add some simple things in Python lists. Now let's say we just want to get only all the lists from Ghana to the end. We don't want to add United Kingdom, or we just want to get the list from Nigeria to the end. We can also do that. So we just say countries. If we want to get from Ghana to the end, we can just say our square bracket 1 and a column. Now this is gonna get everything from index number 1 till the end. Now let's make sure we close this. When I run it, you see now it gives me the list without United Kingdom. That's how to just get it from a particular index number to the end. We can also do the same thing. We can say from 2, you'll see that it gives me from Nigeria to Australia. Right here, Nigeria and Australia. Now I can also specify a range. Let's say I only want to get the list from 1 to 2. Okay, let me add one more value here. Let me say New Zealand. Yeah, so right here I said New Zealand, and this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say I only want to get from 1 to 3. I don't want the last one, and I don't want this. I can easily do that. I'll say from 1, which is from Ghana, index number 1. Then after the column, I'll say 3. So 1, 2, 3. Once I run that, you see, okay, it gives me Ghana and Nigeria. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's say to 4. And when I run this, it gives me Ghana, Nigeria, and Australia. So it gives me from here all the way to 3. So this is basically going to get from 1, which we started, to the one before which we end. So that's how to do that in Python. And then we can also get the type of the list. Now if I print something like type countries, now it's going to print to me that this is a list down here. So let me just quickly type CLS to clear everything I've done. Now let me print it. You see it says class lists. So this is showing me that this variable type is a list. Now if it's just a normal variable, let's say a string variable, it's also going to show me that it is a string. Now let's try that. Let's just divert from list for a second, and let's say we have name. Tell me, and I say the type of name. When I run it, you see down here it says a string. If I change this to 12, you see down here it says integer. So that's how to get the type of a particular variable. So that's how we know now that this is a list variable. Now I can just simply delete that. And then let's say I want to change the value of one value in this list. Now let's say I want to change this from United Kingdom to United States. So what I'm just going to do is to just say countries 0, because the index number of United Kingdom is 0, should now be equals to United States. And then let me just add a print. Let me print countries. Now when I print countries, Okay, you see name is not defined. That's because we've removed this variable that was called name. So let's just remove this line and run it again. You see now the first value is now United States. Meanwhile, it's United Kingdom right here. But that's simply because we changed it to United States here. We can also do it again. Let's say we want to change Australia, which is the third. We'll say 3. And let's say we want to change Australia to a country like Canada. Now when I run it, you see we have United States, Ghana, Nigeria. We don't have Australia again, it's now Canada, and then we have New Zealand. So that's how to change a particular value in a list. Now let's say we want to get only the end of this list. We can also get it by let me just quickly delete all this. We can get New Zealand by just typing countries with its index number, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. New Zealand index number is 4. If I type 4 and run it, it gives me New Zealand. But I can also do it in another way. Now if I add a negative sign right here, let me delete this, and I say 1. Now this is gonna get the list from the last value in that list. Now if I run this, you see it gives me New Zealand. If I say -2, -2 is obviously Australia. If I run this now, you see we have Australia. So note that when you're using a negative sign, it gets you that list from the last, from the bottom basically. But you note that from the beginning, we use 0 for the first, and then when we're starting for the last, we use -1. Yeah, that's because, as we know in normal math, 0 is neither negative nor positive. So when we start from the back, we use -1, not -0. So when we start from the front, it's 0. When we start from the back, it's -1. So that's how to basically use that. Now there are also a lot of other things we can do with lists. Like we can get the length of this list. Now let's say we want to get how many values we have in this list, because most of the times you have large amount of data. You can't start counting them one by one like this, but you can just say len countries, which is the name of the list. Now once I run it, you see it gives me 5, which is because I have 5 values in here. But note that when it gives me the answer, it doesn't give me based on index value. Now index value is just like the ID assigned to each of these values right here. But when I calculate the length, it gives me the actual amount we have here, which is 5. But if I'm to calculate it from the index number, it will be 4. I hope you understand that. We can also do some other things, like in a list. As you can see, all of these are strings. Now instead of printing strings, let me just delete this New Zealand. Instead of printing only strings, I can change, let's say this Ghana, I can change it to a number like 2. So now we have a string, we have an integer. If I print this, okay, this gives me 4, so let me remove length. Once I print this, you see it still gives me what I want to see. If I print the index number of this, which is 1, and I press run, it still gives me 2. So we can mix different data types in a list. I can also change this Nigeria to true, which is a Boolean value. Once I run it, let's remove this. I run this, it still gives me that. So there is not going to be error, nothing is going to conflict. We can just easily do that. And you remember that we checked the type of a list. So right here, once I run this, you see that it gives me class list, which means this variable is a list. But let's say I want to check the type of the values in a list. Like I want to check the type of this value or the type of this value. Now, as you know, this value is a string. This is an integer. This is a Boolean value. This is also a string. let me overrun it. You see it gives me int, which is integer. And once I overrun this, let me see. Okay, it doesn't give me anything there, but this is a boolean value and this is a string. So let's say I want to get this. I'll just say type countries square brackets and I give it its index number. Now when I run this, you see it says class is a string. Let's say I want to get for the second one, which has an index value of 1. Once I run it, it gives me integer. Let's try for the third one. It gives me bool, which means boolean. So that's how to basically get the type of a string. And we can also do some other things, like let's say the last thing I want to show you for this part is another way to define a string, or let me say to assign a string. I mean a list, sorry. So instead of using these square brackets, we can also use something we call lists. But now when we are using this list constructor, it's called a list constructor. It is used to construct a list. We aren't going to use square brackets again. We're going to use normal round brackets like this. But now, so let me just delete this line. Now let's use the list constructor to specify or to construct a new list. So I'll say list, and I'm going to use normal brackets, parentheses, and it has to be double. So when I'm using the list constructor, it has to be double like this. Now in here, I can have all my values like Nigeria. I can have 34. I can have false. And once I print this, okay, we don't want to print type. We just want to print everything. Countries. Now you see it gives me everything which I want to see. So that's how to basically use the list constructor to specify a list. So we can print a list in two ways. The normal, the second list constructor, and then we can also print with the normal way without lists, like the square brackets, like these. Let me say countries too. So now if I say type, print the type of countries, you see it's gonna give me list. And then let me also print the type of countries too, just to show that both of them are still a list. So list and list. So that will be all about the basics of list. In the next video, we're going to talk more about list attributes. There are still a lot of things we can do with lists. In this part, we're going to be talking more on lists. Specifically, we're going to be talking about list functions or list methods in Python. So in the last part, I showed you about lists and plenty things you can do with lists, plenty list attributes. In this video, we're going to dive more deeper. Now, let's say we have two lists. The first one is list 1. And this list 1 is just a bunch of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have list 2. And then we want this list 2 to just be, let's say, a bunch of fruits. So we have banana. And then we have apples, mangoes, and then let's say oranges. So now we have these two lists. Now let's say we want to join these two lists together, like we want to print it together. We are going to do something like list 1 dot append dot extend. I want to extend it with list 2. Now once I print list 1, what this is going to give me is this joined with this. So let's print it. Right here, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then banana, apple, mango, oranges. So it just gives me this joined with this. The first list joined with the second list. So that's what extend does. It combines the two lists together. But let's say we want to add a value to the ending of this list, like oranges. We want to add, what other one do we have? I think we have cherries, but we just want to add something else to this. We can do something like list2 dot append, and then what do we want to append to it? Let me say cherry. Now once I print list2, it's gonna print me all these with cherry. Now cherry is part of this list. You see now that it prints me bananas, apples, mangoes, oranges, and it prints me cherry. Now if I say I want to get the length of list2, now we have 4 here, but since we appended 1, it should give us 5. Now you see we have 5. So that's just is a simple way to append a value to a list, and it might be very useful also. But let's say we want to put in a value in between one of these, like we want to put in a value in between banana and apple. This cherry, we want it to be right here, something like this. Now if we want to do that, we're just gonna say list2 dot insert, and then this is gonna take 2 inputs. Now it's gonna take the index number, the index place we want to put it. We want to put it in 1, and then what we want to put there is cherry. Now let me explain this further. So it says list2 dot insert. We want to say in the index number 1, that means right here, then cherry should be right here, so 0, 1. We want it to be here. We want to input cherry. Now when I print cherry, let me just run this. You see now we have banana, then we have cherry in between. So in between bananas and apples, we have cherry. So that is how to insert a value in between a list. But now let's say we want to remove a particular value from that list. We can say list2 dot remove, and let's just remove bananas. Now once I print list2, it's gonna print me list2 without bananas. Now that's very easy. It's just by saying remove, then whatever you want to remove. But now let's say we want to do something like we want to delete everything in this list, we want to clear it up. We can just say list2 dot clear, and nothing is gonna be in here. Once I say list2 dot clear, this is gonna be empty. It's just gonna be an empty list. It clears everything, deletes all the values in there. Once I run it, you see now that it prints me an empty list. So that's how to just delete a list. Very easy. But now let's say that we have these values, and then mango, we want to get the index number of mango. As we know, this is 0, 1, 2. So the index number of mango is 2. But we want to get it. Let's say we have thousands of values in this list, and we want to get where the mango is located in that list. We're just gonna say print list2 dot index of mango. So you're just gonna print the index number of mango. Let's just run it. Right here you see it says 2, 0, 1, 2. So it tells me where mango is located in this list, which is very, very helpful. Now let's say we have a value appearing more than once, or we just want to know how many times the value appears in this list. Now it's very easy. What we're just gonna say is list.count mango. So now it should tell us 1, because mango only comes in this list 1 time. Once I run it, you see here we have 1. Let me come here and input mango again. Now once I run it this time, you see that we have 2, because mango is in our list 2 times. So that's how to simply do that. But now let's say we have a list of numbers and let's say they are scattered, like let's say we have 1 year and let me just delete all these. We have 4, 5, let's say we have 3 year, so 4, 3, 5, 1, and let's have 2 at the end. So let's say we want to print this list in ascending order. You know, as I said, in Python you might be working with a lot of data and we have thousands of numbers that are scattered and we want to print them accordingly. Let's say from 100 we want to print to 250 to 350 accordingly, not scattered. We can easily do that. What I'm just gonna say is list1 dot sort, like this. Then right here I'm just gonna print list1. Now once I print it, it's not gonna print it 4, 3, 5, 1, 2. It's gonna print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in ascending order. Now you see, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This also is very useful when working in Python. But now let me just remove this mango. We don't want to have it twice. That was just for testing. But now let's say that we want to print a list from the back. We want to reverse that list. We want to print it from the bottom. What we're gonna do, we'll say list2 and dot reverse. It's very easy. We just say list2 dot reverse, and once we print list2, you'll see that it prints it from oranges, then to mango, to apples, and to bananas. Let's run it. Now you see oranges, mango, apple, banana. Now that's how to easily print a list from the bottom, from the last value in that list. But now let's say we want to duplicate a list, like we want to just take this list and copy it again or something like that. Let's test it for list 2. Let me delete this. So let's have another list named list 3. And let's say we want this list 3 to just be exactly the same thing with this, a duplicate of list 2. So what we're just gonna say is list 3 can be equals to list 1 or list 2, I mean, dot copy. So you're just gonna copy all the values in list 2 and then paste it in list 3. Now once we print list 3 and run it, we have exactly the same thing we get when we print list 2. So it's exactly the same thing. And then we can also do something more fun, like let's say we just want to delete the last value from this and just print everything else. We can do that by saying, we can use that by saying the pop method. So we can just say list2 dot pop. So when we say list2 dot pop, it's just gonna remove the last value we have in that list. Let's just delete this. It's gonna remove the last value we have in that list and then leave the rest. So when I print list2 now, we should have only 3 values. So now you see we have bananas, apples, and mangoes. No more orange. But let's say we want to be specific, we won't want to delete. You remember that we can just remove a value by saying list2 dot remove, and then we can just specify it here. Let's say banana, and then when we print this, it will remove banana. But we can just also delete or remove a value by using the index number. So in pop, we can just say list.pop, just like pop out to remove something. Let's remove the one with the index value of 1. When we say 1 and print, it gives us banana, mango, oranges. It gives us that same list but without the value of that index number. But we can also do this instead of using pop. We can do this exact same thing, but now we can use delete. So when we say del and we'll say list2, let's say 0. So now this is going to delete the value with the index number of 0 in this list2 list. So when we print list2, it's going to give us everything without banana. Let's run it. Now you see we have apples, mangoes, and orange. And remember that I also showed you how to just clear a list, how to just delete everything in a list. We can also do this using this del function. So instead of specifying something here, if you just say delete del list2, now this thing is going to be cleared, this list. Once I run it, it says list2 is not defined. Okay, but we do have list2 right here. So let's do something like delete list1, yeah, and then let's just print. Oh, okay, so the reason why it says list2 not defined, you can see we have list1. Now here we have list2, which is banana, apple, mango, and oranges. Then what we're just doing, we deleted list2. So once we delete this list2, it's quite different from the one which we did earlier, which was list.clear. Remember that if we do list2.clear, it's just going to remove everything here, but that list is still going to be available in our code. But when we use this delete, it's just going to delete away that list. It's going to delete that variable. So it's not going to be in our code again. That's why when we're now trying to print list2, Python doesn't see it again. It says list2 is not defined. So it completely removes it. So that's the difference between the clear function and the delete function. Now that's going to be all for lists for now. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about tuples in Python. So tuples are used to store multiple items in a single variable. So if you know list, which we talked about in the last part, tuples are very similar to lists, but they have some basic difference, like tuples are immutable. Now immutable means you can't change any value in a tuple. Now let me show you how to write a tuple in Python. Now let's say we have a tuple of 3 numbers. Let's say 3 underscore numbers. And I give those numbers, and when you are writing a tuple, it should be in normal bracket, not square brackets. So 1, 2, and 3. So let's say we have this. Now when we print 3 numbers and run that, it just gives us this tuple. But we can also do some things like get the first value in that tuple using the index number. I can say get me 0, which will print us 1. So we can also do all those type of things. But let's say we now try to change the value of 2 to something like 25. It's not possible because, as I said earlier on, it's immutable, which means we can't change it. Once we have the tuple, that's the way it's going to be for our code. We can't refine it or edit anything from the tuple later in the code. So let's say we want to do something like 3 numbers, and I would say from the index number 1, change it to 23, and then I now want to print 3 numbers. Now this is going to give us an error. So here it says type error, tuple object does not support item assignment. So it's saying what we want to do, tuple doesn't support it. So that's the basic difference between tuple and lists. And then we can also do some other things, like tuples allow repetition of numbers or repetition of values. Like I have 1, 2, 3. I can also input 1 again. When I just, let me remove this line. I have 1 twice. Once I print that, it's going to work fine. It allows repetition of the same value. And I can also do some things like I can get the length of a tuple. I can just say print len, and then it's just gonna give me the amount of values we have in this tuple. As you can see, it prints 4 because we have 1, 2, 3, 4 values. And then I can also check the type just to make sure this is a tuple. Like I can do type to know if this is a tuple or not. Once I run it, you see it says class tuple. So that shows me that that is a tuple. And tuple also allows various data types. Like I can have another tuple and say strings, and then I can say home, land. Let me give you one more. earth. Now once I try to print strings, you see that everything works fine. So it allows various type of data types. We can also do it again for like the boolean type. Let's just say BOO, and then let's say true, false, and then true again. Now when we try to print BOO, you see that it works fine. So it allows various data types, and then it doesn't just allow them on separate variables, we can mix them together. Like now we have one, I can have another one which will be a string, which will be home, and then I can have another one which is gonna be a boolean. So once I print the first one, which is 3 numbers, now you'll see that everything still works fine. So tuples allow all these kind of things. And then in tuples, we can also check the data type of the value of that tuple. Now if we want to check the data type of this first value, we can say type of 3 numbers with the index number 0, which is the first one. So it should print us int, which is integer. So as you see here, it says class int. Now that tuple can also do that. Now instead of just writing this parentheses right here, or normal brackets, or circular brackets, anything you want to call it is totally fine. We can also use the tuple constructor. Just the way I told you about list constructor, there is also a tuple constructor. So the only difference is just that we're going to add tuple right here, and it will have 2 brackets like this. Once I try to print everything, still gonna be fine. Let me just print the tuple variable normally. Now once I print it, you see that it's still a tuple. Nothing goes wrong. Now that's gonna be basically all about tuples, the basics of tuples in Python. So we might be using these tuples less often. In Python we mostly use lists, but in some cases we really want to use tuples in Python. Something like, let's say you are working with coordinates, or just some numbers that you don't want to change, or some values you don't want to change. Tuples might be the best option. In this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you about functions in Python. So functions is just a bunch of code which perform a particular task. Now functions allows you to package your code well, or let me say restructure your code well. It's just like a block of code which performs a particular task. Then when you want to use that function, you just call it. So let me show you how to do a function in Python. So for us to define a function, we're going to use a keyword called def. Now once we type this def, Python knows that now we want to define a function. So we can say def. Let's just do a simple function which is gonna greet the user, and maybe to say welcome or something like that. So we can just say greetings. So now the keyword, which is def, and then after it we have greetings, which is the name of our function. So I can say greetings underscore function. So this is the name of our function, and then it's going to be followed by open and close parentheses, and then after it we're going to have a colon. So after this block of code, Python knows that whatever is going to come below it is going to be the task in which we want that function to perform. So once I click enter, you're going to notice that it doesn't start from beginning, it starts right from this place. Automatically it indents. Now in Python, indentation is very important. So now this indentation shows us that whatever code we're going to write, let's say like print something, is going to be under this function. But if I just remove the indentation and I start from here, then the function is cancelled. This is an invalid syntax because normally there's supposed to be an indentation. And an indentation one indentation is equals to 4 spaces. So if I go here, you can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So once it indents automatically, that means it created 4 spaces. Now let's say you are using a code editor which does the indentation automatically, like if you are using Notepad, and then once you click on enter, it doesn't add the indentation. You can just add space like this, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then that's automatically indented. So now we want this function to just tell the user welcome or greetings from here, something like that. So we can just say welcome user. So like this function named greetings function is printing to the user that welcome. But if I run this, nothing is done. Let me just close this up. And why is that? So when we have a function, for that function to be performed or for that task to be executed, we need to call that function. And how will we call this function? We can just say, now once I press enter, you see it's still indented, but I want to go out of this function. I'm done with what I'm doing in this function, so I can just press a backspace. Now this is out of this function. Now if I just say greetings function with open and close parentheses, now I'm calling this function. So that means this is just the same thing as everything we have in this function. So now it should print welcome user. Once I just run it, you see now it says welcome user. So that is how to use functions in Python. But functions is more broad. There are a lot of things we can do with function. Now as you can see, this thing says welcome user, the result. But which user? Let's make it more fun, something like that. We can pass in something called arguments or parameters. So right here in this open and close parentheses, instead of just leaving it blank, we can pass in something like, let's say we have name. Oh, not this. So name, which is the name of the user. Now instead of saying welcome user, we want to say welcome name. So right here, we're just gonna say name. And this is just gonna print welcome name. But instead of name, it expects us to pass in something when calling this function. If I just run this, you see it gives me an error. It says greetings function missing one required positional argument name. So this is showing us that when we're calling this function now, we need to pass in whoever user that is. So let's say the name of that user is John. So now when I run this, right here you see it says welcome John. So let me just go back and make sure to explain it very well. Right here we have this function. It's having an argument or parameter, which is name. So this name is going to be able to tell the function which user it wants to greet. And then it's just going to greet the user with the print function. So for us to give it this name is just like a variable. So when we're calling the function, instead of leaving this blank like this, we're just going to pass in there a string like John. But you know, we can also pass in other data types. So you can see that this John is a string. But let's say we just want to pass in an integer or a number. And you know, anytime we're dealing with numbers in Python, we don't need the quotes. We can just say 34. Once I run this, you see it says can only concatenate string, not integer. So if you've been following this tutorial from the beginning, I showed you how to convert an integer to a string. So right here, it says it can't concatenate string and integer. That means it can't add them both together. So for us to be able to use this, we must make sure that we convert this integer to a string. So I'm just going to say string like this. Now this name is a string. Once I run it, you see it says welcome 34. So that is how to basically do that. Now let's just go back. So let's still make sure we're passing in John. So that is how to pass in parameters or arguments. Now you can call it parameters, you can call it argument, whatever you want is fine. And then we can also pass in more than one parameter or argument. So we can pass in name, we can also pass in age, and then we can say welcome, then the name, and then we can say something like let's do this. You are, then let's type the name, let's say age, years old, and a full stop. So right here, when we are passing in this John, we can also pass in the age as an integer, let's say 27. But remember, now this is an integer. If we run this, obviously we're going to have an error, which is cannot concatenate string and integer. So you know that we now have to convert this to a string right here and then run it. So you see it says welcome John, you are 27 years old. So that's how to simply do that. You can pass in 2 arguments or parameters. Now let's say you don't know the amount of argument that's going to be passed in here. Let me practicalize that before explaining. Now let's say we have names. Let me just remove all these. Welcome name. So let's say we have these, but we don't know how many is going to be passed in here. So we're going to have to put something like asterisk. Now this asterisk is showing that we are passing various amounts, like a tuple, which is like a list of values we're passing in here, and then we don't know the amounts that is being passed. So let's say right here we have this tuple John. Let's say we also have another one named Tim, and let's give it one more. Okay, right here one more named Tom. So right here we're passing these 3 lists, these 3 values in here as names. So these names is like a tuple now. That's why we put this asterisk, because we don't know. So for us to now show the name which we want, let's say we only want to greet this second user, then we can greet the user using its index number. So we can say names, the index number is 1. Now when I run this, you see it says welcome Tim. So that's how to pass in various values, more than one value if we don't know what we are passing. Now let's just go back. Let me press Ctrl Z, back to name and age quickly. Okay, like this. Yeah, so let's print this and make sure that code is working. Welcome John, you are 27 years old. Right now we can also pass this, instead of just passing the values, we can pass it through the variable names. Now we can see something like name is equals to John, and then age is equals to 27. It's still exactly the same thing. So when we run it, it's still gonna print us welcome John, you are 27 years old. It's basically the same thing. So let's make this more fun. Instead of just passing all these values statically, or by just add coding the values, we can first ask the user to give us an input of his name and his age. Then we're just gonna print that. So let's quickly do that right here. No, right here. So right here we can say name input, enter your name, and then let's give it another one named age input, and let's say enter your age. So now we're asking the user for the values, we're not just typing this. And then once the user give us this, we're just gonna replace that here. So we're replacing it with name, and I'm replacing this with age. So let's run this. So if I come down here, it asks for my name, I say Tim. It asks for the age, I say 101. Now it says welcome Tim, you are 101. So I hope you get the concept of functions in Python. These are the basic things you are going to be dealing with in Python. In this part, we're going to be talking about return statements in Python function. Now, return statements are just being used to get a response from the task being executed in a function. Now, as you know, in the last video, when we defined our function, then we just simply printed out whatever we want to return. But normally in Python, we use what we call a return statement. So this return statement is going to like give us an output or give us a feedback of what is being executed. So let's personificate this, right? Let's say you are being sent an errand to go, let's say, get some information, and then when you come back, you want to give a response or you want to return like a feedback. You want to say what you went to get, what the task which you executed. So that's the same thing right here in Python function. The code block goes for the errand, and then the return statement give us a response. So let's show you how to do that. We're just gonna define a normal function. Let's just say my function, and then it's not going to take in any argument for now. So in here we just want to return, let's say 5 plus 4. So this basic function now is just simply gonna return 9 because that's 5.4. But now if we can just print out my function. So once we print out my function, you see, wow, it says function, my function. It's just showing us that that's a function, but we also need to add our open and close parentheses. When we run it again, we see 9. Now we can make this like more interactive. We can just have a function that adds up 2 numbers or subtract 2 numbers or does something like that. So we can say add numbers, and then want to have 2 arguments, num1 and num2. So what we just want to return is num1 plus num2. So right here we can just pass in num1 as 2 and num2 as 3. So this will give us, you see, it says my function is not defined. That's because we've changed the name to add numbers. We're just gonna run it again. You see now it gives us 5. But let's make this more interactive here. Let's say num1 is equals to input, enter first number, and then let's have a num2, input, enter second number. And right here, instead of saying 2, we'll give it num1, and right here we'll give it num2. So now when we run this, it's gonna ask us for the first number, let's say 80, and let's say 20 as the second number. It's gonna add this up and give us 100. Now right here is, you see it says 80 20, and the reason why it says this is because it's saying this as a string, and so when we use the addition, it's seeing it as concatenation. So that's why it just says 80 20. But I want it to add. If I come here and over it, you see it says the string, but we know we are collecting an integer, but Python doesn't know that. So we have to tell Python that, hey, what you want to collect is a number, so I want you to add it. To do that, we'll convert it to an integer by saying int. Then we close it right here. Then we also do the same thing, int, and then we close it right here. Now when we run this, it's gonna add it for us, 80 plus 20. Now it gives us 100. So that's the basic concept of return statement. And I also want to point out something, that whenever we're using return statement in a Python function, we do not write anything after that code block. Like, that return statement shows the end of that function. If I come here now and say print hello, once I run it, it asks me for the numbers. You see, it just gives me 8. It just returns this. It doesn't print hello because it is outside that function and it's not on normal indentation. So that code is not seen in our code block. But if I come here, if I delete it and inside the function I paste it, it's gonna print that for us. So let's say 4. Now you see we have hello and then we have the answer of the addition. So that is how to use return statements in a Python function. In this part of the tutorial, we're going to be talking about if statements in Python. So if statement is basically just giving Python a condition. Now this concept is very easy to grasp, not only in Python but in programming in general. There is always if statement, but maybe with different syntax. So if statement is just allowing Python to execute code automatically by itself. So we are saying that if a particular condition is true, then Python should do this. But if it's not true, then Python should do that. So we're just giving Python a condition before it runs the code. So let me first type a simple little note so you can understand the concept. So I can say something like, if I write a number. So now I write a number, and then if that number is divisible by 2, then we know that the number is an even number. But if it's not divisible by 2, then it's an odd number. So something like this. This is not how to write code, this is just plain text, but I'm just showing like, yeah, a user wrote a number, then if the number is divisible by 2, then we can tell Python to tell the user that okay, this number is even. But if it's not divisible by 2, then this number is odd. So now let's practicalize this and let's write it in real Python code. So now we have a variable named a, and a is equals to 2, and then we have another variable named b, and b is equals to 3. Now we can have a simple if statement checking if 2 is greater than 3 or 3 is greater than 2, or if variable a is bigger than variable b. So we say if a is greater than b, then we can just print to the user a, let's concatenate, is greater than b. Okay, but here we know that b is greater than a, so let's just make this greater so our code will run. Now let's run this. Now you see cannot concatenate string and all those type of stuff, so let's just convert it to a string. So let's run this again. You see now it says 4 is greater than 3. So we checked if a is greater than b. Now we can also check obviously if a is less than b. Now you see that nothing happens because we said it should run this code only if a is less than b, but since it's not less than b, that code is not executed. Then we can also check if a is the same thing as b. So if A is equals to B, let's just make A equals to B, and we run it. You see it says 4 is greater than 4 because that was it said it should say. But we can just simply say A equals B. So once we run it, you see it says A equals B. But if we change this now to 3, now 4 is no more equals to 3, it doesn't run. So that's the basic concept of if statement. And we can also do this for different data types. Now let's say we have a string, which is team, and B is also team. So now we know that A is equals to team and B is equals to team. So obviously A is the same thing as team. Then you should say A equals to B. When we run it, you see it says A equals to B. Then we can also use the boolean. So let's say true. Now we can say if A is equals to true. That means if A is true, then we can just simply say A is true. And then we can just run this. So A is true. So that's the basic concept of an if statement. But you know, we can also say if A is not true. That means if A is something like false, then we'll say A is not true. So you know now A is false. When we run it, it says A is not true. We can also add two different types, like if, let's quickly change this back to integers. So let's say if A is greater than or equals to B. So you know A is greater than B, or if A is greater than or equals to B, then we'll say, let's just say true or something like that. So let's run it. You see it says true because A is greater than B. And if A is also equals to B, it will still say true because A is equals to B. But now let's say A is less than B. When we run it, nothing is being executed. So now we want to add more functions to this if statement. So it says if A is greater than or equals to B. So let's just check if A is equals to B. Then we'll say A equals B. But what if A is not equals to B? What should the Python do? What should the code do? Should it just not run anything? So we can now add else. This else means if A, let's just correct this. If A is not equals to this, so we're saying if A is equals to B, it should print A equals B. Else means anything except that, then it should just print A not equals B. So if A is equals to B, print this. Then else means if it's not, the opposite of that, then it should just print A is not equals to B. So when I run this, now it prints A is not equals to B. So that is how to use a simple if and else statement. We can also do that with like a boolean. Let's make this true. So say if A is true, let's say A is true. If not, let's say A not true. So when we run it, you see it says A is true. But if I change this to false, obviously A is not true, so it says A not true. So that's how to basically use a simple if else statement. But we can also go further. Now let's say we want to add more than one condition, like if A is equals to true, if A is equals to false, print A is false. Else A is none of the two. So if A is equals to true, it should print A is true. elif means we are adding another statement. It's the same thing as if, but else if, that's the meaning of elif. So if A is not true, then you can now check if A is false. So if A is false, print this. But if it's none of these two, then just print A is none of the two. So now it should print A is false. When we run it and come here, we see A is false. Now that's how to add a simple else if statement. Now we can add any amount of elif statement we want to add. We can say, we can add another one and say elif A, let's say not equals to, let's say A, something like that. Then we can just print anything we want to do. So you can add any amount of elif statements in there. That's the basic syntax and way to use an if else statement. But now we can make this more, we can step up a little. Now instead of saying if A is equals to true, so we can say if A is, okay, let me specify a variable. Let me say boy is true, and let me say short is also true. So I can say if boy is true, then print is a boy. Now since boy is true, right here there's nothing like that, so let's just change this to boy. Since boy is true, then we can say he is a boy. But we can also do something like if boy is true or short is also true. So that means if any of these two conditions are true, it will print he is a boy or he is short. So when I run this, you see he is a boy or he is short. So since both of these are true, it prints this. If this is false, it's still like if we're saying if boy is true or short is false, it's still going to print this. Now the reason why it's still printing this is because or, when we're using a or, is going to check for only one. So if one of this condition is correct, it just runs this. So when I run this, you see he is a boy or he is short. But if I change this now to and, you see that it doesn't print this. It will print A is none of the two. So let's just remove this else if for a while. So now you see that it prints the else statement A is none of the two. And that is because when we're using and, it has to check that this and these conditions are both correct. So if one of it is not correct, it's just going to go to the next statement and skip that statement. So that's the difference between or and and. So now that we know the concept, the basic concept of if else and elif statement, let's just go ahead and do some simple exercises. Now let's say we want to use if else statement to check for the data type and then tell the user, okay, this data type is, let's say, a string or it's a list, something like that. Now first of all, let's tell the user to input something. So let's say value should be input, and then we'll tell the user input a value. Now once the user inputs a value, we're gonna check for that value and tell the user that, oh, this is your value. So we can use an if statement for that. So we want to check if this statement is a string. So we can say if type, if the type of value is equals to a string str, then we'll print, let's just print that value is a string. But let's add an elif. Let's say we want to check if the type is an integer. the type of value is an int, that's an integer, we will print value is an integer. And then we also want to check, let's say if it's a list, so say elif if the type of value is a list, then we'll print and say value is a list. But if it's none of these, we will just say we don't know So right here I wanted to add this, but obviously it sees, Python says that I've closed it. So for me to add this column, the quotes there, I have to use the backslash. So now once I use the backslash, this is going to be printed with it. So now we can say we don't know the data type of, then let's just add whatever the user root of value. Now let me just close this quickly and then let's test this out. Now we input a value. Let me input 6. It says 6 is a string. That's nice to hear. Now the reason why it says 6 is a string, because anything we input, automatically it gets it as a string. Now if we want to get this as, let's say, an integer, we have to type int, we have to convert it to integer. So this type of exercise only works for string. So now we're changing the name of this exercise to checking if it's string only. So what we just want to do is we cancel all this. We're not checking for int or list or any other data type. We're just checking if it's a string. And that's because Python automatically sees it as a string. And we have to convert it to an integer if Python wants to know if it's an integer. So we can also go further to check if it's an integer by using some complex if statement or some regex, which you don't need to bother about for now. But for now, let's stick to this basic exercise. So we're checking if it's a string. So if it's a string, we'll say it's a string. If it's not, we'll say is not a string. So we just bring all these to the top. So right here is where this should be. Leave a space and then let's run it again. Now when I print a value now and I say I, now you can see that it gets that I is a string. So that's basically how to just, do it. But if we want to change it ourselves and say integer, so now anything we input is automatically seen as an integer. So it will automatically say value is not a string. So even, let me put 6. Now you say cannot concatenate string. So that's simply because we have to convert this to string before concatenating. Or let me show you a better way to do it, since we're just dealing with 1. Instead of using plus here, I can just use a comma. So when I run this again and input an integer, it says 67 is not a string. So now the second exercise we're gonna do is to check if a number is divisible by 5. So we know that we have numbers, multiples of 5, or something like that. That means the numbers which 5 can be divided by. So we have 5 itself, we have 10, 15, 20. But if we give it like 17, we want to tell us that 17 cannot be, 5 cannot be divided by 17, something like that. So we're just going to automatically get an input first of all and make sure it's an integer. So we'll say input a number, and then we'll say if, let's just, okay, what we want to say now is that if the value so what this is doing is that value is basically the number the user input, and then this percentage sign means the remainder. So we'll say if the user inputs 20, so 20 divided by 5 is 4, then the remainder is 0. So when we do something like 20% 5 in Python, it means give us the remainder. So first of all, let me just cut this out and let me show you what that does. So if I say print 20% 5, now you're going to see that it's going to print 0. It's going to print the remainder of that division. If I say print 22, it should print me 2, because 22 divided by 5 is 4, then the remainder should be 2. Now you see right here we have 2. So let me just quickly bring that back. Right now we're saying if the value percentage 5, that means if the remainder is equals to 0, then obviously that just means that value can be divided by 5, else value cannot be divided by 5. So since we're using an integer, let's add comma here like this. So this should work. Now it gives us a number, let's say 100. Now it says 100 can be divided by 5. Let's run this again and give it a number that can't be divided by 5, like 106. It says 106 cannot be divided by 5. So that's how to build a basic program which checks if a number can be divided by 5. Now the last exercise which we're going to do on if-else statement is going to be the exercise to check if the length of a sentence is less than 10. So again, we're going to collect a value, but this time it should be a string because it's going to be a sentence. Now we want to check if the length of that sentence is less than 10. So if the length of the sentence is less than 10, then we'll say value is less than 10. Else say value is more than 10. So we can just easily do this, and let's type in random things like my name is my name. Now this is obviously more than 10. I hit enter. It said not supported between instance. So because this is not seen as an integer, we can't do this. So right now, anytime we are using this less than or equals to, it has to basically be an integer. We can't do less than or equals to for a string. But there are still other ways we can do this. We're going to talk about it. We could have solved this now, but I'm leaving this to further in the tutorial because I don't want to jump in some steps. So further in the tutorial, we're going to come back to this exercise and I'm going to show you how to do this with strings. But for now, I hope you get the concept of if and else statement. So before we continue with more concepts in Python, we just want to do a simple Python program which checks if a number is an even number or an odd number. So as we know, an even number is the numbers which can be divided by 2, an odd number is the one which can't. So this shouldn't take us up to like 2 minutes to do. So we're just going to collect an input from the user and name it number. We'll say input and we'll say enter a number, and then we want to make sure that this is an integer. And then we're just going to say if number %2 is equals to 0, then obviously this is an even number. So what this is doing is that if the remainder of number divided by 2 is equal to 0, then it's an even number. Else, we just say odd number. Now when we run this, we put a value of like 66. Now 66 is an even number. We run it again and it puts 67. 67 is an odd number. So that's how to do a simple exercise like that using if statement in Python. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about dictionaries in Python. So dictionaries are used to store data values in the key value pairs. So dictionaries are also data types, just like lists, just like strings. Dictionary is also a data type, but this dictionary stores value in a pair of keys and value. So just like a main dictionary, like an English dictionary, where we have the word as the key and the value as the meaning of that word. So that's basically how dictionary works. Now dictionary, they are changeable, which means you can modify them even after like configuring or assigning them, but they don't allow duplicates. Not like in list or tuples that you can type in a value more than once. In dictionary, you can't do that. So let me show you how to write a dictionary in Python. So let me just name this dictionary my date. How to write a dictionary, we're going to use this curly braces, and then we're going to give it the key. So the key might be something like name, and then I'm going to use this column, and then the value can be team. And then I'm going to put a comma. I can have another key and value there. Let's say age. Oh no, let me say something like nationality. And I can say something like African or something like that. And then let's just have these two. Let me give it one more and say qualification. And let's say college degree or something like that. So this is a basic dictionary in Python. Now let's just start with the basic thing by just printing this dictionary to our screen. What's this? Let's just print my dict. Now once we print this, you see that it just gives us this dictionary: name, team, nationality, African, qualification, college. But now let's say we just want to print only this name value. We want to print the value of this name. So this is the value and this is the key assigned to this value. That means if we want to get this value, we need to search for this key. Just like when you go online and search for meaning of order or meaning of anything. I'm out of words. Meaning of anything. So let's, for example, meaning of order. So order is the key. Then the value you are looking for is the definition. So that's how dictionary work is very similar to the normal word dictionary. So now we want to get the value of this name. We can just use the square brackets after this, and in there we'll say name. So what this is going to print for us is team. Right here you can see team, which is the value of this name. Now there are other things we can do. As I said, duplicates are not allowed in a dictionary. So now let's say I have two names and the other one is John. Now when I try to print this, you see it prints only the first one. It doesn't say, prints only the second one. That's the most recent one. It's automatically cuts this one out of it. Now that's what I mean by duplicate not allowed in dictionaries. You can't have two key with the same name. but you can have two values with the same name. Now what I mean by that is, this is the key, this is the value. So two keys, we can't have them with the same name, but we can have two values. Let's say this is name 2, and name 2 can still be Tim. Now if I print this, you see that name is Tim, name 2 is still Tim. So we can have the values the same, we can repeat that, but the key being assigned cannot be repeated. It cannot be a duplicate. Now let's say we want to get the length of this dictionary. It's very easy. You're just saying len, like this. Then once we print, you see it tells us 4. That's because we have 4 keys and values in here. And then we can also mix data types. Now you know that, let me just remove this. You know that this name, the value being assigned to it is a string, the value being assigned to nationality is also a string, and the value being assigned to qualification is also a string. But we can change it. Let's say we want to add like age, and we know that age will obviously be an integer. We can just add it there. Let's say it's 87. Now the normal way we'll write an integer without the quotes, that's how we're going to write it in there. And then once we print, we can still go ahead and print age. It's gonna print 87 for us with no problem. You can see it right here, 87. We can also add a boolean. We can say is tall, so is tall can be true. And then once we print age, once we print my dictionary per is tall, you see it prints true, so it tells us that okay, this person is tall. So we can add different data types. And then what is very cool is that we can also add a list. So we can add a list of his friends. So we can add the data type as a list like this. So we can say one of his friends is Peter. We can say Paul. We can say Precious and other. So right here, once we print friends, it's just gonna print us that list. Okay, right here it says invalid syntax error, and that's because we forgot to add a comma right here. So we should make sure to add a comma before adding another value. So once we click enter, you see it gives us Peter, Paul, and Precious. So now let's just print the whole dictionary without anything attached. Now we go down here, we see that it prints everything, name, team, and everything we need to know about that dictionary. And then to check if this is a dictionary, we can also use the type. So once you just put type here, it's gonna print dictionary for us. So you can see right here, it says class is dict, which means that this is a dictionary. So we can also make it more fun by specifying a variable. Let's say we have a variable named x, and we want this variable to be equals to one of the values of this. So we can just simply say x can simply be equals to my dict name. So x now is name. Now once we print x, obviously it prints the name. Now those are basic dictionary functions and dictionary methods. So I hope you get the concept of dictionary in Python. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about while loop in Python. So while loop is a Python feature which allows you to loop through a block of code while a certain condition is true. So let's say you have a condition like if a number is greater than 10, then it should just loop through a bunch of code below. So it's just like a function with an if statement, something like that. So we are giving it a condition, then under it we have a bunch of code which we want to loop through. So let me just show you how to use while loop in Python. So first of all, we can specify a variable named I, and we can say I is equals to 1. And now to use a while loop, we can say while 1 is still less than 6. So this is a condition. We're saying as long as 1 is less than 6, then we just want to print I. I mean, as long as I is less than 6, not 1, I is this variable that is still 1, then we want to print I, and then we just want to increment I by 1. So we can say I equals to I plus 1. So this is just gonna run this while loop. As long as I is less than 6, it's just gonna print I to the screen, and then it's gonna increase I by 1, then run it again until it makes sure that it doesn't pass 6, it doesn't reach 6. So you can also increment this by typing I plus equals 1. The same thing, anyone will work. Now when we run this, you see now it is 1 2 3 4 5. So what happened was that this loops through this block of code. So we said while I is less than 6, so that means it should loop through this block of code. It printed I, then after that we incremented it, then now I is equals to 2. It's still less than 6, that's why we have 2. Then it did the same thing, incremented it, we have 3 4 5. But after that 5, it did the same thing, it incremented it by 1, but now I is equals to 6. So because this condition is already false, I is no more less than 6, then the while loop had to stop. It's just like cutting away from that while loop. So that's basically what while loop is about. It's very important in Python. There are a lot of Python programs you want to build that will need you to use a while loop to loop through different things with a condition. And then you can also do more things like if while I is less than 6, or I is equals to 6, something like this. So now you know that when we run this, it should print us 1 to 6. Because it's not more just only when I is less than 6, it's also when I is equals to 6. So now it gives us an error because when we're using equals to in Python, it has to be double. So let's run it again. So now you see 1 2 3 4 5 6. So while loop in Python loops through a block of code at a certain condition being true. So because this is true, one of these is true, it just prints I, increase it by 6, comes back, that's looping, it does that code again, increase it by 6, come back, and then it makes sure that I is equals to 6. Now we can also say I equals to 10. Once I run this, it gives us 1 2 3 4 5. So if we say and now and we run it, it doesn't give us anything. So sometimes in while loop, how will I put this? In while loop, conditions is not similar to if statement. You know, in if statement we can do if I is less than 6 and I is this, then it should do a certain thing. So now you can see that if I is less than 6 and I is equals to 10. So the reason why this didn't run is because at first I is less than 6, so that should run, but we're saying and it must be equals to 10, but we know that I right here is not equals to 10. So if I change this to 10, it still won't run, and the reason why it won't run is because one of these is not correct. So I is not less than 6 because 10 is not less than 6, but if we say it's less than 16 now, then we can run it and you can see it prints something now. So when you are using and or in the condition, when you are using or, as long as one of the condition is true, then that while loop will run. But when you are using and, the two conditions must be true before that while loop runs. So now let's just don't bother about the and now let's change this to 1 and let's change this to 10. So now when we run this, we should get 1 to 9. Let me just expand this. We see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now this is basically the basic concept of while loop in Python. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about for loops in Python. So for loop is used for iterating over a sequence. Now this means it's used for looping over a sequence, and this sequence can either be a list, a tuple, a dictionary, even a string, or a range of numbers. It can be anything that is a list. Now we use for loop to loop through them. Now for loop is very used in Python, is used a lot in Python actually, because most of the times we have lists of data, we have data, large amount of data. Now for loop is used, we can use for loop to loop through each amount of those data, each value in that data. So let me just show you how we do a for loop, or how we code a for loop in Python. It's very easy. Now for you to type a for loop, the first thing you need to do is to type this for keyword, for. Now this keyword shows that we want to loop through something. So we can say for letter in, let's say something like hello. Now this is saying for each letter in hello, which is HELLO, we just want to print letter. Now when I run this, you see that it prints HELLO differently. It prints everything separately. So it's looping through each letter in that hello string, like iterating through the sequence. Now we can also do this by having a list. Now we can say my list, and we can have this list to be anything. Let's just say JI JU JO. Now we can loop through this and say for, let's say like for X. Now note that this can be anything. Let me just, this in which I put letter here, it can be denoted by anything. It can be represented by anything. So when I first got started with Python, I was kind of confused in these for loops, just simply because of this letter. So I thought that, you know, since we are using hello and each is called character, H is called a letter, E is called a letter, so I thought we have to use letter for each. But now I just want to clarify that so that nobody will have to go through that confusion. So this can be denoted by anything. If I say for X in hello and I just say print X, it's still going to do exactly the same thing. If I say for JI or for anything I do, it can be denoted by any single thing. Now let me just, so now I just want to say for items, or for values would be better. For values in this my list, so I'm going to remove this string and say my list. Now I just want to print all the values. Now once I press run, you see now it prints everything JI, JU, JO, which is JI, JU, and JO. So that is basically how to just loop through a list. Now you can loop through anything actually. You can loop through a dictionary. So let's just have a simple dictionary. And then let's say we have curly braces. And then we have name, John. We have age, 13. Let's just leave those two. Now we can see for values in my dict, print values. Now once I print this, you see it says name and age. So it just basically print these two, which we have, name and age. So that's iterating over a list of values. And then in for loop, there's also something we call the break. So now let's go back to our list. So now we still have this our list, and we said for values in my list, print values. But I can now say if values is equals to JU, then I want it to break. So what this is going to do is that it's going to loop through it one by one. It goes from JI, then it goes to JU. So I'm saying once it gets to this JU, it should break, then it should stop that loop. So once I run this, you are going to see, okay, right here it's supposed to be double. Once I run this, you're going to see just print JI and JU. Now why is this? I said that it should continue looping, print all the values, but once it gets into that value is equals to JU, that means once it loop to this JU, then break. Break means stop the loop. So that's why once it gets to JU, it stops. That's why we don't have JO right here. Now, we can also, instead of having the break here, I can do something like this. So, even before printing values, I can have my if statement, and I can say for value in values, if value is equals to JU, I can say break, and then after that break, I can print values. So if you have gotten by now, the difference is that if value is value, so it's looping through these values, but if the value is value, it should break. You know, in the last time, it first printed value, it first printed this JU before it's broke. But now, if value is JU, it should break before even printing. So it's gonna guess that, okay, we have JU, we want to break, then we're not going to print. So Python runs code line by line. First runs this code, then runs this, then runs this, then like that. So the first thing it sees is that we are checking if what we want to loop through next is JU. And we see that yes, it's true, it's JU. Then we just break. Then after breaking, we print values. So the only value we're going to print is JI because we have broken when we got here. So when I run this, you see that I only have JI. We don't print JU again. So that's basically how to use the break in for loop. But we can also loop through a range of numbers. So let's say we have 4 x in range 4. Now what I can just do is to print x. Now once I print x, it's gonna give me a list of numbers from 0 to 3. So it's gonna give me a range of numbers starting from 0 to the last number before 4. So I can also change it to something like 10. It's gonna give me from 0 to 9. So as you can see here, it gives me from 0 to 9. And then we can also specify for it to loop through a particular range of number. So now we're giving it only 10, but we can say it should loop from 3 to 7, or from 10 to 70, or any amount. So if we want it to loop from 3 to 7, this is how we're going to do it. We just say for x in range 3 to 7, loop through this number. So when I run this, you see it gives me 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't start from 0. So it loops from 3 all the way to this 7. Now that's how to loop through a particular range of number. And the final thing I'm going to show you in for loop is that we can also use the else statement. So now let's just loop for a range of 7. So after looping, we can say else. What this else does is that once this loop is done, once it's finished, we can just print finished looping. So now once I run this, it prints from 0 to 6 and it says finish looping. So that's what the else statement does, is that it just simply first of all finish the loop, first of all finish the iterating over the sequence, then it just tells us whatever is in the else statement. So that is an introduction to for loops in Python. In this part, we're going to be talking about to-do list in Python. So to-do list also means two-dimensional list. So it's like where we have multiple lists inside a list variable. So right now, we can have a normal list like my list, which can just have a numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4. And once we print my list, know that we're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, which is a normal list. But now if we want to have a to-do list, first of all it's recommended to press enter just to have a nice indentation. Then in here we're going to have a list. So this can be 1, 2, 3, and then we can have another line which can be 4, 5, 6. Then we add a comma, and on another line can be 7, 8, 9. So now this is a to-do list because it has rows and column. This is obviously a list in a list. So this is like the high level list, and this is like the subsections, something like that. So now once we just print my list, you see that it just gives us this normal list. But let's say we want to get this value of 1 or 2. So we're gonna get it using the index number. So we know that the index number of this is 0, which is the first one. Then we also want to get the first value, which will be 0. So once we print this out, you'll see that we have 1. But let's say we want to get the value of 5. So we know that the index number of this is 1. Then what's the index number of 5? It's also 1. Now once I run this, you see now that I have 5. So that's how to basically navigate and like print or get some certain values from your 2D lists. And then we can also loop through this. So I want to introduce you guys to nested loops. So nested loops is where you have a loop in a loop. A for loop, to be specific, is where you have a for loop in a for loop. So now instead of just printing, let's just say for something like lists in my list. Then it should just print my list. Now once I run this, you see it just prints my list. For list in my list, it just loops through that. But instead of just looping through this or just printing this, what I can do is I can add another for loop in this. So for list in my list, then I can say for maybe the row or the column, for row in list. Then now we want to print row. So when I run this, it gives us an error. That's because in Python we must have indentation to show that this is under this. So let's run it again. Now you see it says type object is not iterable. So for row in lists, we must make sure that everything is intact. So I put list, but the name of this is lists, so I have to add s. Now when I run this again, you see it gives me, let me just open this up. You see it gives me from 1 to 9, which is every single thing I have here, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 9. So that is how a nested loops work. So it's like looping through a loop already. So a loop in a loop. But I've not tried it before, but I think we can also have another loop again and looping through something like that. Yeah, so there are various things you can try out with Python. It's very great. So I hope you understand the basic concept of 2D list and nested loops. So in this part of the tutorial, we're going to be talking about comments in Python. So comments is being used to prevent a particular code or block of code from running with your actual program. Now let's say we have print hello, and then we also have print 1. Now when I run this, you are going to see print hello and 1. Now if I come here and I put an hashtag right beside this like this, you see that this is grayed out. It's no more part of our code. It's still there, but when I run it, it's not going to be run with our code. See, only one prints. So that's what comment is for. Mainly in Python, comment is, or mainly in programming in general, is used for explaining our code, or is used for taking down notes in our code very well, like making our code more readable. In Python, you can also just add comment. Let's say you just want to quickly test your code without a particular code block, you can also use comment. So you can also add comment, let's say at the end, like you can say hashtag this line prints hello. So you can just use it to explain your code, or you can just use it to block the code from running. And as you've seen, if you want to comment more than one line, you can put hashtag on this line and the second line, then everything will be commented out. But there's also a better way to do this in Python. You can just easily let's say you have a code block, or you have a function like my function, and then this function just prints I. Now let's say you just want to comment out this particular function. Now what you're going to do is above of that function, you are going to add 3 quotation marks like this, and as you can see, it automatically comments all the whole code out. So if we run this now, nothing is going to run at all. It says we have a syntax error and stuff like that. So we have to close this comment by putting those 3 codes back under where we want to close it. So we want to close from the beginning of this function to the end. Now when we run this, we will see that print hello and print 1 run. So now if we try to execute this by saying my unconfirmed, you'll see that it's going to give us an error. It says name array is not defined. That means it doesn't even see this part of the code. We've defined the function, but when we try to run it, it doesn't work. So that's what comments are used for in Python. Mainly 2 things: used for removing your code, or just used for taking notes and making your code more readable. In this tutorial, we're going to be building a basic calculator using Python. So we're going to be using all the skills and everything we've learned in the previous sessions, and we're going to be adding them together and then building a simple calculator. So now what we want to do is to have 3 inputs, collect 3 inputs from a user, which is the first number, the second number, and the operator. So the calculator we want to build is very basic. It's just the one that is going to add, subtract, divide, or multiply 2 numbers together. So we want to collect a number which will be num1, and a second number which will be num2, and the operator. The operator is whether they want to add, subtract, or whatever they want to do. So now let's define that. We'll say num1 should be equals to input, and we can say enter first number. And then we can also do the same thing and say num2 input enter second number. And then let's say op, which is the operator, input enter operator. So now that we have the 3 inputs, we're now going to use an if statement. So what is going to happen is, if the OP, which is the operator, is equal to addition, then we just want to basically add the first number and the second number. Then we're going to use an elif to get if it's subtraction or whatever. Then we're going to do according to the operator, the user's input. So let's say if OP is equals to plus, then if it's equals to plus, we're just going to print out num1 plus num2. So now let's just test that. So right here, let me say 2, 3, and I want to add. Now you see it says 23, which is very wrong. 2 plus 3 is supposed to be 5. Now the reason why it says 23 is because it still sees this as a string. If I overrun it, you see it says string, but it's meant to see it as an integer. So because it's a string, it's just concatenating it together, but we want it to be an integer so it can perform the normal operation. So we have to say int, then in that int we're gonna paste that back there, and we're gonna do the same thing for the second one, int and paste. Now when we run this, it should work. Enter first number, let me say 75, and second one should be 25, and I want to add. Now you see it gives me 100. It adds it up together. That is what we want to happen. So let's just do some adjustments, and let's say the addition is num1 plus num2. But now we want to check what if a user inputs subtraction. So if a user say subtract, then we just want to print the subtraction is num1 minus num2, but we must make sure to add this plus sign right here. But as we all know, we can't do this. We can't do the addition is num1 plus num2 because this is a string, this is a number, and then this is a string. So what we can do right now is to just put comma right here. Also we can just put comma. So let's test it out. If I say 17 and 20 and I want to subtract, it gives me the subtraction is 50, which is nice. And then let's do the same thing for multiplication. So we just say the multiplication is num1 times num2. So that's the basic arithmetic for multiplication. And then we're also going to do exactly the same thing for division. So if it's equals to divide, then we'll just print out the division is num1 divided by num2. So now this should work. Now when I run it and I say 60, 20, and I want to divide, you see now it gives me the division is 3.0. But if I do something like the absolute of this, oh no, so absolute of this, let me run it again. Now if I say 60 and 20 and I put divide, okay, still give me 3.0. I was expecting it to give me 3, but we're going to bypass that. So this is how to build a basic calculator using Python, using getting user inputs and then using if statements, if statement, elif statement. So let's add one more thing. So if the user doesn't input plus, minus, times or divide, what we want to just tell the user, that would be an else. We'll say print, and we can just say invalid operator. So let's test this out by running it. Let's say user says 60 or 90 this time, and 7, and the user now do something like $. It says invalid operator. But now let's run it again and test from beginning. So let's test for the addition. 90, 20 addition, it gives me 110. Now let's test for the subtraction. We have 50, we have 70. Let's subtract it. It gives me -20, which is the correct answer. And now let's test for the multiplication. We have 40, we have 4, and then we have multiplication. Now it says 160, which is correct. And then for the division also, we have 80, we have 5, we have division 16.0. Now everything is working fine. So I hope you understood what we did by building this basic calculator. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about try except in Python. So what this does is that it prevents an error. So most of the times when you're working in Python, you're going to get a lot of errors. You might do some things and then the program is going to throw an error or an exception. So most of the times this error just stops our program or scatter our program. If our program is running or doing a specific task, once an error comes up, the whole program is down. So to prevent this, we use the try except method. Now this is going to automatically get an error and then just print whatever we want to tell the user. Now for example, when we want to do an addition, we want the user to input an integer. But let's say the user inputs a boolean value or a string or something else. So instead of Python throwing an exception or throwing us an error, we can automatically tell the user that invalid input, that this is not a string or something like that. So let me show you how to do that in Python. So now let's say I have x is equals to input, let me first say integer to be specific, input, then we'll say input an integer, and then we print x. Now when I run this, once I input an integer, it prints x, it prints 7, the integer. Now let me run it again and input a string. Now you see that it gives me an error named value error, invalid literal for int. So it's saying hjk is not an integer. So we can just automatically get this error by ourselves and then tell the user, instead of Python throwing this exception which can stop our program. So for us to do this, what we want to do, we're going to say try like this, then all this is going to be in try, then after it we're going to say except, then we're just going to print value not an integer. So this try is saying try all this code, then if there is any exception at all, just print value not an integer, or we can just print something went wrong, because we don't know what might cause the exception. It might not be that a user inputted a string, it might be something else. So let's just say something went wrong, please try again. So now when I run this and I input team, now you see it says something went wrong, please try again. It didn't throw us this error like the last time. So that's how to basically use try except in Python. But it's more deep than this. We can use the except method for some specific type of exceptions. If I scroll up here, you are gonna see that this exception it gave us is called value error. Now we can say except there is a value error, then say this. This one I'm doing right here is just getting if there is any error at all. But let's be specific. Let's say if there is a value error. So now if there is a value error means the user inputted what we don't want. We're asking for a string and then input something else. Then now we can now say value not a string or not an integer. Now when I run this, I scroll down, I input something else. Now it says value not an integer, but it's getting for only this type of error. Now let me try to add another error intentionally. So let me try to concatenate with a name. So right here I'm trying to concatenate with a variable named name, but we didn't have any variable like that before, so it's gonna give me a name error. So when I run this, I input wrong. Now you see, like if you scroll up, it shows me name error. Name is not defined. So but if I just put only except and I run, it shows me name is not defined. So this is because we're trying to define something that is not, like a variable that is not there. So that error is from us, which we can pass something like this. But now we're trying to pass an error from the user. We're trying to make sure that the user doesn't input anything wrong. So now we say except value is not an integer. So I hope you get the basic concept of try except method in Python. Now we can also do something like, let's change this back to something went wrong. You can say something went wrong. Now when we say something went wrong, after this we can say else print nothing went wrong. Now what this else is doing is that after running this code, if there's anything that went wrong, you should do this. But if everything went fine, then you should say nothing went wrong. Now let's run this. It asks me for an integer, I input an integer. Now it prints out that integer and it says nothing went wrong. But if I run it again and input a string, now you see it says something went wrong, but it didn't say this. So this else is if everything is successful. If there's no error, then it's gonna say nothing went wrong. Then the last one I'm gonna show you is called finally. It's also a keyword. Now this is gonna run either there's an error or not. So I can just say try except finished. So whether there's an error or not, this is gonna print. I have 7, there's no error, it prints 7 and says try except finished. If I run it again and I print a string, so it says something went wrong, which is this, and it still says try except finish. So that's just saying that after everything, if there's a problem or not, just print that try except finished. Now we want to talk about reading files in Python. So sometimes when coding with Python, you might want to work with some external files, let's say like a text document or like a spreadsheet, like an Excel spreadsheet, or like an HTML file or any external file. So you want to know how to read and write that file. So let's put that to practice. First of all, let's create a new file right here and let's just name it something like, let me save this, and then I'm just gonna save it in the same place I saved this. So let me say all files. This I'm sure is located. Okay, first of all, let's cancel this and make sure we know where this is saved. Yeah, if I come here, yes, so I see where it is saved, project Django tutorial. Yeah, so now I can create a new file and then save it. So right here I can save it as something like countries.txt. So it's ready on .txt. I can just change it to all files. So in these countries, I want to have just a list of random countries. So I can say Ghana, I can say Mexico, I can say Morocco, let me say Spain. I don't have any spelling errors there. So Ghana, Mexico, Spain. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okay, let me add one more, say France. So I think that's okay. So now for us to read this file, we have to like import it into this our Python file. So it's very easy to do. What we just need to do is to say open countries, which is the file name, .txt. Now we need to make sure that this countries.txt is in the same folder as this app.py, so we can easily navigate to it. And then after saying this, the second parameter this is going to take is R. Now what this R means is we want to read on this file. So we want to only read this file. We don't want to edit anything on it. Then there's also something like W. Now W means we want to write on this file. We want to edit this file. And we also have R plus or A. This A means we want to append to the file. So we can't edit in the middle of the file or modify the file or make any changes. We just want to append to the ending of the file. And then we have one more called R plus. This means we want to do both reading and writing, so give us full capability. So that's what the R plus is for. But for this part, we're going to be working only with R. So we are opening this file, and most of the times we always want to save it in a variable. So let's just name a variable file or country file, and then it should be equals to this. So if we print, and anytime that we open a file, anytime we open a file, we always want to make sure that we close the file. So down here we can also say country file dot close. So this is to make sure that we're closing the file, and then in between those we can do anything we want with the file. So now I can just simply print count file. So first of all, I want to check if this file is readable, if I have access to read it. So I'm just gonna do is to say count file dot readable. Now this is just gonna return a boolean value, true or false. So let me run this. So now it says no such file in directory countries.txt. So let's make sure. So what we're going to do is to navigate into this folder and make sure we create that. So let's go there. I think I have it in right here. So this is in projects, okay, and then Django. So I think I have it right here, and then there is countries.txt, countries. So it says that we can't open, so it says no such file or directory. So what we just need to do is to do something like, let's add this, although this is not the reason why we're having this error. So when we run this, it still gives us that error. So the best thing to do is to just take the main directory to that and then paste it and then hit the slash like this. So now let's try to run it again. Now you see it says it gives us this error. Now the reason for this error is this slash right here. So we're just gonna change all this slash to /, and right here also, and then when we run it again, now you see it says true. So the reason we add that error is because right here it's always in a backward slash, but when you are using in Python it has to be in a /. So now we are successfully navigating to that countries.txt. So when we say print count file.readable, so we're asking it, do we have access to read this file? It says true. So if we don't have access, if we can't read it, it's going to tell us false. But now that it says true, then I think we are good to go. So now that we can read this file, what we just want to do is to print something like, we can say count file.read line. Now when I say this read line, is going to print the first line of this file, which is Ghana. So once I print this, you see now that it prints Ghana. And this is like a sequence. So if I print this file again, if I say print and I say count file.readline again, now what is going to print is the second line. And note that I didn't make any change, the same code, but when I run it, it prints Ghana and Mexico. So I can literally do this and just print everything I have in that file. But the most recommended way is to just say count file.print lines. Now print lines is going to print everything for you in a list. So it's going to print everything, all the old lines of you have in that file, and then store it in a list. And now we can just get, let's say, the first one. Let's say I want to get the first one. Now we have only Ghana. We can get the last one. Now you see we have France. So that's how to use the read lines function. And then we can also make it more cool by looping through this. So we can say for, we can change this to a for loop for files in count file.readlines like this. Then we want to print, we just basically want to print files. So now when I run it, you see it just basically print all the old lines in which I have. So the best way to call this is lines, not files. So lines. So when I run it again, same thing, it just prints all the lines I have. Once I come here and make some change, like let me say Ghana is a country in Africa, and then I save it. Once I run it, that change is automatically made. If I move up, you see right here the first line says Ghana is a country in Africa. So I hope you get the concept of reading files in Python. This is how you can read files, read it by lines, read it by text and stuff like that. Now let's move straight to the next part of this tutorial. In this part, we're going to be talking about writing files in Python. So in the last part, we talked about opening and reading files, reading external files in Python. But in this part, we're going to be talking about appending, let's say, some text to the file, or just writing the whole file again. So for us to write a file, right here, we need to change this R to W. So now when we change this R to W, let's just remove this, and then we can just say count file dot write, and then what we want to do is to just write the whole file. Now you can see that this is the file, but if I input something here now, like this is the new text, now when I run this, you see that nothing happens. But if I come in here, you see that it has been changed. Everything that was there was gone. So we wrote the whole file again. Now this might be useful. Let's say you want to write a new file. It's very useful. So the reason why it wrote everything again was because it was an existing file, so it overwrote, like it wrote on it. But this is mainly used for creating a new file. So let's say we want to have country. Now let me say this is the new country file. Now once I save it and run, if I come into this directory right here in my command, so I'm going to do cd, enter the directory. Okay, it doesn't go to that directory, but what this does is that it creates this new file called country.txt in that directory. So let's go there normally. So right here you see that we have a new file called country. Let's change it and just say new file. Now when I run it, let's remove this space. When I run it, you see nothing happens, but right here new file is created. Now that's how to create a new file and automatically write something inside it. So let's just Ctrl Z back to the countries we were using. So now I have this countries file. Let's say I want to append something to the bottom, like a new text. What I can just do is something like, when I want to append, I must make sure I change this W to A, and then right here what I'm just gonna do is to just say file.write, then this is a new line. Now when I run this, nothing happens in the terminal, but when I come here, it appends this is a new line to it. But you can see it joined it together. Now let's say I want to form a new line. I want this to be on line 2. I can just come here and I can say \n. Now this is automatically going to take it to a new line. When I run it again and come here, you see now that this is on a new line. So that is basically how to append in Python. Now you can do this for various types, for various file extension. As you know, we did this for the text document, which is .txt. You can even use a Python file to open a new Python file. Now let's put that in action. Now let's say we want to open a new file and name it new.py. And then in that new.py, I want to write. And then what do I want to write in it? So right here now, let me just scroll this. I can just easily write a Python code. I can say print this is a new file. So right here I just wrote a simple Python code, and then obviously we have to use the backslash before we can write a code. So right here I use this print this is a new file, and it's gonna be in this new.py. So now when I run this, you see now that we have a new.py file, and then I can just, when I come here, I can run new.py. You see now that it just simply prints out this is a new file, which was the command or the line we put in here. So it is also very important and very useful writing the new files in Python. Now we're going to be talking about classes and objects in Python. So I must say that Python is an object-oriented programming language. So this means that anything that deals with classes, objects, and things like that were classified as object-oriented. So classes is just like a feature in Python. Saying something like a function is a feature that Python has. Then classes is also a feature that Python has. But classes now is like a constructor of objects. So you might not understand what I'm saying now, but when I show you on the code, I'm sure you'll get it more easily. So a class is like a constructor of different objects. Under a class, we have various objects. So let's just go ahead and show how to do a class. So now if we want to code a class, we're just going to say class using a class keyword. Then we can say my class, and then under here we can say x equals to 5. Now we have this class. This is the class. The name of the class is my class, and then we have x, which is an object under this my class, and x equals to 5. Now we want to create an object. This is actually a value, or I can say an attribute under the class. Now let's say we want to create an object using this class. What we're just gonna do is to do something like p1, something like that, equals to my class. Then we initialize it. Then we can say print p1 dot x. Now this is gonna print 5. Because we're saying that p1 is equals to my class, which is this class. Then we're just saying print p1.x. Once I run this, it prints 5. So that's how to basically print you that. Now let's talk about the init function. All these things I just said, now those are the basic concepts of class, but we can basically use them in real life, let's say in real world things and real world projects. But the init function allows us to initialize different values in our class. Now, for example, we have this class. Let's say this class is named person. And then under that class, we're going to have a function. We're going to take 2 underscores in it, like that. Then it's going to have some parameters, self. Now this self is gonna be there, it's just there, that's the way it is. And then let's say it has name, which we are gonna put, and let's say it has age. And then so we put our column just like a normal function. So let's remove this, and then to determine the name, we'll say self dot name can be equals to name. And then we, oh my god, and then we can do the same thing for the age. Self.age is equals to age, just like that. And then let's just initialize it the way we did here. So p1 equals to person this time around, but now we have to give it this name and this age. So we'll say the name, we can say the name is John, and then the age is 87. Now once we print p1 dot name, you'll see that it gives us John. Okay, so now it says indentation error. So this is under this function, it's supposed to be indented. So let's run that again. Now you see that it prints John. We can also print p1.age, and then you are going to see that it prints 87. Now we can also make this allow user to input. So we can say name is equals to input, and we can say enter your name, and then we can say age is equals to input, in which we can say enter your age. And then once we have the name and age of the user stored, we can just replace it with this and say name and say age. Now when we run this, first of all it asks us for our name. Let's say Tim 89. Now it just prints Tim 89. So we can also use a class to do something like that. So classes are very broad in Python and it is very used in Python. But there are still some other object properties that we can do. Like let's say we want to delete a property from this, like we want to delete this age. So let's just remove this and then let's give it 13 John. Now let's say we want to delete this age from it. What we can just do is to just say del p1.age. Now once we delete p1.age, this is not going to have this age in it again. And then we can just even delete these objects in total by just saying delete p1. Once we run this is going to be deleted. If we try to print p1 after that, it won't work. Now it says p1 name not defined. That's because we've already deleted p1. There's nothing like that, so we can't print what is not there. And then we also have one feature we can use in the class. So right here, let's say we have a class that is named person, and for now we don't know what to put there. We don't know the values and we just want to continue coding. We can use something we call pass. So this pass allows us to bypass any error. So if we have like this class that is empty, we can just put pass for now, then we can come back to like add attribute. So once I put pass and I run this code, nothing happens. But if I just only put class person and I run, you see it's gonna give me an error. So this pass is just to bypass that error so we can continue with our code for the meanwhile. So I hope you get the concept of class and objects in Python. Now we're going to be talking about inheritance in Python. So inheritance simply means taking from an existing class and then getting all the methods and everything in there and then putting it in a new class. So you're going to understand what I mean in a bit. So let's say we have an existing class in this file named new.py. I just created this file. We actually created it earlier in this video. So let's have a class named student, and then let's say that name is equals to Tim, age is equals to 34, and then let's say gender is equals to male. Now we have this class here. We can easily import it by saying, we can say from new.py import student, which is this right here. So now we are importing student. So instead of saying from new.py, we can just say from new without adding py, the extension. It automatically gets that we are importing from this file. But before we can import, we need to make sure that this new and app are in the same directory. So let me just cancel this. We need to make sure they are in the same directory. So now I have this new class named person. What I just want to do is to just say this is student. So I'm getting everything from this student's class which we inherited, and I'm just putting in this person class. So I just put pass to avoid any error. Now I can say p1 is equals to person, and I can now say p1.name, or I can just say print p1.name. Now once I run this, you see it prints Tim all the way from new.py file, but you can see it's running app.py. So that is the basic concept of inheriting in Python. It inherits every single thing which we have in this class and then just bring it right in this class. So it's like a duplicate of that class, but not a duplicate because different names in different file. So it's called inheritance in Python. In this tutorial, I'm going to be talking to you about the Python interpreter or the Python shell. So the Python shell is an application that is automatically installed whenever you install Python on your computer. So let me just quickly open up my Python shell. So this is my Python shell right here. As you can see, IDL is shell. So let me show you how I open this up. You can just come here and just search for IDLE. If you have Python installed, it should automatically bring that out and just hit open. But since I already have this open, so the Python shell is just like a small environment where I can run and quickly test some Python code. Like everything we've learned in this tutorial, I can easily code them here. Like let me say print hope you are enjoying this tutorial. Now once I press enter, you see it prints that immediately. It automatically runs that code as I press enter. And we can also set like a variable here. You can say name is equals to Tim, and then we can now print name. But right here in the Python interpreter, we can also print the name without even writing print. If you just say name, it automatically prints it out. But that's only when you're just testing your code here in your Python shell. You can't do that in your main editor. Now we can do a lot of things like I'm sure we can use a for loop. Let me say for letter in Tim. Yeah, like that. Then I can just say print letter. Now you see it automatically prints Tim. I can do anything in here. I can even write a class, and I can say the class should be person, and then I can say name is equals to John, and then right here I can say p1 is equals to person, and then I can say p1 dot name. Now this is just gonna print me John. I can basically do everything I do in the code editor right here. I can have an if statement. Let me say if p1 dot name is equals to John, then print yes it is. So now it's gonna print yes it is because p1.name is obviously equals to John. And then we can also perform our basic arithmetic like 2 plus 3 gives us 5, 9 minus 0 gives us 9, and everything which we can do on the normal place. We can also define a function. Let's say we have a function to say I, and then let it pass a name, and let that name be a name, and then let's say print I name. Now let's say I, and let's give it John. Now you see it says I John. So almost everything which we can do in here, we can also do it in our main editor. It's just like the same thing, but it's not advisable to use this when building normal projects or stuff like that. This is just basically for testing and anything like that. So let's also try more things like try except. So try, let's say age should be equals to int of the inputs of enter age, and then let's close that. So we want that to be age, and then we just say except we must make sure we have the right indentation. So except it gives us an error because of the indentation, but we can basically do all this right here in our Python IDLE. That's what I want to show you. So sometimes you might run into all this error of indentation syntax because the indentation is not really obviously clear, just like the way it is right here in Visual Studio Code. So that's why it's recommended to use your normal editor and not basically an IDLE for editing. But I hope you get the concept of a Python shell. That's gonna be all about the Python interpreter. So now we're going to be creating a simple sign up and login system in Python. So we're going to be putting in everything we've learned in this tutorial and then building this simple program. So as you can see here, it says create your account. Now it says we should input username. I'm just going to input admin, and it says we should input password. I'm going to input admin as the password. Now it says user admin created successfully. Login now. So what this program does is that it creates this user. Obviously we're not dealing with real database, we're just storing this in variable. Once we run this program again, we have to create again. So it's just for practices. So once we create an account and it says user created successfully, it says login now. Now when we try to log in, if what we type is the same with this, then it automatically will be logged in. But if it's different, if our username is wrong or our password is wrong, then it will say invalid credentials. Now let me try to log in with normal, and I say admin. Now it says user logged in successfully. Let me run this again. Let me now create another one, admin again, admin. Now it says user admin created and it wants me to log in. If I now say admin, but the password and I add 2n and click enter, you see now it says invalid credentials. So this Python program we're going to build is going to get whether the password is right or the username is right or not. So let's go straight into that. So let's just quit this, come back here. We can also quit this. So what we want to do, we're going to take in 4 parameters. So the first one is going to be the username and the password for creating account, and the second and the third and fourth is going to be username and password for logging in. So let's do that. Let's say username will be equals to, so this is the first username for creating account, will be equals to an input, and we'll say enter username. And then for the password, we'll say the same thing, input, enter password, and then once the user has entered the username and password, we can just print to the user and simply say that your account has been created successfully. And then now we now have to tell the user to log in. So let's print again, login now. So now we want to have another variable which will be username 2 should be equals to input, enter username, and then the password for the login, password 2, input, enter password. So now we now have to check if this is equals to this. So we'll just simply say if username is equals to username 2, and password is equals to password 2. So this is an if statement saying this and this must be equivalent. That's why we use and. If we use or, it's going to be wrong, because if the username is correct and the password is wrong, it's still going to log the user in. So we want to make sure the two are correct, the two corresponds before we log in. So once it's correct, we can just say print logged in successfully. But if it's wrong, else we just want to print invalid credentials like this. So let's just come onto the top here and print something like create account now. Now this should work. Let's run it. Let's just, so we create a username. Let's just say Timmy, the password Timmy. Now your account has been created successfully. Log in now. Timmy and the password Timmy. Now it says logged in successfully. Let's run it again and try a wrong one. Now let's see HY. Now we now say the username is HY, but the password is UI. Now you see it says invalid credentials. So that's how to build that basic Python program using getting user input and if statement. I hope you understood what we did here. If you didn't, you can just go back in like 5 minutes ago and just watch from there. I'm sure you're gonna get it. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about modules in Python. So modules basically allows you to get the function, class, or everything present in another file. It allows you to implement it and use those same function in your own file or project. So modules is very versatile. It's very widely used in Python. Everybody use modules. So let's say I have this file named new.py. Now in here I have a function named sayI, and then that sayI function, I just want it to print I. Now I have this function in here. I can import this. I'll just say import new. Now this new is standing as a module for this my file. Now right here I can just simply say new.sayI. Once I say this and run this file, you see that it automatically says I. So that's how to use modules in Python. Now there are a lot of things we can do with modules, and modules are very versatile. So if you want to, like I wanted to use a function that says I, instead of coding it from scratch, there's possibility that someone out there already written that same function or similar to what you want to do and already has it as a module or a library in which you can get and implement. So now modules aren't just on your local laptop, on your local PC like this. Modules are hosted online. So Python has something we call PIP, which I'm going to talk more about in the next video, the next part. So all the modules are hosted online. Let's say you are looking for a module that wants you to just do a specific task, and you know that yes, of course, someone else would have done this. Then you can just go and search for that module or search around, research. Then you're going to see that module online. In the next part, I'm going to show you how to implement PIP and then install all those kind of modules on your computer. So in this part, I'm going to be introducing you to something we call PIP. Now PIP is used for installing external modules from the web to your local PC. Now as I explained in the last video what modules are, they basically allow you to get use function from another file or from another library. So PIP allows you to install a module from the internet to your laptop. Now if we go online and then we just search for something like Python modules, then we can just see, let's say, let's go to PYPI. So there's a site called PYPI. Now this is where all the Python modules, almost all the Python modules are being hosted. As you can see, 292,000 projects. So it's just basically saying 292,000 libraries or modules that are hosted on this site. Now you can see that each one has different tasks they do. Now see, this module is for Spotify recommendation. Let's search. Let's say we want a module like let's just go to the home page and then let's see what we want. So you can also see trending project, that's trending modules, a lot of different things. And then let's say we want to, let's go to browse, development of framework. Let's just click on this. So now this is the name of a module. Let me look for one that has a description. So Django Deep Serializer. Django is actually a web framework which allows you to build websites using Python. So this one is saying a Django Deep Serializer. So that's what this particular module does. So but how do we install this on our computer? We just type pip install Django Deep Serializer, the way it is being said here. Then how do we now, where do we run this command? If you're on a Mac, just open your terminal. But if you're on a Windows, open your command prompt and then just paste it there, pip install Django -deep serializer. Now if this is the library or module you want to use, you can just run this command line and then it's going to go ahead and install this module or this library on your local computer. Now you can see it says collecting Django Deep Serializer, then downloading Django Deep Serializer 0.1.3 and all those. So it's setting up all this. Yeah, so you see it says successfully installed Django Deep Serializer. Now I have this on my computer. Now I'm very sure that if I want to import this, I'm just going to look for how they said we can import it. Just gonna scroll down. Okay, they didn't mention that here because we are not running a Django project, so you don't need to understand what I'm saying for now about Django. But this is how to basically install a module or library using pip on your computer. Now that's what pip is basically about. And this pip, you don't need to, let's say, download pip externally. Once you install Python, pip automatically installs with it. That's why once you're installing Python, it's good if they ask if you want to install all components, it's good to always tick yes and then just add Python to path and just tick everything so that all these components will be installed when you want to use them later. So pip is automatically installed with Python. So if I come here and we just search for pip, you see it says let me say pip Python. Let me be specific. So pip Python is a package management system written in Python used to install and manage software packages. So as I said, pip is used for downloading, or in this case installing packages. So modules are also, you can also call them packages. So pip is the manager, is what downloads it and store it on your laptop or on your computer. So that's the basic concept you need to grasp about pip. So guys, that's gonna be all for this tutorial. I hope you learned something and enjoyed the video. Welcome to this Django crash course. The main purpose of this video is to introduce you to Django and show you all the concepts you need to start building your own project using Django. In this tutorial, we're not going to be building any full project, but what we're going to be doing is taking each Django concept step by step, using it in a practical use case, and then by the end of this video, you will know how to build your own project using Django. Now this tutorial is mainly focused for beginners because we're going to be starting from the basics up to the more complex stuff in Django. So a quick introduction to Django. Django is a Python web framework. This means that using Python, we can build web applications with Django. So without wasting any time, let's get straight into this video. This is a list of what we're going to be covering in this video. So let's get straight into introduction and installation of Django. Now the first thing we need to do is to install and set Django up on our computer. So I'm on a Windows, but if you're on a Mac or you're on a Linux, the installation process is quite similar, just only some differences in the command line. But I'm also going to say what you need to do if you're on a different OS from mine. So this is just the Django official site. But now before you need to install Django, before you can install Django, you need to have Python installed on your computer, because we're going to be using a Python package manager called PIP, and that PIP only comes when you have Python installed. And Django is a Python framework, so why not? So if you don't have Python installed, just go to Google, and then it's very easy. You can just search Python download, and then just click on the first website. Yeah, so you're going to see the latest version here, and you can just easily click on this to download it. Now when you download it, you're just going to install it like a normal application. So I'm not going to do that because I have that installed already on my own laptop. So if you don't have this installed, just come here, download it, and then everything is going to be fine. So now we can quit this tab. So now we have Python installed on our computer. What we just need to do next is to open up our command prompt. Now these are command prompts where we're going to be doing most of the server running, the installations, and everything we need to do in our Django project. So the first thing we want to do is to install Django. It's very easy. What we just need to type is pip install Django. Now this command line is going to install Django on our computer. So it's going to install Django on the system, so we can access it from anywhere. But I have Django installed already. So what it's going to tell me is requirement already satisfied. If you work with Python very well, you know that once you have a Python module or library or package installed, it's going to tell you requirement already satisfied. So as you can see, it says requirement already satisfied. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to close this and then just keep it like that. Now you can see that we have Django installed on our own computer, and the version that is going to install is the latest version. Now I'm not really sure if it's 3.2 or 3. But I know that we're on Django 3 or so right now, and that is what is going to install, the latest version. But let's say for a different project, for each Django project, you want to have some particular packages just for only that project, not for on your entire computer, or you want to have a different Django version just for a specific reason on each project. Now what we need to do is to create a virtual environment. Virtual environment, I'll see it like a little box where everything in your project is stored in. So it's just like a mini environment where you can access everything about your project. So the Django version of that particular project can be different. The whatever version you are using for any other package you're installing can be different. So it's just for that particular project. It's not going to be available in the whole computer. So for you to do that, you need to first of all install a virtual environment on your computer. Now there are countless virtual environments you can have. The one I use that I recommend is called Anaconda, but that also has its installation process, and that is mostly using Anaconda is using machine learning because of the packages that comes with it. But for this project, we're just going to stick with a very simple virtual environment, and this virtual environment is very easy. We are just going to install it on our command line right here. But if it's Anaconda, you have to download the application just like we did for Python and then install. So if you want to check that out, there are countless tutorial series on YouTube about it. You can check it out. But let's just install a virtual environment right here on our command line interface. And this virtual environment is called virtual env wrapper. So to install it, we'll say pip install virtual env wrapper, and then after doing this, we'll put an hyphen and then we'll say win. Now this command line is going to install it on our computer. So again, I have this installed, so it's going to tell me requirement already satisfied. But for you, it should say, you should go ahead and install it, or just say show the loading bar downloading or something like that. Now note that if you're on a Mac, when you are installing all these packages, you need to type pip3. So you can see that right here on the Windows, we type pip install, then we type the package name. But if you're on a Mac, you type pip3 install, then the package name. So that's just the main difference within the Windows and the Mac installation. So now that we have this virtual environment wrapper installed, let's now go ahead and create a virtual environment in for our Django project. So for us to do this, we're going to say mk, which is short form of make, then virtual env. So now when we say mk virtual env, then we're going to leave a space and then we'll put the name of the virtual environment. So you can give it any name. Let's say you are working with a project named Online Dictionary. That's your Django project. You can also give the virtual environment name as Online Dictionary. So just so that you can easily access it whenever you want. You can give it any name you like, but I just personally love giving it the name of my project. But now let's just give it a name of my app. So mkenv my app. Then we can hit enter. Now this is gonna create a virtual environment named my app. And then once it's done creating that particular virtual environment, what it's gonna do is automatically going to activate that environment. So this will take a few seconds. As you can see, we have this installed already. And then before we installed it, beside the directory of where we are, we didn't see anything yet. But after now, you can see we have my app. So this is showing you that it has created that virtual environment called my app, and it has activated it. So as I said, you remember I said that when we're using a virtual environment, it is like a different box from the old computer. But before we can access that box, or before we can access that small environment, we need to activate it. So now that we've activated this virtual environment, we can, anything we are doing in this particular command line is going to be in that virtual environment. So now I'm going to install Django. And when I install Django by saying pip install Django, notice that if you're on a Mac, you should say pip3 install Django. So now when I install Django and hit enter, it's not going to tell me requirement already satisfied again. And by now you should know the reason why. That's because we have Django installed on our computer, but we don't have it installed in this virtual environment, which is separate from what we have on our computer. So as you can see, it is installing Django again, which is, let's see if we have, okay, yeah, it's installing 3.2.2, the latest version. So that is the difference between your virtual environment and your normal computer environment, or whatever you want to call it. But as you can see right here, we add this environment. As we created the virtual environment, it automatically activated. So for you to know if you are in a virtual environment or if the environment is activated, you are going to see these brackets and then the name of the environment in it before the directory. So you know when you first open your terminal or your command line, the first thing you're going to see is the directory. But if you're in a virtual environment, you will first see the name of the virtual environment in brackets and then the directory. That should show you that you are in that virtual environment. But if we close this command line now, if we close this command prompt now and come back, you know we aren't going to see this my app again. So how will we now tap into that environment? How will we activate or enter that environment? So I'm also going to talk about that in a few minutes. So for now, you can see that we have Django installed in this environment. That's very good. Now, enough of virtual environments for a while. Let's move straight to Django. we have Django installed. The next thing we want to do is to create a Django project because we want to work with Django. Now Django has this command line which allows you to create a project, a new project. So first of all, you need to make sure that you are in the directory you want. Let me open my folder real quick. So this is my folder. This directory is what is in this command line. So you can see right here, project/Django tutorial. If I come here, you see that I'm in projects Django tutorial. So this command line that is opened in this directory. So anything I'm creating, if I'm creating a new Django project, is going to be created in this directory. Now I'm just going to say Django-admin start project, and then let's give it a name of my app. So, my app is okay, or my project. Let's just give it my project. So you can see now we have the virtual environment name my app, and then this is the command line that we are going to use to create a new Django project. So once I hit enter, and I'm just going to give it a few seconds, so you can see it didn't show anything here. But if I come back into this page, you see now that I have a new project named my project. So let me come back real quick. What we did was Django admin start project my project. Now this is going to allow us to create a new project. Django admin start project, then the name of the project after. So if you're working on, let's say, an online search engine and you want to name it Ging search or Tommy search or whatever you want to name it, so you can say Django admin start project, then online search engine or whatever you want to name your app. So that is how to create a simple Django project. Now if I press dir, I see that I have a new file, a new folder here. Let me opt into that folder, cd my project. So now I'm in that my project folder. If I press dir again, you can see I have manage.py and my project. So I'm going to explain all this. It might look confusing at first. I'm going to explain all this, I promise. So I'm just going to quickly explain how you can also do all these things in Mac. Now creating a new project is exactly the same thing. Just type Django-admin start project my project, exactly the same thing. And then right here when I press dir, what I did was to see all the files and folders in this particular directory. So if you're on a Mac, what you need to type is ls. Once you type ls, let me just quickly type it right here, ls. So this, if I click enter, is not recognized because I'm on a Windows, but if you're on a Mac, it's going to show you a list just like this of all the files and folders you have in that directory. And what I did was to go into that my project folder. Exactly the same thing with Mac. Just type cd my project. It's going to go in there. So now we have this. Let's quickly come back. Let me go into this project. What do we see here? We see a file named manage.py, and then we see a folder which is giving the name of our project, which is my project. Now let me open it and we see like a bunch of files here. Now I'm going to explain all of this, but before I do that, let's bring this our project into Visual Studio Code. So now we have talked about doing everything in the command line interface, creating the project, but what if we actually want to code? So we need a tool, an IDE, a code editor, whatever you want to call it. And the one I love using is Visual Studio Code. So you might want to use Atom, you might want to use PyCharm, you might want to use what else? We want to use Sublime Text, but I use Visual Studio Code. Anyone you want to use is fine, as long as you know how to use it. So now I have Visual Studio Code here. I'm just going to say, come here, click on File, and then I'm going to open up a new folder. I'm opening up a new folder. So it should be in Project, Django Tutorial, my project. So I want to open this folder up, select folder. That should take a few seconds. That's why I like Visual Studio Code, because it's really quick and lightweight compared to some other IDE. So this should open right now. Let's just give that a few seconds. And yeah. So as that is opening, let me quickly say something. So it has opened right there, but let me just close this. So remember that I said that what if we want to access this particular virtual environment? Let's say we close this command line interface and want to access this virtual environment. I'm going to show you how to do that in our Visual Studio Code. So let's just come here. So first of all, this is the files we get when we create a new Django project. This manage.py file, you don't want to touch it. Throughout your coding, throughout when you're building anything you're building, it is I personally, there might be some developers will manipulate this file, but normally as a beginner, even as an intermediate Django developer, you don't want to touch this file. There's nothing you want to do here. This file is just to allow us to do several things in our project, like run our project on the local host so we can see what we are building, migrate databases, and I don't want to get into details because you might not understand now, but you understand later. But for now, you don't want to touch this file. So let's just close that up. And then when we come into my project, we have an init file. Yes, this file is empty for now. There's nothing much to explain in this file. Let's just leave it like this. So we're still gonna use all these files later in this tutorial. So I'm just showing you like a boilerplate that Django brings up when we create a new file. So we're gonna use this ASGI. Yeah, it's an important one. We don't need much manipulation in this. It's just one line of code or something just to access some socket and stuff. So just leave that for now. And then this settings file is like the bedrock of your whole project. So if you do anything wrong in this settings file, it's going to affect your project. So we need this file. We need this file a lot. We're going to use it to, like this installed apps, we're going to do some things in it. We scroll down, we'll see where we have templates. This is empty for now. We're going to do some things in it, and then we keep going. Yeah, we're going to do a lot of things in this settings file. It's just the file that has all everything we need in our project. So all the configurations, any apps for installing, anything, all our databases is inside this file. We're going to configure it. So now we have this urls.py file. Now let me explain what this urls.py file does. This url.py file, what it does is we're going to come in here and then we're going to specify all the URLs we want in our project. So for example, let's say we have a website named www.codewithtommy.ml. Now we have that website. When a user just comes to codewithtommy.ml, what page do we want to open? Is here we're going to specify it. But what if a user goes into codewithtommy.ml/newsletter or /blog post or something? Now slash is another web page, another URL. Is here we're going to specify it. Is here we're going to configure each URL we have in our project. So we're also going to go talk about that later in this course. And then this WSGI, yeah, it's kind of similar to the ASGI, but for now we're going to leave this. So right, we have all this. Now what I want to do, I actually love working in this command prompt, but what I want to do now, first of all, I want to deactivate this virtual environment. So it's very easy. All I just need to do is type deactivate. Now you can see we're not in that virtual environment again, but now I'm away from that virtual environment. How can I access it back? Let's come into VS Code. In VS Code, we can have our terminal, our small terminal right here. So we don't need to jump back to command prompts every time we need to do something. So right here, you'll see that we have this terminal. I'm just going to give it a few seconds to load up. That shouldn't take long. So right here in this terminal, we're going, yeah, this is it. We're going to access our project. Is ready in this our project directory. Now let's say we want to go into that virtual environment. Very, very easy. What we just need to do is to say work on. Let's remove this. And then we'll say the name of the virtual environment. The name of the virtual environment was my app. Now, normally we should have something like this right here, but it's not here. So let's come into our command prompt and say work on my app. So right here you can see that it brings out the virtual environment back. That's showing that we are in this virtual environment. So in VS Code, it is supposed to do the same thing, but I'm sure that is because it's using maybe another type of command line interface or something else. But yeah, that's going to be a minor problem. We can just overlook that. But this is how we can deactivate from a virtual environment and go back into that virtual environment. It's very easy. So let me just quit this. Now, what we did was we created a new Django project. We installed Django. We talked about virtual environment. I explained all the files, all these files which was created when we created a Django project. I explained the command line interface. We've done a lot to introduce Django. So now I'm sure you should at least have a grasp or just understand what Django is about, and now we can start working with it. So now that we have our Django project created, what I want to talk about is the Django app. Now this might sound funny, but there is a difference between your Django project and your Django app. I'm going to explain it using a popular site. Now the Django apps are like subsets of the main project. We have this project created right here. Inside this project, we can have multiple Django apps. So they're like subsets of a particular app. But why will we use a Django app when we just already have our project right here? Now let me use, for example, like Instagram.com to explain. So we have Instagram. In Instagram, you know that we have different sections. We have the feed, the photo feed. We have the marketplace. We have the direct messages. We have the story and plenty other things. So Instagram might be the main project. Just if we are using Django for this example, let's say Instagram is the main project. Then where we have the direct messages, that can be a particular app, another app just for only that direct messages. We can have another app for the marketplace. We can have another app for the reels. We can have another app for the stories. We can have another app just for the photo feed. Now each app can just have a particular function it's doing. Now in most projects, you won't have too much apps. You might just have one project and one app. With the projects I've been doing, that's what I have. But if you like have a very big project that you want to do that will require plenty of apps, there is no problem doing that. So that's what apps are in Django. There's the main project and they are the subsets of that project, which are apps for different features. You can also have one app, one project and one app, and in that app you can just have multiple features here. That is also totally fine. It depends on how you just want to arrange your project. But one project and one app at least. So, but how will we create our Django app? Very easy, just like we created the Django project. First of all, we need to make sure that we are in that environment and then that we are in the directory of our project, the root directory. Now, when I say root directory, what I mean is the directory which contains the manage.py file. That is the root directory of this Django project. So we can confirm if we're in the root directory by saying dir. So we see manage.py. This tells us that yeah, you're in the root directory. Now to create an app, that's when we use this manage.py. Earlier I explained that this manage.py, we don't really want to code anything inside it, but we use the file a lot for different things. Now, creating an app is one of the times we use that manage.py file. We'll just say Python manage.py start app, and then we can name this my app since we have my project, and we can just name it my app. And then when we hit enter, it's not going to give us a response right here on the command line interface. But if we go into our Visual Studio Code, if I come here, you see now that I have a new folder named my app, and under here I have another folder and a bunch of files. So let me just quickly go around and explain this. So this init, we really don't do much inside this. It's just for the migrations for the models. You're going to understand that later. Now this admin.py, Django has this built-in admin interface which allows you to control your site or maintain your site. You view all the databases, everything you need to know about your site. and this admin.py file is where we register some database we want to put in there and some other things we want to do. And then this apps.py file, we also use it but not too much, but let's just keep that. And then this models.py file is the file where we create all our database. Now, dealing with database in Django is quite different because we don't need to write a single line of SQL code. I'm also going to explain that later in this course, and that's what the models.py file is for. The tests, we use it in some cases but not all times, so it's not frequently used. And this views.py is where all the main thing happen. So we're going to look at this views.py in this video. This is where we're going to start from. So now let me just quit this, and now I have all of this. Now let's say we want to start with the URLs configuration. Now the URLs configuration, when I say that, what I mean, as I explained earlier, I said is, let's say you have a project and then each link, let's say you have a website like youtube.com, then each particular link is a different URL. So that's what the URLs configuration is about. You're going to understand that in a bit. So what we just want to do now is to configure URLs. Let me just make this more understandable. So we have this djangoproject.com website. If I click on overview or I click on download, let me come here and click on download. Now you see I have djangoproject.com/download. This /download is another URL. This djangoproject.com, the main one, is the main URL. That's the URL what the user should see when he enters our site. And we have /download is another URL. We have to configure all of these inside our Django project. That is what is called URL routing or URL mapping or URL configuration. You can call it anything. So to start with this, we're just going to come into my app, and then in my app we won't have a URLs file, so we're going to create a new file and name it urls.py. And we need to import something from Django called path. So say from django.urls import path. Now this path is going to allow us to add multiple URLs in a list. So we need to have a new list called URL patterns, and this list is going to take all the URL we have in our project. So we can say path. This is how we specify a new URL, and then I just have two, I think those are called the codes or whatever they are called. And then now let's say views.index. I'm going to explain all of this, and the name equals to index. So we imported path from django.urls. That is what allows us to configure each URL. You can see we are using the path that we imported, and then we just have a new list named URL patterns. And then we have multiple, like if we want another URL, we can just add a new URL like that. That is to show that it's a list. Now we use path and we open a parenthesis, and then we have this empty quote, or I think. Then when it's empty, that means that is the root URL. Let's say we have something like /download. /download now means that when a user goes to our website /download, then this is what should happen. So but for now, when it's empty, it means just the main site, the main project. But if we say /download, it means our site /download. So for now, this is just the main site. And then views.index. So the way URL works in Django is that in this urls.py file, we configure the URLs, but when a user comes to this particular URL, what should happen? Now that is going to be done in the views.index. We might render an HTML file. We can just send an HTTP response, a JSON response. We can do anything. So that is going to happen in the views. But before we can use that views, we need to import it. So we can say from, let's import, just make sure that's correct, import views. So now that we have views imported, we can say views.index. What does this index mean? It means a function. So these views we imported is basically just this views.py file here. When I come here, I'll have a new function named index. Let's take a request. I'm also going to explain all of this, and then I can pass for now. So right here I have a function named index. So whatever we do in this function is what is going to be assigned to this particular URL. So this is the way it works. A user comes to this URL, and then it sees that it needs to go into views and look for a function or a class or whatever called index, and then whatever is done in that index is what is going to be rendered to the user. And then we're just going to use name. You can make this name anything. You can name it index or home, but it's advisable to name it the same thing you are naming that particular URL, so you don't get confused or stuck or just get some kind of errors. So this name is just to give this like a kind of ID. It's just the name. So later you are going to see why we give a name, but for now we leave it like that. So let's save this file. So as I said, once the user comes to the home, it's going to go into views.index, and then whatever we do in this index is what is going to be rendered. Now, what we just want to do, since whatever is done here is what is going to be rendered, let's do something. Let's return something. And we can just return an HTTP response. So before we can do that, we have to import it from Django. So from Django.http import HTTP response, and now we say return HTTP response, and then this HTTP response is gonna be can be like just an HTML tag like an h1, and then you can say hey welcome, and then we can close that h1. So we are just having a simple HTML code inside this. Now if I run my project, I'm also going to show you how to run your Django project. If I run my project, you are going to see that we don't have anything. So let's first of all run our project before we continue. Let's come back into our command line and say python manage.py run server. Now remember I said we're going to use manage.py file a lot in our command line. So for us to run our project on our local host so we can see what we are building, we need to press python manage.py run server. I'm going to hit enter, and then you are going to see what's going to happen. It's going to run our project in localhost with a port of 8000. So we just need to copy this and come into our browser and then just paste it. So let's just wait for that to load. So you can see what it shows us. What it shows us right here is the default Django template of a new project. So when you create a new project and you just run it, this is what you are gonna see. But obviously we don't want to see this. What we want to see is our own website, our own template, our own HTML file, our own response, whatever we want to do. So now let's come back to Visual Studio Code. But we've done everything here. We've said that when a user comes into the home page, you should go to the view.index, and in the view.index we're just sending an HTTP response which is a welcome. So this here is supposed to show a welcome. Why not? Now this is because everything we've been doing since has been inside this app, this my app. But remember I said my app is just a subset of the main project. We also need to tell the main project where to look for the home URL. So that is how it's gonna see it. So what we're just gonna do is to come into my project, and right here in urls.py we're gonna first of all import something named include. So from django.urls import path, and from django.urls we can also import include. Now this is going to allow us to include a similar URL from an app. So I'm going to say path, just like we're making another URL, the same thing. But right here now we're not saying views.anything. Since we've already configured that in the app, we're just going to say include my app.urls. So if you know Python very well, you should kind of understand what this is doing here. What it's doing is that is including my app.urls. So it's going to go into my app right here .urls, which is this URL file, and it's going to look for a similar URL to this. So anywhere where they see this home, what is being done there is what is going to be rendered. So now we can quit this. Now if we come back here and hit refresh, you're gonna see now that we have a welcome. We don't have that default Django template again. What we have now is this particular HTTP response. So that is basically how to do a basic URL routing. Now there is more to this URL routing that we're going to talk about later in this course. This is how to just basically do a simple URL routing in Django. Till this point, we have seen how to get rid of the Django default templates for when we just create a new Django project. That's template that's going to show. We've seen how to get rid of that and input our own response. So as you can see right here, it just says hey welcome. That was what we did right here in Visual Studio Code. We just returned a simple HTTP response with an h1 HTML tag saying hey welcome. But now we want more than this. We can't code all our HTML in here. We can put all our p tags, all our forms. If you know HTML very well, you know what I'm talking about. We can't type everything in here. We want to have our own external HTML file, which we want to render when a user wants to access this index page. Now that is easy. Django is quite easy. What we just need to do, we need to configure Django to be able to see our HTML files, to be able to see our template files, or to be able to locate those files. That's the right word. So when we request for, let's say, index.html, Django knows where to locate that file and then it renders it. Let's do that quickly. Let's close this up. We can close this up also. So right here in our root directory, remember I said the root directory of a Django project is the directory which contains the money.py file. Right here, we're gonna create a new folder. Now this folder is gonna be called template, and in this folder we're gonna store all our template file. That is all the HTML files we're gonna use in this project. But if I just store my template file right here and I come here and I say, okay, Django show index.html. We just created a template file, but we didn't tell Django that this is where it has to look for index.html or whatever template file we are using. So we need to tell Django that, and we're going to do that by using this settings.py file in our project folder. So we're going to have to open settings.py, and then we're going to scroll up, and then we're going to come, let's just make this full screen. Right here where we see templates, this is the configuration for the template. I'm going to look for where we see ders. So this ders is short form of directory. So we're saying which directory should Django go into to look for the template file. So it is very easy. Since we already have the template folder here, we're just going to say base there, comma, and then we're going to say template. Now this template must be the name of this folder. So what we're saying is that it should go into the base directory, which is also the root directory, and look for a folder named templates. Now let's say we name this template without an S. We also need to come here and remove that S and name it template. So whatever you put here must correlate with whatever is the name of the folder. Now we can just save this. Now Django knows where to look for our template files. Let's just close this up. What we just want to do now is to go into that template folder and create a new file named index.html. So in this index.html, we can have our h1 now with a normal HTML file, in a normal HTML file, and then we can just say, let's say, how are you doing today? So in our views now, we don't want to be returning this HTTP response. What we want to do is to render this HTML template. Django knows where to look for the templates. Everything is simplified now. We can remove this HTTP response and say return render. It's taking a request, and then we just put index.html, which is the name of the file we're trying to render, which is right here. So we have our function name index, which is having a request. Now what it returns is that it's rendering index.html. Now let's save this file, and then we come in here and then we hit refresh. So this should change. Let's go back. So it hasn't changed right yet. Let's see why. Let's come here and make sure. Let's break out of the server and then let's run it again. So let's give that a minute to run, and then let's come here and hit refresh. So you can see now it says, how are you doing today? So this shows that it is coming from our index.html file, not from an HTTP response. Now the reason why it didn't load before, I'm sure that it has been cached or something. So when we opt out of that Django, or when we close the server and we started it again, it reloaded. So sometimes you might need to do that. So you see now it says, how are you doing today? We can just have an image in here, save it. We have that saved, and we can hit refresh, and then you can see that that image loaded. So it's typical HTML. So we can close all this now. So now you've seen how to render an HTML template or template file in a Django URL. So up to this point, you should start to understand how to work with Django, how to create a new project. You should know the difference between a Django project and a Django app. You should know how to go about the URL configurations. You should know how to set your views, functions. Then you should understand the Django template rendering. Now we want to talk about sending dynamic data to your template file. Now I'm going to explain what I mean by this. Let me come into my Visual Studio Code. Right here, I just have the plain text named "How are you doing?" Let me explain the difference between static and dynamic. Now when something is static, it means it is the same. But when something is dynamic, it means it changes to a particular, let's say, to a particular function or whatever is given. I'm gonna explain this more when we're doing the practical things. Now this "how are you doing," it is static. It's just a static text right there. Now we say that because if I reload this page, is there. It is not changing. It's just there because that's what I gave it. When something is dynamic, it might be like a variable. It's different for each user. So just like when you come into facebook.com, you see your name. They can say "welcome Tom," if that's your name. And then if someone named John log in, you'll see "welcome John." Or when you go to Facebook and you see your news feed, you will see news feed of your own friends, not another person's friends. Or there are countless ways you can think of it. So that is what dynamic stuff is. Now that happens because of it is actually the same page, like the same HTML file or the same whatever, the same code, but it's different for each user. And that is what we mean by dynamic, when something is not the same for everybody. So we're going to talk about sending dynamic data to our template file. What I mean is, in Django, because Django is a backend framework, we implemented some programming functionalities in the HTML. Some things like variables, something like if statements, some things like for loops. We're able to code that in HTML using some particular language. Is a template language called Ginger. I'm going to talk about that later. For now, how will I send this, whatever I call it, this dynamic data to my file? What I just need to do, let's say here I have a variable called name. Let me just say this name is John. Right here, I can say "welcome John." Let me just say John and save it. Hit refresh. "Welcome John." So this is static because it's John. If another person named Tim login, it's gonna say John. If someone else named Rose login, it's gonna say John. But if we come here now, let's change this name to like Patrick. I can send this variable into my index.html file and I can access it from here. I can do this by just coming after the index.html. We just have the curly braces, and then the name of the variable will be name, and then we're giving it this name variable which we have here. So this is like the key and value. It's like a dictionary. So this is the key, this is the value. Now I'm going to be able to access this variable because of this key in my index.html. If I come here now, instead of saying John, to access that, I'm going to use the curly braces twice, and I'm going to say name. If I save it right here now, so as you can see now, it says welcome Patrick. Now this Patrick is coming from our backend. It's not coming just as a plain text right here. We are saying name, but what is printing there is Patrick. That is because that is what we assigned it right here. Now this can be different for everybody. When we go further, you're going to see how we're going to use user authentication to have each user to have their own data. Now let's say this data is coming from a database. Let's say we log a user in, and then we get this name, and let's say it will be something like user.name. Let's remove this, and something like user.name. So now this name is giving a value of user.name, which is now coming from the database. So it will be different for every single person. So if it's John that logs in, to say John. If it's Tim that logs in, it's Tim that will be sent into the front end. And that's how we send dynamic data using Django, in Django. But now we can also make this more formatted. Like let's say we have multiple, it's not a good practice to come in and do comma and say age and then give it. No, that you can also do that, but that's not a good practice. So we can just have something we call context that is popularly used in Django, and this context is going to be a dictionary. In this dictionary, we're going to just have all the fields we want to pass. Let's say name, and then we'll just give it Patrick, and then let's say age, we can give it 23, nationality, we can say British, and then we can just continue like that. Is basically a dictionary. And then if we want to pass this into the HTML, we don't need these curly braces again. We can just say context. Now this context is being sent to this index.html file. If we come here now and we say name, it's gonna print the name that is in here, which is still Patrick. So that didn't change. We say welcome Patrick, and then let's just give it a break, and then we can say you are age years old. So now let's hit refresh, and you see it says you are 23 years old, which is the variable age coming from the views file. We can also use that nationality and say you are, then we just give it the nationality, and you come here and hit refresh, and it says you are British. So this is just how to manipulate the data. As you can see, different data coming from the backend, coming from the views. Now later, well, I'm going to show you how to get all this from database, not just you typing dummy data or static data. Now I hope you understand and you get the concept of sending dynamic values from your views to your template file in Django. Now we're going to take some of the features we've learned in the previous parts, and then with some new features, and then we're going to use it to build a very simple word counter in Django. So it's just a very small project in which a user is going to be able to put a couple of words there, or like a sentence or an article, and then once the user hits submit, it's going to show the user the amount of words that are present in that bunch of text. So let's do that. The first thing we need to do, let's quickly come to our server, which is running right here. So we want to have like a form right here, which a user will be able to put all the text in, and then we should have a submit button beneath it. So let's do that first of all. So right here in VS Code, we can get rid of all these right now, and then let's just have a form. We can just leave it blank for now. Okay, so in this form, let's have a text area, and let's give it a name. Of, let's say, text. That should be fine. And then let's have a submit button. The type should be submit. But yeah, we can have a break. So now let's save this and hit refresh right here. So this is just what we have. Now let's see if we can add something like rows, and then let's say 10, just to give it longer. I think there's something like columns, columns. Let's give it 10 also. We hit refresh. Okay, so let's make this like 25. We hit refresh. Good. So let's just make this a little bit bigger, like double of it, 50. Let's see. Okay, so I think this is good. And then right here, we're not really specific about the design, we just want to know how to add the backend functionalities. So let's come up here above the form and write, let's have an H1 which just says input your text below. So now this is our form. Let's hit refresh and just see. Good. So this is our form right here, and then this form, let's give it a method. If you know HTML, you know that there are two methods when you are submitting a form, which is the get and the post. So we're going to leave this blank for now, and we're still going to talk more about get and post method when you're dealing in Django. So we're going to talk about that later, but for now we're going to leave this blank. So what we want to do now is that once the user put the text here and hit submit, note the URL. We're still in this URL, this page, and then it just passes some data, everything which was written in this place. When I hit submit, you see now that is passed into the URL and is saved in like this variable or this key named text. And the reason why it's saved in text is because we gave it a name here of text. If we give it a name of words and we come here and hit refresh, I will say, hi, how are you doing? And then we come here and hit submit. You see now it's saved in a variable or a key of submit with all these values. So now that all these things are being passed to the URL, it's very easy for us to now get all these values in the backend. So let me explain what we're gonna do. So once the user hits submit, we want to send it to another URL. Right here, you can see that it's just sending it back to this home page. But we're gonna create another URL, maybe like a counter, maybe like /counter. That URL is gonna count the amount of words, and then it's gonna send it back to the template file and then showcase the amount of words for us. So it's gonna make sense in a bit. Let's just do that. So first of all, we're supposed to have an action. Action is where we want all this data to send to. So now we don't really have any other URL. Let's go and create that. So right here in urls.py, let's have another URL, and then we can just name this counter, and then let's say views.counter, and then let's give it a name of counter. Now you know that we said views.counter, but if we come into our views, we don't have any function there named counter. So let's go create that. So right here, we just want to have a new function named counter, and then we want it to take a request. Now we can also return render a request, and then we want to have, just the way we have index.html for this page, we want to have another HTML file for this counter. Let's come here and just create a new file and name it counter.html. So that is blank for now. Let's leave it blank. Now we can render this counter.html, and then we can leave that for now. So we don't need all of these again. Let's get rid of that. So now what we want to do is that we want this action to go to counter. It's very easy. What we're just going to do in action, we just put the name of the URL, which is counter. So now once we hit submit, it takes all this data to this counter view. Now let's go test that out. We come here and hit refresh. Okay, no, not that. Like this, and then hey, what's up? Then we hit submit. Now you see it goes to /counter with these words and say, hey, what's up? Now that this counter has this particular data, this URL can get that data. So for us to get this data, we're going to come into views. We're going to have a new variable, and let's just name this new variable like words. And then for us to get it, we'll say request dot get. We're getting words. I'm going to explain all this. So what we're just doing now is setting a new variable, and then we're saying request dot get. So we want to send a request to whatever is being passed to this particular view, and then we want to get it. So, and then what we want to get is these words. Now if we come into the index.html, we are going to see that we are sending this particular data into this counter, and in this counter we're getting that data. So request.get words. Why we have this word is because it is the name we gave the particular text collector, like the text area which collected that data. This is a name assigned to it. Now if we change this to text, what we want to be here now should be text. So let's just change it to text because that looks more, that makes more sense. Now you see that what we are collecting here should be the same with what is here. So because that's a name assigned to it. If we change this to like text, now this can't, when we try to collect data from it, it doesn't see any form with the name of text, so it's not going to collect any data. When we give it text, it's going to collect that data. So what we can just do now, since we already have that data, we've collected that data and stored it in this variable named text. So what's going on now, let's go back to the home page. We just write some stuffs, and then we hit submit. Now we collected that data, and then this data A and whatever is after it is now stored in this variable named text. So you know, in Python there's a way we can count the amount of words present in a text. So let me quickly open up my command prompt here and show you what I'm talking about, then we'll come back here. So let me open my Python shell real quick, and then let's say I have a variable named text and it has a sentence named hey, how are you doing? So you can see now that this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words in it. Now we can count this by, let's say we can just print it straight and say length of text dot split. So what this is doing is that we're just printing the length of text.split. Text.split means get each word present in this text. So once it splits everything into one different value, then it's going to count the amount that is in there. If I hit enter now, let's do that again. Okay, so that is because I didn't close the print function. So let's just get out of there, and then one more. So now you can see that we have 5. So that was because this print is for this closes, and this length is for this, and then this is for this. So we need to add one more, and that's where the shell works. So now you see that it prints 5. That's because we have 5 words here. So that's exactly the same thing we're going to be doing right here in our project. Since we already have what the user wrote stored in this variable, we're just going to have a new variable. I'll say amount of words. We can name it like that, and then the amount of words will be the length of text.split, like this. So now we have the amount of words present in what the user wrote, and we stored it in this variable named amount of words. What we can just do now is to send this amount of words straight into this counter.html. Very easy. Just have a key and a value. We'll say, don't let us write amount of words, so let's just say amount, and then we want to give it amount of words. Very easy. We've saved that, and then now we can say the amount of words is, and then what is the key? The key is amount. So this is the key, this is the value, and then we use the key to get it. So the amount of words is this. Now let's go back, and now let's write full text that makes sense. So say A. Are you good? I hope you are doing well. So let's count this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we hit submit, and it says the amount of words is 10. So you can see now that it says the amount of words is 10. That's exactly what we want to happen. So let's just come here and just give this like an H1. Okay, copy, save. Let's hit refresh. Now you see it says the amount of words is 10. So let's just go back and add something to it. Let's remove this, and now we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. With submit, it says the amount of words is 4. So now you can see, as we're starting to turn all these our features and all these our Django stuff that we're learning into project. So you can see now we just built a simple text counter. It counts all the text. Now this can also be very useful. You might see it as just a simple project, but sometimes you can build it for personal use if you have like a blog post. So let me just open up a blog post, and then you can copy all the text and then just paste it in it. So let's just take something from here, and then we can just copy all of this straight. Okay, there's a bunch of code there, but you get what I'm talking about. And then we come here and paste it in it, and then we hit submit, and it counts it for 328 words. So you can see that it's also very useful sometimes if you just need it. So right now we've done this. So but there's something I want to talk about more. If I hit submit, you'll see that everything that we wrote in that text area, in that text box, is being sent into the URL, and it's quite lengthy. So as you can see, a lot. That's a lot, and that's the reason why we're able to access it. But what if we don't want all this to be in the URL? What if we just want it to be /counter, and it's still gonna be able to count this text without having all this in the URL like this? Without having this, we just want this, and then want to be able to count it. So we're also going to talk about that more in the next part. Now let's talk about get and post requests. So in the last part, we built this simple word counter where we'll be able to put a bunch of text, and then once we hit submit, it counts that text for us. But you're going to notice that all the text in which we submitted is being passed in this URL. Now let me explain why all this happens. If we come back to our code right here in our form, you're going to see that when we specified method, we left it blank. So this method is for you to know the type of request you are using, the type of method you are using in this form. So it's either a get method or a post method. Those are the two types that are being used. And a get method are mostly used whenever we are not passing any personal information or any very safe information, because as I said, it is being shown in the URL. But if we are using a post method, this happens when we use a post method. The information in which we are sending is not going to be shown in the URL. Now this is mostly used because if we're using a get method, let's say for when a user wants to sign up to a website, we don't want to pass the username and the password right here in the URL. That won't make sense. Or a user wants to pay online with his credit card, we don't want to put the credit card details in the URL. That's why we use post method, because that is more safe and it prevents some attacks on our website. So right here, as you can see, it was blank. I didn't specify any method. So when I leave it blank like this, in a default, automatically it uses a get method. So if I don't put any method right here, or I just put a method and don't specify it, it automatically uses a get method. So I can also come here and just type get, that is still a get method, or I leave it blank, it's still a get method. But if now I want to use a post method, I need to put that yeah, it's post I want to use. So I'm going to put post. So now we're just going to build this word counter again, but now using this post method, so you get the concept of post. So now I change this to post method. Let me save this. And then let's go back here and hit refresh. So now we've put a bunch of text in it and hit submit. Yeah, so right here we have this error. Now it says forbidden CSRF token verification field, request aborted. Now this happens because, as I said, a post method is used for more personal information, and anytime we're using a post method, Django expects us to use something we call CSRF token. Now CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. So it's like an attack. Now when you are passing data through URLs, an hacker or someone that has bad intention on your site can tap into those and get those information. But using this CSRF token, Django provides a default CSRF token which allows us to prevent that attack. So let's just quickly look it up, CSRF token. So this is gonna come up. As you can see, CSRF token is a unique, secret, unpredictable value that is generated by the server-side application and transmitted. So this is just a boring definition of it, but that is what the CSRF token does. It prevents that. So let's open up the CSRF. Yes, CSRF attack. So let's search attack. Yep. So in a CSRF attack, an innocent user is tricked by an attacker into submitting a web request that they did not intend. So it's like stealing information. But when we use CSRF token, it prevents that. So I hope you get what that is for. So if we don't use CSRF token in Django, it won't allow our form to work. So we need to add that. So it's very easy, just a line of code. All we just need to do is to put 2 curly braces, 2 percentage signs, and type CSRF underscore token. Now when this is done, everything is fine. If we go back, let's hit refresh, let's put some this in it, and then we click submit. I'm very sure an error is still gonna come up. Yeah, so it says multi-value the error at /counter. So we have an error, but now it's not because of our post request. We've covered everything for this. So this is how to do your post method. But why we're getting this error is because right here in our views.py, you're gonna see that we will say, when we want to get what the user sent, we say request.get. But now we are using post, so we also need to do that and just say request.post. It's that easy. Now let's just go back fresh. Let's wait for that to reload. Let's come back. Okay, our page is running. Let's hit refresh, and now we typed 3. Now let's hit submit. It says the amount of words is 3, and then our URL is completely clear. We don't have any information being passed in our URL. So the post method is very, very useful whenever we are dealing with some more safe and secure information. So I hope you understood the difference between a get and a post request or post method. Let's talk about static files in Django. Now, when we say static files in Django, what we're talking about is any external file that you use in your template file. Now, template files are the HTML file we use in Django. So this index.html is a template file. This is a template file. Now, any external file we use is our static files. Like if we have an external CSS file that is linking to this HTML file, that is a static file. If we have an image, if we have an external video, all those are static files. So just the way we configured for the template file, remember earlier in this tutorial, we had to go to the settings of this project and we had to tell Django where all these template files are located. Now we have to do the same thing for static file. Let me close this up. Let me close all of this. Now let's say we want to add an external CSS to this page. Now let me just remove this form. We don't need it again. And let me say, hey, welcome to my project. Now let's say we want to add an external CSS to this particular file, and then we want that CSS to be linked to it. You know, in normal HTML, we just need to do is just have our link tag, and then we just specify where the CSS file is located. But in Django, it's quite a bit different. Just the way we stored all the template files in a folder named template, we need to store all the static files in a folder named static. Now let's do that. We create a new folder and we'll say static. Now this static file, as I said, is going to contain all the external files we need. But now we need to tell Django where to locate all the static files. And then we're also going to do it in the settings.py file. That's why I said earlier in this video that the settings.py file is like the bedrock of the whole project. It is very useful. So what we're just going to do now is to come right into my project and then go to settings.py. So this was where we configure for the template. But for the static files, we're going to configure it down here. But before we come down, we have to go up first of all, and then right here we need to import something we call OS. So let's type import OS. Now what this OS does is that it gets a specific the operating system of which we are coding on. Like OS stands for operating system, so this gets either on a Windows or on a Mac or whatever we are on. So now that we have imported OS, what we just want to do is go down, and right below static URL we can have something we call static files there. So we'll say static files underscore theirs with an S. I'm gonna say equals to, we open a bracket and say os the path the join, and then we open another bracket and then we'll say base there, and then we just leave like a comma. We'll say static, and then right here we also leave a comma. So what this is doing is that from our OS is going to the base directory, which is also the root directory of this project. So when I say the base there, I mean the roots there. So right here is the base directory. The folder that contains the manage.py file is the base directory, and then it's going to the folder where we have static. So right here is that folder. Now we have that set up. In that folder now, we can create a new file and name it style.css. So now we have this called style.css. Let's style this h1 and give it like a color of red. So we can say h1 like this. Yep. I say color red. So we have that, and now we have to link this static right here into this HTML. We do that on top of the file, and then in normal HTML, what we just need to do is to say link, and then we just say rel style sheet, and then we just say ref, and then we just give it like style.css, the name of the file, and then we close that. But now if I save this and I come here and hit refresh, you'll see that we just have that text which is still black, and then the CSS is not reflecting on it. And that is because this link is not seen by Django. This is still the tag we're going to use, but in this href, instead of just writing styles, we need to add something we call static. And for us to use that static, before the name of the file, we'll put a curly braces, a percentage sign, then write static. We'll leave a space, add one of the quotes, and we'll close it right here like this. So this is how to use static. So like this, Django should know where to locate this style.css. Now if we save it and come here and hit refresh, we're going to get an error, a template error. Now we see it says template syntax error at slash. It says invalid block tag on line 1. Did you forget to register or load this tag? So now it's saying we forgot to load this tag called static. So right here, this static, well, it's like a tag that Django sees. But before we can use it, we need to load it. So that's very easy. We just go to the top of the file. Whenever you want to load something in Django, it needs to be at the top of the file, and we'll say open and close curly braces, percentage sign, and load static. Now when we save this, we come back and hit refresh. Boom, you see now that it shows it in a red color. That is showing that the CSS is working on this HTML file. It is connected to it. So let's come right here and just change this to like blue, and we hit save and we hit refresh. You see now that is blue. So that is how to link a static file into your template file. But now let's go further and then let's work on more real projects. So what I want to do now is just to go to Google and then download a free HTML template, and then I'm now going to show you how to link different type of static files, not just only the CSS. Now we're going to link images, maybe JavaScript, anyone we download. So I didn't prepare for this, so I'm just going to search free HTML template, and anyone we see we're going to use. So let's see, I think this should be good. And then let's just scroll down. Okay, let's see, check them out. Yep, so one of all of these should have a lot. Okay, this should have a lot of CSS in it, and then we're just gonna download it, the free one. Scroll down. Okay, this isn't free. Let's just scroll all the way up, and let's say free HTML template download or something, and let's just get one to download, and then let's use it in our Django project. So we should have the free ones actually. So I know one site, so Bootstrap made, yep, so this website, I know they are free. And then let's just come here and get one to download. Yup. And then let's see. So let's work with this one page. Download. Free download. Bootstrap 5. Just download when subscribing to the newsletter. So let's see. Okay. So it's downloading right here, as you can see. Okay. Let's give it a second. And then that should be done. Okay, so let's just go to the downloads folder and then look for this, extract it, and then drop it into our Visual Studio Code so we'll know how we're gonna use it. So that should be done downloading. Let's come here. We go to downloads. One page, yep. So right here, we can just drag this, or we can just copy, and then let's go back twice or 3 times, and then yeah. So right here is our Django project. We paste it in there. So that should take a few seconds to paste. So now we can close all this. We don't need all this again. Now we can just start with what I said we're gonna do. Changing different or connecting different static files into our project. So this is done, and then let's open it up. So we have all of these right here. Good. Now we come in here. We should have that one page here, and then we can delete this index.html. Let's just delete that, and then from here, one page where we have index.html. Let's drag it into the template file. Here we move it. So now that we moved that, the next thing we want to do is to just move this asset into the static file, because that's where all the static files are located. So assets, we see the CSS, the image, JavaScript here. So let's close this one page for now, and then right here in index, this is what is going to be rendered when the index page is called index.html. So let's close this up, and now let's go back to our project and then hit refresh. So you can see the title is changed, and then we have all of this. So you can see that it is linked with the static files, but not in the way Django recognizes it. So all these are linked, but not the way Django recognizes it. So now let's just change everything we need for this file. We're just gonna come here and do load static, and then let's start from here, and then can actually make it quicker by using the alt like this. Anywhere we see this, we just put it in there. So we just use the alt. It's a good trick I use, and then we do the %sign space static, and then we put this right in here, and then we come here, we use the same thing. Now we do it right here at the end of all these files, and then we just close it, percentage, and close. So now if I save this and I come here and hit refresh, I should see a massive change in the website. So you see now we have the preloading tag or div tag or style or whatever is loading, and then our page should load as expected. So that's loading for too long, and I'm very sure it's because we've not linked all the files we were supposed to link. Let's just copy this static, and then let's continue linking. We continue linking. So let's see, we scroll down, base. So now when we come here and hit refresh, this should work and it shouldn't load forever. Good. So now you can see that this is what we want, right? Yes. So you can see that the website loads successfully. So this is how to basically take a template file, then with the static, the static files might be linked differently, but that's how to use it or link it in Django. Now I hope you understood everything we talked about in static files. So now let's talk about models in Django. So in Django, we have something we call the models, and these models are mostly used in configuring our database. So most of the times in Django, you don't need to write a single line of SQL code to get your database up and running. That's why we have something we call model view template. So the model is what we use for our database. The view is what the user see, and the template is write all this HTML. So from the model, we just pass all our data into our template file. So you're going to understand all this in a minute. Now, the models is very easy to configure. Instead of using like a database table or SQL code, we're just going to use the classes in Python to build our databases. But for now, we're still just going to be talking about the classes and the inheritance in the view. Then later on, we're going to move to how we're going to integrate it into our database. So let's go into a file called models.py, and this file is always located in our app. So right here in this file, we can create a new model. So by just creating a class, and then we can just name it whatever we want to name it. Let's say like, let's come right here. So let's say fixtures, right? Fixture. And then we can do this like this, and then we can give it, let's say, like an ID of which should be an integer, and then we can have the name of the fixture which we want to be a string, and then we can also have something like the details. So we say details, which should also be a string. So right here, what we're having now is the name, we have an ID, and then the details of that fixture. So we have this right here now. But how can we use this in our views? It's also very easy. What we just need to do is to come into our views.py, and then right here in the index, what we can just do is to first of all import that model from here. So we can say from .models import fixture. So now that we have that imported, what we can just do is to say, let's say fixture1 should inherit from the fixture model. So now that this fixture1 is inheriting from the fixture model, we can now easily specify the detail or the attributes of this fixture1. So we can say fixture1 dot id, let's give it an id of 0, and then fixture1 dot name, let's give it a name of, let's say, fast, so it's a fixture. I remember that this is a string, and then we add one more, which was, I think, details. Details. So fixture1 the details, let's say service is very quick. So now we have this here, and what we can just do now is to pass this into the index.html. So we can just say fixture should be equal to fixture1, and let's save it. Now if we come into index.html and then we look for this, so this should be beneath the get started of this. So let's scroll all the way up, and then get started. I saw that about a minute ago. Let's scroll down a little bit. So we should see get started, and then right here we have this. So instead of lorem or whatever this is now, we can just have fixture. This is fixture, right? If we come here, let's drag this beside this because we're going to be needing a lot. So this is fixture. We can say fixture dot name, and once we hit save and come here and hit refresh, what we should be having now is the name, which is fast. So let's wait for this page to refresh. So now you can see what we have is fast. We don't just have whatever was there again. And then we can also change the details of that. So let's delete all of these, and then we can say fixture. Now we can say fixture dot details, and then if we come here and hit refresh, you see it says our service is very quick. It has that detail. Now we can also do the same thing for all of these four. What we can do is to come into our views. So we have fixture 1. We can just copy all these, paste. Okay, let's take 2, paste. So now let's just change all these to fixture 2, and then let's change all these to fixture 3, and then all these to fixture 4. So now we have fixture 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the ID should be 1, 2, 3. So this is fast. Let's say this is reliable, easy to use, and then affordable. So now we can say our service is reliable, is easy to use, and our service is very affordable. So now we have all these 1, 2, 3, 4, but how do we pass them into the front end? So we can do the same thing, doing something like this. So we can change it from fixture to fixture 1, and then right here we can just say fixture 2 should be fixture 2, and then fixture 3 should be fixture 3, and then fixture 4 should be fixture 4. And then we can come right here and access it right here, and then we can just do exactly the same thing. So we change this to 1, fixture 1, we take this away, turn this to, let's just change this, and then now fixture 2 dot details. If we save it now and come, you see that right here we should have the fixture 2 dot details. So you see fast, our service is fast, reliable, our service is reliable, and you can see that this data are now coming from our views, coming from the backend. So let's just do the same thing here, and then you can see I'm going to show you a fault or something that we can do to make this quicker and a better process. So I know why I'm doing all this from scratch. So we have fixture 3, and then the details, and then we have the same thing right here, fixture 4, right here. Now we come here and hit refresh. All the data in which we add right here what are being rendered right here in the view in the template. But I'm sure you are gonna agree with me that what we just did was time wasting. And let's say we have thousands of data. Is this how we are just gonna render them each? And it's not possible to make this dynamic, right? Because this is obviously a static data. It's just whatever we're passing from the database from here is what is showing here. But we can make this more dynamic. Now when I mean more dynamic, we can have just one bunch of code. So you can see that this code is repeated 4 times in our HTML. We have it here 1, 2, 3, and then we have it here 4. But now let's cancel all these 4. Let's cancel 3 and leave just only 1. So we can see it was repeated 4 times, but now we cancelled everything and we left only 1. If I save it and come here and hit refresh, you're gonna see that I have only 1. But hold up, I'm gonna show you why I did this in a minute. So let's come back here into our views. Instead of having all these just passed in here like this, fixture 1, fixture 2, this is probably not a good practice. What you can do is to have a list. I can name it fixtures. And then what you're just gonna pass is fixture 1, fixture 2, fixture 3, and fixture 4. So now that we have all these, what you can just do, let's remove all of these which we passed, and then let's come back. So instead of fixture 1, we can just say fixtures, and then we can pass these fixtures. So now what you're seeing now, we have a list that contains all the data we have. So all this data which we have here, they are stored inside this list named fixtures. Now this is a very good practice, and this is the way you should do it. And now we are just passing it to the HTML with the fixtures and fixtures. So now in the HTML, we can loop through this list and get the attribute for each of these lists right here. So fixture 4 has all these attributes, fixture 3 has all these attributes. So from the HTML, we can loop through it and get all those attributes we need. Let's go there and see it. Let's save these. So right here, what we're gonna do, we're gonna look for that particular code block in which we want to loop through. So we want to loop through this particular box. So is the amount of data we have, that is the amount of box that we show. Now if you can reason that very well, you see that that is now dynamic. It depends on the amount of data we have that shows the amount of text or card or block being outputted. So, and that is this block of code right here. So we can do something with a for loop, and then we can say for fixture in fixtures. So what I'm doing is these fixtures which I pass to the HTML is a list, so I can loop through that list. It is iterable, so I can say for fixture in fixtures. So instead of fixture1.name, I'll say fixture.name and fixture.details, just the way we do in Python. And then what we also need to do is to make sure that we end that for loop right here by saying end for, because you know in Python the for loop is being ended automatically by using indentations. So if you get what I'm saying, for example, if I come here and I have a for loop, so I'm going to have a for fixture in fixtures. So now when I just do something, I can just pass for now. So anything under this indentation is under this for loop. But once I come out of that indentation and continue coding, the for loop is being broken. So only this block of code now is part of that for loop. But in HTML, we don't see indentations. What we see is just code tags and code blocks. So that is what we also need to use to end our for loop. if we don't put end for loop here, what is going to happen is that it's going to loop through all the whole code below this, and then we're going to see all this code multiple times. We're going to get all the images multiple times, and that is not what we want. So let's go back up here, and then let's end that for loop. So now we loop through that, and then just get each of the images, each of the names, and this, and we save it. Now when we come here and hit refresh, you're going to see that this code, this block, is going to appear 4 times. So you see, fast, reliable, easy to use, and affordable. So now we're making it dynamic. This is what we want. So we have just only one code block here, one div tag here, but it's appearing 4 times because we are looping through that. And that's because we have 4 values right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can also have one more. Let me just show you that from our back end here, we're not going to touch the HTML file, but when we come here and hit refresh, we're going to see one more beneath it. So let's say we have fixture 5. So let's use our alt. So we have fixture 5, and we have this as 4. And then what other one? We can say trustworthy. Just like that, our service is filled with trust. So we can also put that into the list, so fixture 5, and we save it. So now we just added a new data right here in this our small database, and then I'm not going to touch the index.html. When I come here and hit refresh, okay, so now we got our first error. It says local variable fixture reference before assignment. So let's see where that is coming from. So that is just an error because we said fixtures instead of fixture 5. So that is what we need. And then we hit refresh. So let's wait for that to load. You can see now that we have a new block here without touching the HTML. So that's how easy it is to make stuff dynamic. So now if you think about it, let's say we have all this coming from our database. That is how we can make our website very dynamic. Let's say we want to show a list of users. So once a user sign up, automatically it's just going to add right here or something like that. You can just do anything you want. And so that is the basics of these models in Django. So let's do some more things that we need to know. So right here we did a for loop. What I want to do an if statement, just like we do in Python. We have the for loop, we have the if statement, we have the conditional, still the if statement, but let's also do that in our template file. So let's set something like, in our models, let's have a boolean. So let's say is correct or is true. So what I want this to do is, let's say, is this fixture true? Well, let's say it's fast. Now we added a new attribute, which is just to show if our website is really fast. If it's true, then it should be true. Unless it's a lie, then it should be false. So that's just the basic stuff of what this is for. And now our website is fast. Let's say fixture 1 dot is true, and then we'll say true. So this means that it is truly fast. And then let's just do the same. Is truly reliable. So let's say fixture 2 true. And let's say it is not easy to use. Let's say we're just lying about that. So now fixture 3, it is false. It's not easy to use. And fixture 4 is affordable. Let's make that true. True. So now, first of all, let's come here and refresh and get rid of this trustworthy. So okay, let's give that a second. Okay, so we just have this, and now each of them have whether this feature is true or not. We can come here in our HTML now and say, beneath this detail, we can have a p tag that says true, and then we can have, just let's have a p tag that says true. But if I save this, let's say this, come on, this feature is true. Now let's save this and hit refresh right here. So you are gonna see that it says this feature is true for each of these features. But remember, in our database we said that it is not easy to use. For easy to use, it is false. But easy to use here, it says this feature is true. So how can we fix this? How can we get whether a feature is really true or is wrong? Now we can use the conditional statement. So we can say if feature dot is true is equals to true, then we want to say the feature is true. And then we can also end our if statement. So let's do that. So 2 curly braces, 2 percentage sign, and then we can say if feature dot is true, if it's equals to true, then let's say this feature is true, and then we need to end that if statement. Just the way I told you that in Python we use indentation to end our if statement and our for loop. In HTML, in the template file, we use the code block or the tag or whatever you want to call it. So now we're only getting if this feature is true. That's when it says true. So let's save it and go check. So we hit refresh, and now we should not see true for here. Okay, so as you can see, it doesn't say true for any of this, and that is because, you know, in Python when you want to use an if statement you use these columns, but right here the boolean, even in Python we don't need columns when assigning in boolean. No, that's not column, that's the parentheses or the quotes. Yeah, I think they're the quotes. So let's save this and this should work. It didn't work because we put those quotes. So let's hit refresh, and each of them should say it's true except for this. So you see it says this feature is true, this feature is true. It doesn't say anything here and say this feature is true. So we use an if statement to get whether that particular feature is true. And note the fun thing that we're doing here. Everything we're doing is still under one code block, but it's generating different data from that same one code block with different values. It's very fun and very good if you think about it. But now right here is false. We also want to have here and say that this feature is false. How can we do that? Just in Python we have the if, we have the else statement, we have the else if statement. We can do that here also. So we can say if feature is true, else. So else means if the feature is not true, then we just want to have this that says, come on, that says this feature is false. So if feature is true, say true, say the feature is true. Else, that means if the feature is not true, then it's obviously false. Say this feature is false. Now let's come here and hit refresh, and let's see what we have. So now this feature is true, true, false, which is what we want, and it's true. Now this is very, very, very good. That is exactly what we want. And then we can also use the else if in this. So right here, instead of saying else, we can just say elif feature dot is true is equals to false. Now this should give us exactly the same answer. So let's hit refresh, and you see it says this feature is false. So we can also use the elif statement or the else statement, but most of the times we want to use the elif statement if we have multiple conditions we want to set. But for this case it's just 2 conditions. It's either it's true or false. So for that we can just stick with the else statement. So else, if it's not true, then it's definitely false. Now that is how we can do some basic dynamic data rendering in Django. I hope it has been fun to this point for you. So now I've introduced you to the basics of the Django models. But obviously all these are just normal Python classes which we are inheriting in our views right here. But we can make all these more advanced by turning them into real databases. First of all, let me collapse this and this. So if you come to this root directory, you'll see that there's a file here named db.sqlite3. So this file is what stores all our database in Django. So when you create a new Django project, in default, automatically you have your databases saved using SQLite. So as we know, there are various database providers like Postgres, Oracle, MySQL, SQLite, like what is here. So and as a default, Django uses SQLite, and that's what we're gonna continue using for this video. Most of the times when you're working with Python, you might want to use Postgres, you might want to switch, but it's also very easy. We might also talk about that, but for now let's just stick with the SQLite. So if we want to change this class into a real Django model and turn it to a database, we need to add some things right here. For example, where we have this picture, what we just need to do is to say, open a bracket and say model dot model. Now this converts this basic class into a model, and then whenever we're using this model, we don't need to add an ID again, because automatically each attribute or each object has an ID when it's created. So now we can remove this. So now when we have name, we can change this to equals to. So now instead of just writing str, we're gonna write something and say models dot character field. Now this models dot char field simply means character field. It means like a string, a field that collects characters. Now we're going to open a bracket and it takes one attribute. That attribute is max length. So this max length specifies the maximum amount of characters that can be inside this character field. So for this name, we can just specify 100. It shouldn't be more than 100. And then details, as you might have guessed, it should also be a character field. Now there are various type of fields, a lot of fields in this Django model. There's the integer field, the boolean field, there are plenty of fields you can use. So character field, also the max length, we can set it to 500 because it's the detail. And then for is true, I'm sure we don't need this again, so let's just have the name and the details right here. Now we can save this. Now there's something we need to do before this can be saved into our database. For now, this is just code in a file named models.py. We need to send all these fields into our database so it can be registered right there. But before we do that, this app which we are doing all our project in, which is called my app, we need to register it in our main project settings file. So we need to come in here, go to settings.py, and then we can scroll all the way up and we'll look for where we see installed apps right here, and then we can just add a new attribute and say my app. Now this is going to add this my app into your main project. So you need to add that before you can start integrating databases of this my app into your main project. So now we need to migrate this data into our database. Let's go back to our command prompt and then let's just open a new command prompt, and then we come here and then let's just copy, let's scroll up. So right here, that should be, if we scroll up again, yeah, so that should be right here. and then we just go into that. So what we want to do now is to type python manage.py make migrations. Now what this command line does is that any changes in which we make in the models file, so if we come back here, you see that we made some changes right here. It's gonna like save that changes, and then as you can see, it says we created a model named fixture. So it's gonna save that changes, and then for us to send all these changes into our database, we need to migrate it by saying python manage.py migrate. So it's a two-step method. We first of all need to make migrations and migrate. So that make migrations, we need to do it anytime we add or change anything in this models.py file. So if we come here now and remove this detail attribute, or let's say we add another attribute, we need to come here and do this two-step again, make migrations and migrate, so it can be reflected in our database. As you can see, everything that migrated, we have content types auth, admin, content types, authentication, all this, and then applying my app 001 initial. So what this is this model we have in here. So right now our database has been migrated, but I'm sure you're like, to where did our database go basically? So what just happened right now, we have something we call the Django admin panel. So all these database have been moved into the SQLite database. Well, how can we view it and edit it and control it as we like? That's where our Django admin panel comes in. Now obviously, if you're using Postgres or you're using any other interface, you can just easily use those interfaces because they are more advanced. But because we are starting from the basics of Django, I would like to introduce you to the Django admin panel first. So if you come to your project now, and then you go to /admin, so your project /admin, and you hit enter, you're gonna see what's gonna happen. It's gonna ask you to log in. So right here, you see it says we should log in. But with what details? We don't have any details. We've not even added sign up and sign in into our project. But this is an admin site. It's not your normal site again. You've gone into another part of that site. Only we, the developers, can get credentials to this particular site. And to do that, we're going to come into our command prompt, and then we're going to say python manage.py create super user. Now this command line create super user, what it does is that it creates an admin user. So is right here, you see it asks for username. I can say admin, and then it asks for email address. I can skip that, and then it asks for password. I can type that again. So now this, you see, it says super user created successfully. What I just input, it has now been created successfully, and I can use it to log in here. So if I say admin and I come here and just input the password and I hit enter, this is gonna take me to an admin dashboard, as you can see right here. So right here, I can maintain and control my site anyhow I like without even having an external database UI. So if I come to these users, you're gonna see that I'm gonna see all the users I have in my project. So right here, I only have one user, which is admin, and that is me, which was the user I created right here in the command line interface. So later we are also going to integrate how we are going to add sign in and sign up. So once the user register, it will be saved to this list. We're also going to do all those. But what we want to do now, we created this database named fixture, and as I told you, we migrated that into our database. But why aren't we seeing it here? Let me explain. So this admin panel, there's a file in our project which is controlling that admin panel. If we come right here, you're going to see we have admin.py. So this file is where we need to register our models. You can see it says register your models here. So this model database which we created, you need to import it here and register it in the admin. Once that is done, it's automatically going to reflect here. So what I just need to do is to say from .models import fixture, and then now I can just say admin.site.register, and then this is just gonna say fixture. And once I save this and I come here and hit refresh, you're gonna see now that I have a new database table name features, and then now I have no database right there. So let me just create a new database, a new data, and let me say quick, and let me say our product is very fast, and then let me just save it. So now that I've saved it, we have one new object in our database. Now I can come here. Since I have one object in my database, I don't need to use all these that I created again, all these right here. So now these are old, we don't need all of these. Let me add another object in my database and say reliable, and say we are very reliable. And now I'm gonna hit save. So now I have two objects. But how can I get all this data that I have right here in my views or in my project? So what I need to make sure I'm doing first of all is that I'm importing that fixture model. So this model right here is linked to this database. They are linked. So once I can access this fixture in my code, automatically I'm accessing all the values we have in this database. Now I'm going to have a new file. I'm going to have a new variable. I'm going to name it fixtures, and I'm going to say fixture dot objects dot all. So I'm going to explain what this means. So we have this new variable, and this new variable is getting from this fixture that we imported, and it's saying .objects.all. So this fixture that we imported is this database. Now each of the value we have in this database, or each of the data, is an object. So as you can see, this object 1, object 2. So it's saying from that fixture database, get all the objects we have there, get every single thing, and store it in this variable. And now this variable is a list, and then right here we're passing it to the HTML. Let's come here, and then let's remove this if statement because we don't have a boolean value again, and we just have the name and the detail. So we're looping through the data we have here. Now let's go into our project and see what we're gonna get. So let's see. It says fast, reliable, easy to use, affordable, and I'm sure this is because we've not saved our files. So let's come here and hit save, and then let's refresh and see what we're gonna get. Good. So as you can see, it says quick, our product is very fast, and reliable, we are very reliable. So there might be some errors in the code, as you can see right here, and that will be because of the way we put it here, I'm very sure. But you can see that those two are shown. So let's just have the Control Z. Yeah, so that was where we had the problem. Let's save it, and once we hit refresh, we shouldn't have that styling error. So you see, we have quick, we have reliable. So now you see the way we linked from our database right here, and we linked it right here into our project. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm not even going to go to my code anymore. I'm just going to come right here in my database. I'm going to add a new data, and now let me say affordable, and let me say we are very affordable. And then when I hit save, now you see I have 3 objects. If I come here and hit refresh, you're gonna see now that I have 3 objects, which is affordable, and we are very affordable. So what is in my database is now what is reflecting here because of what I coded. So I hope you guys understand and enjoy what we've been doing in this Django course, because these are all the basics you need to know to get started really coding with Django. So now let's continue with some things. We've seen how to create our models. We've talked about the admin panel. We've talked about how we can add and fetch data from the database, and those are the most important things we're gonna need anytime we are working with any projects in Django. But now let's use the if statement just like the way we used before, but now we're getting our data from here. So let's say if the name is Quick, then we want to just add something. We can do anything. So I just want to show this to you as an example. So right here, we can say if the feature dot name is equals to Quick, then we can just say, can have a P and say this feature says our site is quick, and then we can end the if statement. So now let's save it and come here, then hit refresh. So as you can see right here, it says this feature says our site is quick because it sees that the name is Quick. So of course, I'm sure it's because there is an error. So let's just do this, paste right here, and then let's refresh it again, and it should be beneath this. So you can see this feature says our site is quick because it gets that the name of this particular data is Quick. So you can see that that is how it is easy and doable to manipulate your database using Django. Now this is very important in Django, and I hope you understood what we've been doing so far until this point. Now let's talk about user authentication in Django. Now when I say user authentication, what I mean is signing in and signing up to a platform. Like when you go to facebook.com and then you sign in to the platform, you're authenticating through your account into that platform. So let's add that feature in this our project. The first thing we want to do is to allow a user to be able to register into our site. Now this can come with a bit of complexity, but just follow me along as we do this. So the first thing we want to do is to have a new URL which will be named register. So we're going to have a new URL right here. And then it should be views.register. And then let's give it a name of register. So we can save that. And then the second thing we want to have is in the views. So first of all, we can get rid of these and these and these. So let's have a new function and name it register. And let's just take a request. And for now, let's return render request register.html. So for now we don't have register.html, so let's create that real quick. And then right here we just create a new file and name it register.html. So right here in this register.html, we want to have a simple form. So we'll say sign up below. Now we're going to use the form tag and this should be in like an H1. So right here in the form tag, we want this form to be a post, so we'll say method should be post. Earlier in this tutorial I talked about why we're going to use post for this kind of form, and then the action should still be this register. So I want you to come back to this page, and then we're going to have an input. The type should be text, and then let's give it a name of username, and then let's close it. And before we close it, let's give it a p tag. So let's say username, and then we can just add another one for the email. So right here we can say email, and then the type of this one should be an email, and then the name should be email. So if we come to /register, so you can see username email, and then let's have for the password, so this should be password, the first password, and the type should be password, and the name should also be password, and then this should be repeat password, and the type should be a password, and the name should be like password 2. And then let's have one more thing, which would be the input for the submit button. So let's use a BR here so it will look good. Now let's hit refresh, and as you can see we have the username, email, password, repeat password, and submit. So if we fill this in and hit submit, now nothing is gonna happen. So let's say let's just say team, and then ag.go. Let's give it random passwords and random. So if we hit submit, nothing is going to happen, but it gives us this error and says CSRF verification failed. So the reason why it's giving us this error, as I explained earlier, is because we're using a post method and then we didn't add the CSRF token. So let's come here and add it real quick. So CSRF underscore token, and we save it. So now we have that done. What we want to do now is that right here in these views, we want to be able to collect all this data, and then that is going to be quite easy. So what we can just do is right here, we can just say the username should be equals to request dot post and then username. So what this line of code does is that whatever we're posting into this register view, we want to get it and store it in a variable named username. So we're going to do the same thing for the email, and then get the email, the password, get the password, and then password 2, get it as password 2. So now that we have all these details that we need, what we can just do is to save all these details into our database, and the database we're saving it in is this database right here, users, this database. So this database is for the users active on our platform. So let's go back, and now we got this. So what we can just do is to just simply say, first of all, before we get all this, we want to check if request the method is equals to post. So we're checking if there's a post method being like if this page is being rendered with a post method, then we want to get all this. That means something is being sent to this view. But if this doesn't happen, that means a user is just looking for the normal register.html template. So if it's a post method, that means the user has filled in the details and clicked on submit, and then is waiting to be signed up. So what we can just do now is to just say, the first thing we want to make sure is that this password is equivalent to this password. We want to make sure that they are the same, they are equal. So we can do that by saying if password is equals to password 2. So if password is equals to password 2, then we can continue with what we want to do. And then before we continue now, there are some things we need to import. And then what we need to import is, we're just gonna scroll down. First of all, here we need to import redirect. This redirect is gonna allow us to, let's say we've created a user successfully and we want to take the user to another page. It will allow us to redirect the user to another page. And then we want to say from django.contrib.auth.models import user and auth. So this user is basically this user model we're seeing here, and then auth is the function or the method that allows us to authenticate. So another thing we want to import is messages. So from django.contrib import messages, and I'm going to show you why we need our messages later on. So now that we have all this, we can continue with our authentication. So we said if password equals to password 2. So if the user, that means right here, if okay, I know why this is happening. So because we are using a request.post. So first of all, let's save this and let's hit refresh and let's see. So let's wait for our server to run back up. So we didn't use the column right here. So after this, we should use a column. And then let's see. Okay, so let's quickly fix this before we continue. What we can just do now is to, first of all, cut this, all of this, like this. So now when we save this, and then we come here, let's see now if that's worked. Okay, that worked. So we can come here and hit refresh. So we have this running. Let's come back and continue. So now we are checking if password is equals to password 2. So if this password is equals to this, it must be equal. Then we can continue with our signing up process. Then we want to check if this email already exists, because a user might use an email that already exists in our platform. We want to check if the email the user is providing already exists or not. So right now we can just say if user.object.filter email equals to email dot exists. So this is going to check if the email already exists. So if it exists, we want to throw an error and say messages dot info requests email already used. So what I just did here was I said if user.object.filter. So this user is this user model which we imported earlier on, and I said that user model is this user database. So we're saying we want to filter the database and check if there is an email which already exists with this email that the user just submitted. So if that already exists, we want to send a message. So this message was, remember when I said I'm going to tell you what this message is for? So that is what it's for. It's just to send a response back if there's an error or anything. So since there's an error, which is that the email is already in use, so we say messages.info request email already in use. So I'm going to show you how to show all these messages in your template right here. So if there is any message email already in use, it's going to show above here in like a red color or something. I'm also going to show you how to do that. So right here now we say email already in use, and then we now want to return the user. That means we don't want to continue with the sign up process since the email is already in use. So redirect the user back to register. So what I just did after telling the user what happened, we just redirected the user back to register with these details right here. So the user has to go through that form again and use another email. Elif. So we want to use another condition now, and what we just want to do is to check if the username also exists, because the things that must not exist is the email and the username. We cannot have one account with two emails or one account with two usernames. It just doesn't make sense. So you can say elif user.object.filter and then username equals to username that exists, just exactly what I did. And then if that happens, we just say messages.info and then we'll say request, and then we can say username already used, and after that we want to return the user to the register. Turn redirect. So now after doing this, what we just want to do now is, so if password is equals to password 2, then we want to continue with the sign up process. And then if user.object.filter.exist, show the user this error, or if the username is existing, show him this error. Else, that means if any of this is false, what we just want to do is to create the user. So if any of this is false, that means the username is brand new and the email is brand new and the password is correct, then let's just create that user. So we can say user can now be equals to the user dot objects dot create user, and now we can say create user in which the username is equals to the username, and then email is equals to email, and then password is equals to password. So what I just did now was I said it should create a new user with these credentials. So these are the credentials. With these credentials, so with the username equals to this username, the email equals to this email, and the password, I just picked one from one of these two passwords since they are the same thing, so I just picked the first one. So now that we have all those details, what I just want to do is to go ahead and save that user. So I'll say user.save with the colon. So now after doing this, I just want to redirect the user, return first of all to the login. So since the user has been created successfully, then let's redirect the user to the login so the user can try to log in and see if it was created successfully. So we use the if statement if the password is equals to this, and then it should just go ahead and do all this. But what if the password is false, like if they are not equal? Then we need to have an else statement that says else If the password is false, let's send a message and say messages.info request, and then we say password not the same, and then we just redirect the user back to the register. So after that, we can just say after everything it should just load this. So if request the method is not post and it's just get, it can just do this. So let's see right here, we can say else, like this. So if it's just a normal request on this page, it can just render this register.html. But now what we want to do is that we want to show all those messages if there is any error. See these messages, we need to show it right here if any error happens. So for us to show these messages, what we need to do is very easy. We'll just come up here and say we'll use a for loop. We'll say for message in messages, and then let's have like an h5 that just showcase the message. So whatever message is there, it just showcases it. And then let's end the for loop. So end for, and now let's just give that messages a simple styling. So we can say style, and then let's give h5 a color of red. That's to show a warning. So now all this is working. What I just want to do is to come here. First of all, since I know I have a username with admin, I'm going to try to register with admin, and then let's say admin@gmail.com, and I'm just going to put random ones. And now you see it says username already used. That's because we already have admin user right here. It automatically gets that this username has been used, and it tells us username already used. If we do the same for the Gmail, okay, right now we don't have any Gmail, but we can come to this admin user, and then let's see if we can edit this admin user and give him an email. So let's give him an email and say admin@gmail.com, and then let's just see, try to save it. So now it has admin@gmail.com. So let's copy this, and now let's try to use that email, but let's use a random username, random password, and we hit enter. Now what it says is your email already used. So it gets all those errors and then parse it for us. So what we want to do now is let's use a brand new information. So we can say team, and then we can say team@geo.com. It should be at, and then let's say just give it some password and hit enter. So it says reverse for login not found. I was expecting this error. So the person has been created successfully. If I come here and hit refresh, you see now that I have team, I have his email address and everything we need. But the reason why is because of line 29 where we say return redirect login. Let's quickly go back there and see what was going on there. So in line 29, after saving the user, after creating the new user, we redirected the user to login, but we don't have any login function for now, and we want the user to be able to log in. So we need to do that next. So now to this point, we've been able to create a new user. That means register a user on our platform. And what we want to do now is to be able to allow that user to log into our platform. So when we created a new user and we tested our code, we saw that the user was successfully created right here in our database, which is team, but it gives us an error which says return redirect login. So this error is because we don't have any URL named login for now. So let's go ahead and fix that. We're going to create a new URL for the login, and we're going to allow a user to log into the site. Then when a user logs into the site, instead of it just showing all these dummy and static data, let me quickly open our site. So quick. So instead of showing like one page or something, it can just say welcome team or welcome admin or whoever the user is. We can do that. So let's go ahead and do this. So right here, what we just need to do is to make sure, if we come into urls.py, we need to create a new URL named path, and then let's give it login, views.register, now views.login, and then the name should be login. So now that we have this URL, we need to create a function named login. So right here, right below the register function, let's create a new function for the login that will take a request, and then let's pass for now. No, let's return render request and then login.html. So let's copy this, and this should be login. So let's save that, and right here let's create a new file named login.html. So right in here, let's have an h1 which says login now, and below it let's have form, and then this form, we want the action to be login and the method to be post. So now let's have a p tag that says username, and then an input tag with the type of text and the name of username, and then let's have another one just for the password, and then input type password, and then let's give it a name of password, and then the last one we're gonna just have a break right here, and then another input for the submit. So type submit, and we save. So now we have this page. Go to login now. You see now that we have this login page. So let's fix this login. Let's make a user really be able to log in. So what we just need to do, just the way we did in the views for the register, we can just do for the login also. We first get if is a post method. So say if request dot method is equals to post. So if it's a post method, then once we get the username which was sent, should be request.post, and then username, and then the password which was sent also, which should be request.post password. So now that we have these two information saved in the variables, what we can just do is to say user should be equals to us, dot authenticate username should be equals to username, and then password should be equals to password. So now I want to authenticate with these details. Now we want to log the user in with these details. But before we go ahead and do that, what if the user provides wrong information which is not on our database? So we want to check for that. We want to check if the user is really registered or not. So we'll say if user is not none. So this is how to check. So what is it saying? That if user is not none. So if user is none, that means the user is fake. That means the user is not on our platform. But if it's not none, that means the user is really on our platform, is registered. So we can say auth.login, since we know the user is real, and then request user. And after logging the user in, we can now redirect the user to the home page. But what if the user is not registered? So we want to send a message using the messages. Say messages.info request, and we'll say credentials invalid. And then want to redirect the user back to this page. So return redirect back to the login. And then let's also have else tab and good. So now we've done all this. And then what we just want to do is to come into our login and also add the messages. So we use the for loop and say for message in messages, let's have an h3 saying the message, and then let's end the for loop. So let's just give it a simple style again, and then we'll say h3 should have a color of red. Okay, red. So now let's just test this out. We can come here in our page, hit refresh, and then let's log in as the admin. So we can say admin, and then we log in. So it gives us this error, and as I said, this error is because we didn't add our CSRF token. So let's go ahead and add that right now. So right here, you just say %sign CSRF underscore token in small letters. Now we save that and we hit refresh. So now let's say admin, and then let's say submit. And you see now that it redirects me to this page, to the home page. That means we were logged in successfully. But now for me to really know, what I'm going to do is, instead of one page bootstrap, I'm going to say welcome whoever the username is. So let's do that. Right here in index, let's do for where we see one page bootstrap. So we have get started. On page. Yeah, right here. Okay, no. No. So this should be 8 here. So let's just add a P and see if that is what we're looking for. Okay, know that this is it right here. So that's not it. So it's the one with space. So this is it right here. So let's quit this. So what we can do now, we can use an if statement and say if user.is_authenticated. So this is checking if the user is logged in, and then if the user is logged in, instead of showing one page bootstrap, we just want to show welcome, and then we'll say welcome the username. So we'll say user.username. So this will get the current user that is logged in and get its username. So it will say welcome admin. But what if the user is not logged in? What if it's just a random guest user visiting? Then we want to have an else statement. So then we just end that if statement. End if. Now let's go check this. We hit refresh. You should see welcome admin. So as you can see now, it says welcome admin. But now let me just copy this URL and then open like an incognito tab, a private window where no user is logged in. You will now see that that will be different. So what is going to be written there will be different. So that is when we're not talking more about dynamic values. The same page, the same code, the same everything, but different output. So now you see it says one page bootstrap, but right here it says welcome admin. If it's Tim that is logging, it will say welcome Tim. If it's John, it will say welcome John. So that's how you can do simple stuffs like that. And then let's go back to our code. So right here, we've seen how to do this. We can also do the same thing for here where we see home services. If the user is not logged in, like if the user is just here, we can change all this to login, sign up, and then once a user is logged in, we can change it to logout. So we've talked about how a user can register on our platform. We've talked about how a user can log in on our platform, but what we've not talked about is how a user can log out. So we need to add the logout functionality so a user will just be stuck in our platform or just be trying to clear cookies anytime the user wants to log out. So we just want to have like a button here where they say get started and it should log out once we click on it. So this is the easiest thing to do in this whole tutorial. Now we're just gonna search for where we see this get started. Okay, I think this is it right here. So okay, no, that's not it. Let's just search it. Okay, so this is it right here. Since we already know where it is, what we want to do is use that if statement again and say that if the user is logged in, then what we want to show there is logout. But if the user is not logged in, what we want to show there is login. So let's say if user.is_authenticated, that means if the user is logged in, I want to show the feature for a user to log out. And then this ref, I'm going to leave it blank for now. I'm going to come back when I've done the URL and the views for the logout. I'm going to come back and change that. But what if the user is not logged in? So that will be an else. Then what I just want to show is this same thing, but what I want to show now is login or sign up. So now let's check this. When I hit right here, I'm logged in. So I hit refresh. It says on close tag if So the reason why this gave us an error is because, as I said, we need to end the if statement whenever we finish with it. So end if. Then when we come here and hit refresh again, since we are logged in on this browser, we should see logout. Good. But if we come to the incognito tab where we are not logged in, we should see login or sign up. Good. So now the same button but different text. This is what I've been talking about when I say dynamic, when I say something is dynamic. So now let's take care of this login, of this logout. First of all, this login should be easy. I can just redirect the user to login. So let me come here and hit refresh. So if the user is not logged in, you can click here and take the user to the login. And I can also add like a button below and say if you are not logged in, then if you don't have an account, then create one by signing up now. I can also do that. So what we want to do is the logout. Now let's do that. What we can just do is to come into VS Code and then let's have a new URL which is path logout views.logout name equals to logout, and then in the views right here I can just have dev logout, which take a request, and then what I just want to do is to say auth.logout request. So this single line of code will log the user out of our platform, and then once the user has been logged out of the platform, we want to return and redirect the user back to the home page. So now let's check this out. But before we can check it out, we need to come to our index, and then right here in the logout we need to link it to logout. Good. So if we come here now and hit refresh, so once we hit logout, it will redirect me back to this page, but now it doesn't show welcome admin, and here it says login or sign up. So that's how to do the basic user authentication in Django. Now I hope you got and understood what we did up to this point. So now we're going to be looking at dynamic URLs in Django. So what I mean by dynamic URLs is, so for example, when we have the same URL but with different ID passed in it. So let me just quickly explain this practically. Let's say we have this is our website / Tommy Tuckle. So our website / Tommy, and then this is the profile page. For now it's gonna give us an error because we don't have any page like that. But let's say this is the profile page for this username Tommy, and then we also have for a username Tim, and then we also have for a username John. So let's say we have for every user on our website, they have each profile page. So for us to code this, it's just gonna be one page we are gonna code, but because it is getting different username, it is gonna be different output. So that is dynamic URL routing. Different URL being passed, or different values being passed in the URL. Now let me explain this more practically. So let's come right here, and then in our URLs, in our app, we can close this up. And right here, we can do something like path. Then we can say something like post / str pk, and then we close it. So what this means is that we're having /post, our website /post, then / a string, and we are naming that string pk. So it's just like a variable. So the variable is named pk and is a string. If we want it to be an integer, we can just say int, but I like sticking with string. So now we can just add a comma and say views.post, and then we can give it a name of post. So now for us to be able to collect this in our views, we need to come here now, and then let's scroll all the way to the bottom and have a new view and say posts. So let's check if it's post with an S. So posts, and it's gonna take a request, and after this view taking a request, it's also gonna take that particular variable which is being passed, which is called pk. And then now what we just want to do is to say, so we have this pk, and then we can say return render request, and then let's say post.html. So let's just create a new file named post.html, and now let's send whatever value is in that URL to this post.html. So we can say pk should be equals to pk. Now let's save this, and right here you say the value in the URL is pk. Now let's save this. If we come here now and say slash post slash 12, so now you see it says the value in the URL is 12. So let's just make this an h1. So now you see it says the value in the URL is 12. So whatever is in this URL, if it's like Tim, the value in this URL is Tim. So it's dynamic, whatever is being passed in the URL. So this is what is used in most sites, like when you have a profile page which is like John, and then you see the name of the person John, then for like, since we have the username of that person, we can use that username to tap into the database and get the profile picture, get the age, get all the posts, get everything we need about that specific user. So it's still one same template file, one same code, but different outputs relating to what is being passed or queried for in the URL. So that is what we mean by dynamic URLs. Now we can also make this more, we can add some more features, like right here in the URLs, we can have our integer here. So now this is an integer. If we come here and then we hit refresh, we are going to see that it says page not found. Now why did this happen? This is simply because we, right here in our code, we said we want only an integer right here. So if anything apart from an integer is being passed in the URL, it should see it as not found. So it's not part of our code, it's not part of our project. But if I change this now to 98 and hit enter, you see now it says the value here is 98. That is because it sees what we told it to ask for. It sees what we told it to look for. So that's the same thing we can do with any type, any data type. But the good thing with string, why I like using string, is because I can put in an integer here in string and it's just going to see it as a string, even if I mean it as an integer. So most of the times you want to use string because it helps you avoid plenty errors. So you don't want to use integer there and then someone queries your site and say Tim, and then let's quickly change this to an integer and say Tim, and the person comes to your site and then sees this error. Of course, the person is not a developer, it's just a user that wants to use your site. Even if you set debug to false, the person still doesn't want to see an error. So most of the times, my own personal advice is when you are using your dynamic URL, except you are very specific about it, I will advise you to use the string in it. So we can also do something like making this more usable. So let's change this to string back, and then right here, so in our, let's say in our counter, let's just remove all this. So let's have a post which is equals to 1 2 3 4 5, and then let's have Tim, Tom, John. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're passing this to counter.html. So we pass it right here. So now in counter, what I can just do is to have a for loop. So now I can loop through that post. I can say for post in posts, and then let me end the for loop. What I can just do now is to have a link tag. So in this h1, I can have a link tag and say a f. Let me leave it blank for now, and then what I can just say is post. So right here, for me to, what I want to do is that, let me come to counter. So I'm going to go to /counter. So you can see that I have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So correlating to the amount I add in this list. What I want to do is that once a user clicks on the first one, it should go to /post/1, and then if you click on like this team, it should go to /post/team. So if you know how to do this, then you know how to query it from the database when you just do object.all and then get everything you need. So let's just do that quickly. So now what I just want to do is to say the percentage sign, close that, and then in it I'm just gonna say URL post, and then post.id, but just post. Yes, so like this. And then when I hit refresh, you're gonna see that the first one is 1. If I hit the last one is John, which right here is John. If I go back and I hit this, you see it's Tim. If I go back and I hit this, you see it's 4. So that's how to get from like a list and then turn it into a URL. So this simple trick or this simple feature I taught you, it can be used also when you are getting some values from the database, and then you can just turn all those into the URL. So let's say for example you have a blog, and each of these stand as blog posts from your database right here. So let's say blog 1, once a user click on it, you should be able to read all the posts of the first blog. Blog 2, read all the posts also, blog 3, and so on and so forth. So now I hope you understood what we did in this part. So what I want to do now is to walk you through the steps of how you can connect another database provider into your Django project. So throughout this project, we were using SQLite, which was provided by default for us by Django. So I said there are other ones like Postgres, Oracle, MySQL, DM2, and there are so many that you can't even think of. For this video, I'm going to be showing you how to connect Postgres database into your Django project. So the first thing you want to do is to go to search engine and just download Postgres. So what you want to type is download Postgres. So this is going to take you to the site where you'll be able to download Postgres, obviously. So yes, this one, postgres.org/download, and then once it takes you there, you choose different versions and then different, yes, for different OS. So just click on yours. I'm on Windows, so I already have Postgres installed, so I'm not going to download this. But if you're on a Linux, click on this. If you're on a Mac, click on this. Windows, Solaris, BSD. And then the next thing we want to download is pgadmin. Actually, recently, once you download Postgres, pgadmin automatically comes with it. But if you download Postgres and install it and you don't see pgadmin, then just come here and download pgadmin and just download the one for your OS. So once you have all those downloaded and installed, you can just open up your pgadmin. So once you open up your pgadmin, this is what you are going to see. So now what you want to do is to open up this server like this, and then under PostgreSQL, open up database. Now if you want to create a new database, just right click on this database and hit create, and then click on database. So now this is going to bring a form for you to create a new database. So we can name this database my project, and then let's save it. So that's going to create a new database for us. And then, so that should save. And once this has saved and created a database, I'm going to show you how to connect that database into your Django project very easily. So this should create. Let's give it a couple of seconds. So let's see. This shouldn't take this long, but most of the times, sometimes pgadmin usually lags or becomes slow due to your system. So let's see. Okay, good. So that has created. We can close this one up and open that. So now that we have this opened, we know that the name is my project. What we can just do is open schemas and then open up tables. So as you can see, tables is empty. What we can do now is to come into VS Code, and then we want to go into settings.py. So we open up our project folder and then go into settings.py. So right down below, we're gonna go to where we'll see database. So right here where we see database, what we just want to do, this default, we want to change from engine, so we can see is django.db.backends.sqli3. We want to change that to Postgresql, so like this, and then the name should be the name of the database. So, and we know that the name of the database is my project. So right here, you just want to have my project, and then the next thing that should be there is the user, and the user is Postgres. So just use the user as Postgres, and then after that is the password. So the password which you set when you first open up the pgadmin is what should be in here. So I'm gonna leave that blank for now, and then the host for now is the local host. So we have all these, and then once you have all this in here, the next thing you need to do is to open up your command prompt, and then right here in your command prompt you need to install two libraries, and they are SignUp2. So we say pip install SignUp2, and then after installing SignUp2, I already have that installed, so I'm just going to break that out of it. So I'm breaking out of it, and then I'll say pip install pillow. So these two libraries are going to allow you to be able to connect Postgres to your Django project. Without these libraries, you're going to receive an error. So this payload takes care of everything. Let's say you have a database that deals with images or files. This payload takes care of it, and SignUp connects them together. So you can see it says requirement already satisfied. I already have that installed. So once you have this set up and you have this installed, what you just need to do is just say python manage.py make migrations. So before I say make migrations, let me come into my code and input my password. So and then right here I'm just gonna say make migrations, and let's see the migrations it will make. So let's give that a couple of seconds. That shouldn't take time. So once this make migrations, it's supposed to just, okay, no changes detected. So python manage.py migrate. So it's performing all migrations, but this time around taking it to Postgres. So now if we come back to Postgres, and then on these tables now we right click and hit refresh, we are going to see that we now have a bunch of tables, even with that model which we created, my app underscore fixture. So if I just drag this down and I say view data, all rows, so I'm gonna view all the data I have in that fixtures model under my app. So let's wait for that to come up and let's see. So this shouldn't take a while. It should just take a couple of seconds and it should show us all the database which we've saved from our admin panel earlier on. It should show us right here because we migrated everything here, and this should be the database it should start using from now on. So you can do the same for MySQL, Oracle, as I mentioned. They're also similar processes, and I'm very sure you might find it cool and more helpful to use some external database provider than just using the default SQLite. So right now this is it, and the data output, we do not have anything right here. But now if a user, like if we create a new one now, it should show right here. So this is how to connect Postgres to your Django project. Now I hope you understood everything we did in this whole video, and yeah, so now I hope you know how to connect the Postgres database to your Django project. So guys, that's gonna be all for this video. I hope you enjoyed this whole course, and if you did, please don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe. Hey, what's up guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to be building a simple blog using Django. So this video is going to be in two parts. The first part, we're going to do everything we need to configure the blog, and then we're going to start with the posting of a blog and then showing all the blog posts. And in the next part, we're going to add some more features like getting only some particular words of the post right here, and then allowing the user to click on the post and read the whole post. So I hope you're gonna enjoy building this with me, and then let me show you a quick demo of what we're gonna build. So right here I have this post, and I can click on this post to read everything right there, and then it's gonna tell me the day and the time and the title and the post. A very basic blog. You can do the same for any other one, and then let's quickly read the last one. So now all these are being gotten from the database. Now if I come here and add a new post, let's say I just add some rubbish there and I hit save. Now that is saved. I come here, I need to refresh. You see that is automatically updated here. Now this is what we're going to be building in this video. And then this template we are using is a very basic template, as you can see. I'm also going to have the link to this template and the whole source code of everything we're going to be building in the description below, so you can have that if you want to check it or anything you want to do with it. I'm going to leave it in the description below. And having that said, I think we should just dive straight into this video. So guys, the first thing I want to do is to create a new Django project. So right here in this folder, I have this index.html file. Now this is the file to the template we're going to be using for this blog. So I already have this template done. So we're just going to be talking about mostly the backend functionalities. So I'm just going to import this template into my project. But first of all, I need to create my project. So in this folder, I'm going to create my project. So now I just copy this directory and I come into the terminal in my VS Code. I opt inside that directory and then I can just okay, so let's open up the normal terminal to go into that folder. So say cd, and then now we can say Django-admin start project, and then we can say blog. So now this is going to create a new project in this folder named blog. So in a second it should do that. So that is done. If I come here now, I can see blog, and then in there also I'm also gonna create, I'm gonna go in there, cd blog, I'm gonna say python manage.py start app, and let me name it posts. So I'm gonna start a new app and name it posts. So done. Now if I come into blog, I'm gonna see a new folder also named posts. So I'm done with this terminal. I don't need anything here again. So I'm gonna close that up. And then now what I just want to do is to open up, let me close this terminal. Let me just CLS, and then I can make this short and close it up. And now I just want to open that project I just created in my VS Code. So I'm going to open folder, and then so it should be in okay, right here in blog. Yeah, so blog and post. So I'm going to select folder, so it's going to open that up. Yeah, and good. So now I'm just gonna quit this, and then I'm gonna come into that folder, and I want to drag this index.html. I want to drag it into that folder. So now I have everything in here. I don't need any other thing from the folder. So right here I'm gonna start all the things I need. So first of all, let's run this our project and make sure that everything is working fine. So right in here, I'm gonna say python manage.py run server. So now this should run our project on the localhost 8000. Okay, now let me come into my browser and then go there. And as you see the default Django template, as you can see, it says the install works successfully. So let's head back over, can close this up, and now let's just start with the URL mapping. So I'm gonna come into posts, and then I'm gonna create a new file, and I'll name it urls.py. Right in here, I'm gonna set up all my URLs. Now if you don't know what a Django URL is, it's basically the different path you have in your website. Let's take for example facebook.com. So facebook.com is the main website. Then when you go to facebook.com/notifications, that's another URL. You can go to facebook.com/messages, that's another URL. So think about that in this project. So URLs is different parts in our website. So now let me show you how to configure a URL. So I'll say from django.urls import path. So this is just a default Django function that allows us to, configure our URLs. So I'm gonna say URL patterns. It's gonna be a list, and I'm gonna say path. And when I leave it blank like this, it means the home URL. Now if I put something like notifications, what this means is slash notification, our website slash notification. But when I leave it blank, it means the home URL. So now I can say views.index and I can give it a name of index. So this is saying that once a user comes to the home, it should go to the views.index function. So that means in this views.py file, it should look for an index function and then do whatever it was being asked to do. As we can see, we don't have any index function in view. We're going to have to create that. And first of all, we don't have views imported. So we have to say from views or from this import views. So now we have views imported. We can say views.index and then we just give it a name of index. Now that's it. And then right here, let's create a new function and name it index. It's going to take a request. Now we want this to render that simple HTML page. But before we do that, if we just type return render, this is how to render an HTML page, and we do request index.html. If we do this, we aren't going to see this. It's either going to give us an error or it's just going to show us the Django default template. Now for Django to know where to get this index.html, we need to do it in a specific way. So in the root directory, we're going to have to create a new folder and name it templates. And then we push index.html into template. So we want to move it. Now it is inside templates. This is how it's supposed to be. But we're not done. We need to come to blog and go to settings.py. So right here in settings.py, we're gonna scroll down to this and we're gonna say base dir slash template. Now what this is saying is that whenever a user requires an index, an HTML page, it should go to the base directory, which is the root directory. Then it should go into the folder named templates and look for that exact HTML page. So when we're trying to render this HTML page, index.html, it's gonna request for this index.html in the root directory, and then it's gonna look for a template name, a folder named template, and then gets that index.html. So now we have this. But again, let me scroll up to installed apps, and I have to add this app I created, which is posts. You have to add it there. So now I can save this. And now this can be rendered. So I can save this also and save this. But if I come here and hit refresh, boom, nothing still happens. And this is because we configured all this in our app. We need to configure it for our main project. So our project, we know where to look for a URL. Now, for us to do this, we're going to say from Django.urls import path. We also have to import include. And then we can say path. When the user requires the home, it's going to include posts.url. Now what this is saying is that once a user comes to the home, which is just the main website, it should include the home URL in posts.url, and posts.url is our app.urls, which is this. So it's going to look for something similar to this, and this is it. So we can close this up now. We come here to refresh. Boom. You can see now that we have this HTML page. We have everything set up. We have all the front end set up. Now I guess it's time for us to do the main stuff. So now what we need to do is to create a database that is going to store all our blog posts. So it's going to store the title of the blog post, when the blog post was created, and then the main body, the main text of the blog post. So we're going to come into models.py. We're going to create a new Django model. Let's say class, and then let's say posts. So I will say models.model, And now we can say the title should be equals to models.character field, and then we have to set a max length. Let's set the title should be like 100, it shouldn't be more than 100. And then we have to do the same thing for the body, which is the main post. The body of the post is also models.character field, and then the max length we can set like let's say 1,000,000, because some blog posts might be. And now the next thing we need to set is the date this post was created, so we can name it created_art, and then it's models.datetime field. And then for us to pass in a parameter, we need to import datetime. It's a default Python library, so we can say from datetime import datetime, basically datetime. So now we can just pass this datetime in here, so whenever this is created, this is going to be saved with it. It's going to get the current date and save it with it. So say default, so default should be equals to datetime.now, and then let's leave blank to be true. So now this is good, we can save this. Now we have our models done. And you know, in Django, whenever you create a new model or you add any changes to your model, you need to make migrations and migrate to the database. So let me create a new terminal right here, and then all I'm just gonna do is make migrations and migrate, which is python manage.py make migrations. Okay, make migrations. Yeah, it's updated that, and then python manage.py migrate. So this should migrate everything to the database. Good. So now, as you know, Django has a default admin panel which allows you to access all your database and everything about your site. To access that, we can say our localhost/admin. But you see, it asks us for a login, username and password, but we don't have that. So what we need to do is to just come into our terminal and say python manage.py create super user. So this is going to create a super user, so we can have our credentials to log in here. So we can say admin. Nah, this is just the username, so say admin. Let's leave the email blank and let's give it password, and then yeah. So now we have this created successfully. We can use that credentials to log in. Yeah, so now we have this. We have our database. This is the users we have on our site. We didn't add authentication or anything complex. We're keeping this very simple. The only user we have is us, which is the admin. So let me just come back to the home. But we created this database of posts. Then why isn't it here? Now we migrated this model to our database, but we didn't save it or showcase it in our admin panel. To do this, we're going to have to come to admin.py, and first of all import, say from .models import posts. So we have this model imported, and then we're going to say admin.site.register, and then we're just going to register that post. And then when I come here, I need to refresh. Boom, now we see posts. As easy as that. So now we have this database, which is very good. Let's just go ahead and create a new post, and then let's say title. Let's just say how to deploy Django project to Heroku. So for the body, I want to have this real post, so I'm just going to go to my website, collect the blog post from there, how to deploy a Django project, and then just going to copy all of these basically. I'm just copy it to this place here, and then just going to paste it right there, and then the date is automatically going to get the latest date, the correct time. So I'll save this. Now we have the first one. Okay, we don't need this. We do not need all this. Yeah, so in this post. So let's just save this. So we got that, and let's just create another one. What other one do I have here? So best way to get started with Django. Let's copy this, paste, and then oh my god, good, copy, paste, and save. So we have two. Let's add one more so we can use the database and showcase it right here. So go back, get one more, let me say installation of Python, get that, paste that, and then yeah, right here. And then we also paste this, and then good. Now we are good to go. So now we have 3 posts. We have 3 blog posts on this our blog, and now we just want to access everything right here instead of just having all this dummy data. And what we want to do is that once the user click, so in this title heading is obviously going to be the title of the post, like how to deploy a Django project, and this is going to be the date, and this is going to be just like maybe the first line of the main blog post. So once a user clicks on this, it's going to take the user to read the whole post. Let's go ahead and do that. So now we got all this. We don't need this again. No, we don't need this again. Yeah, so now what we just need to do right here, we can open up our index.html. We're gonna need that. So we're gonna make this dynamic, all this post dynamic. Right now it's just static post that is there, which is just this, but we're gonna get all this from our database, so we won't be writing this. So to do that, first I have to import that our model. Say from .models import post. So now we have post imported. We can access all the data or all the objects in that post. So we can just say posts should be equals to post dot object dot all, and then we can just pass it right here and say posts, and then say post. Now this should be a variable, so posts. So this particular line is, we have a variable and we are giving it posts, which is this we imported, .objects.all. That means we are getting all the objects from this database right here. You can see this object 1, object 2, object 3. So we're getting all the objects, saving it here, and then we are passing it into our template, which is index.html. So we can save this here, and now when we come here, we can simply remove this. We don't need this. So now we're going to use a for loop. Yeah, from here. So we're going to use a for loop to access all those data. So we're going to say for post in posts. So for post in posts, this posts is this variable we pass to our index. So now we can access it as a variable. So I'm saying for post in posts, instead of writing title heading, now we want to write post.title. In case you're wondering where we got this title from, this title is the title of the page of the post. That's what we assigned it in the model. So post.title, and this should be post.created@, and then some texts. So this should be post.body, right? Yeah. But now instead of just .body, we want to make it like maybe only the first 10 words. Let's say like the first 50. So we should be able to do something. Okay, let's leave it for now. Then we're going to change it when we see what our output is. So now we can end this for loop. Now when you are using a for loop in Django templating, you have to end a for loop. If not, it's just gonna go throughout the whole code beneath that for loop. So it's quite different from normal for loop in Python. You know, in Python we use indentations to know when to end a for loop, but here we use the end for to end a for loop. So now let's save this. I come here and hit refresh. Good. So we have Tommy's blog, we have how to deploy a Django project, we have the date and the exact time we created this, and then as you can see we have all the posts. So this is working pretty fine now, but what we want to change is that we want to change two things. First of all, we don't want all these posts right here, because if a user can read all the posts from the main page, then it doesn't need to click on that post. So we don't want all the posts, we only want maybe like the first 20 words or something like that, or the first 50 characters. And then as you can see, this is 11:30 p.m. this is 11:32. Now 11:30 is earlier than 11:32. Now we want the latest post to be on top. So as you can see, this is the oldest post. So if this is the way our blog is, that means the first post we write is the one that's always going to be on top, and we don't want that. So now let's go back in here, and then to make the latest post be on top, we're going to say for post in posts reverse. This is very easy, just say reverse and it's going to reverse it for you. So we got this, so reversed with a D. So now as you can see, the latest one is what is on top: installation, Django, best way, and how to deploy a Django project. So the latest one we had is one that's gonna come on top. So we have that. So guys, what we're gonna do next now is to make sure that it doesn't show all the characters of the post or the whole body of the post. So we're gonna do that in the next video. Welcome back to the second video in this Django blog tutorial. This is the second and last video. So in the last video we stopped at getting all the list of blog posts and then making them order in according to the latest post. So at first when we put it, it was showing the oldest posts at the beginning, but now the latest post shows at the beginning. And I said in this video we're going to continue by as you can see, all the blog posts is showing on the front page, which we don't want. We only want like 10 words or 20 words to show. Then a user should be able to click and it will take them to another page to read the whole text. So that's what we're going to do in this video. So first of all, let's remove all these. We don't like the way all the post is showing, so let's change it to like only 20 or 30 words. So right here in VS Code, all we just need to add in post.body, we'll say truncate words, and then we'll put a colon and say 20. So this is going to truncate it to just 20 words. Now when I hit refresh, you can see now I only have 20 words, and it automatically put these 3 dots which shows that you can continue reading when you click on it or something. So as you can see, only the first 20 words are showing, which is looking good. So what I just need to do now is to make sure that a user should be able to click. As you can see now, there's just plain text. A user can't click. So let's make a user click, and then it's going to take a user to another page. So right here, it should be in this whole class. So let's add, yeah. So right here, an A tag, it should be going to nowhere for now. Let's paste that back. So this can come here and this can come here. So let's save this. So this should be going nowhere, but let's just check that. Okay, this is showing, but we don't like how all these, as you can see, showing line with purple. Nah, we don't want that. So we can just easily add a simple styling. So let's just say style. Oh, we don't need to say style. We can just add it in the A tag. We'll say style and say text decoration should be none. So this is just gonna make sure that all the styling doesn't show. Yeah, so as you can see, the lines, the underlines doesn't show, but we still have this in purple. So very easy, and just change it to color black. So good, but when the user click on it, it still goes to that same H whatever. So now, as the user click on it, it should take it to a dynamic and unique page. So everything we're going to be doing is going to be dynamic. You're going to understand that in a second. So let's come here now. So what page is the user going to go to once they click on a post? Let's go create that. In the URLs, let's create one and name it posts. We'll say views.posts, and then we'll give it a name of post. We must add our comma right here because it's a list. So we'll save it. Right now we don't have any function in views named post, so let's go create that. So we'll say dev posts request, and then let it just render a simple HTML page, and then let's say post.html. So now we save this, but we don't have any page like this. Let's create that quickly. Right here, new file, post.html. Okay, so we have with an S. So let's come here and update that post with an S. So that's good. And now what we just want to do is to make this kind of dynamic. So we want to, right now we can go to /post, but nothing is showing. It's just a blank HTML page, which is this page. So we want to get all the data. So we want to, like, once a user click on this, it's gonna take us to that /post, but it's gonna be like /post/1/post/2, different page with different URLs. So this blog post, since it's the first post, it can have an ID of 1, so it can be /post/1, this can be /post/2, this can be /post/3, if you understand that. And then we're gonna get all this dynamically from the database. So let's do that quickly. Right here, we can just say, we can give it an integer or a string. I just like a string to avoid any errors. So a string, which is pk. So this is saying, let's put that post/ a string, which is pk. So we can save that, come into views. So right now we are collecting pk, and then what we just need to do is to say that posts is equals to posts.object, not with an s this time, just object.get the one which id is equals to pk. So once we have this, we just simply pass it to the HTML. Let's copy that here and paste. So what we're doing is once a user gets this URL, so let's say it's going to be post/1, and you know that /1 is the ID of, let's say, one of these so obviously this will have an ID of 1 because it's the first, or maybe an ID of 0, maybe. But once we get the ID, it's going to be passed in this URL, and from the URL it's going to be passed here. You can see that this function is getting that PK, which is the name we gave it right here. And then from that PK, we are using it to filter our database. So I've written a new variable, and then what is being assigned to that variable is posts, which is our model.object.get. So it's gonna get that particular post, which has the ID of PK. So then once we have that, we're just passing it to our post.html. So just the way we did index.html, we can go there now and access that post. So right here, let's just copy the index.html code and use it. So let's paste, but still Tommy's blog, but let's go to /post. Okay, so we need to add something. Let's say /1. Okay, so it doesn't have an ID of 1, 0. So let's come into our database. Okay, no ID for now, so we need to create a particular ID. As you can see, for now it says where is it, type post has no attribute object, so it doesn't see any post with this particular object, which is kind of weird. But so what we just need to do is to make sure that we are doing the correct thing. So we're basically gonna come back here in our URLs. So we're passing the string as PK, good. And then right here we're collecting that and then filtering it, which is good. So post.object, okay, so object with an S. So post.objects.get. So now when we come here, let's give it 1. Okay, so post object is not iterable. Yeah, for sure. So what it's saying in post.html, if we come here, as you can see, we're using a for loop to get this now. But in our index, because we said post.object.all, which means it's getting it as a list or as a dictionary or just a list of something, so we can loop through it. That's the meaning of iterable. When I say something is iterable, it means we can loop through it. But when we say post.object.get, we're only getting one specific value, so we can't loop through one specific value. It's just one thing. So that's why it gives us this error that post object is not iterable. So in our post, we must remove this and remove this. So now if we come here and click enter again, we don't have anything here because we're using posts instead of post with an S, but let's leave that like that. But we have this now, and then right here I want to have the post. So I'll say post.title, post.created@, and post.body. But now we're not truncating any words, we want every single thing. Now let's save. So as you can see, it says how to deploy a Django project to Heroku, and then it gives us all these. So this is what we need. So right here, let's give this an H1 also because it's a title. And then I think the rest is good. So let's save and hit refresh. So how to deploy a Django project to Heroku, and then we have the date that was created, and then we have the whole post for this. So first of all, let's remove this particular a tag. We don't need that again. So that is gone. So right here you can see that this is perfectly working, but what we want to do now is that from the home page we want the user to click on this and it will go to that particular post. So we have to come to index.html, and we'll say, instead of going to an hashtag, we'll say slash posts with an S. Let's be sure. No, just posts. Then slash posts.id. Just like this. Now this should have everything working. Now once I click on this, you see it takes me to installation of Python, the date it was created with the old posts. And let me go back again. If I click on another one, you see it takes me to that particular post. And if I click on another one, it takes me to that particular post. So this is how to build a simple, very simple blog using Django. Now you can add some more advanced features, like very advanced features like images. You can add comments, like a user should be able to comment. You can add to different types of text, so that user can design his text like fonts and stuff like that. You can add a various of other things. It's just the basic feature in our blog is the CRUD functionality, which is create, read, update, and delete. So a user should be able to create a new post, which we can do from our admin panel, and then should be able to read the post. So as you can see, anybody can come here and read this, and you should be able to update the post. So if I come here and installation of Python, and I say installation of Django, and I say save, and I come here and hit refresh, as you can see it changes to Django. It should change to Django because that's what we designed it for. So I really hope you guys enjoyed this video, and user should also be able to delete a post. So if we come here and delete a post, it's gonna delete higher. So we click delete. Yes, I'm sure. We come here and hit refresh. It's gone. So that's gonna be all for this video once again. I really hope you guys enjoyed building this with me. Hey guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we're gonna be using Django to build a weather detector app. So it's just gonna get the current weather situation in a particular city which a user search for. So right here, if I just search for London and I click enter, see it says London. It gives me the country code, the coordinates, the temperature, the pressure, and the humidity. So this is what we're going to be building in this video. So the template, which is this HTML file, and the source code, which is the final code to the final project, everything is going to be linked in the description below, so you can check the description to get the whole source code for the front end and the back end and everything you need. So having all this said, let's dive straight into the tutorial. So guys, the first thing we need to do is to first of all create a new Django project. So we're going to create a new Django project now, and we're going to name it weather detector. So to do that, we have to say Django -admin start project, and then we're going to say weather detector, something like this. Then we just hit enter, and now this is going to create a new folder named weather detector in this directory, and that folder is going to contain the Django default boilerplate. So we can say cd. We're just going into that folder. Now we are in this folder. If I press dir, I'm going to see now that I have managers py and weather detector. So after doing this, we can just immediately create the Django app we're going to be using for this project. So I can say Python manage.py start app, and then we just want to name this app weather, like this. Then you'll see that a new folder is going to be added named weather. So if I do this, now you see we have weather. Now we can import this project into Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to open up VS Code and then open folder. So I'm going to open up that folder in VS Code. So I have it in weather app, weather detector. So this should just go ahead and open my project right here. So let me just close this up. So what we are just gonna do now is just go ahead with configuring our templates. So as I said in the introduction to this video, all the source code to everything we're going to be doing and the template file, I'm going to link it up in the description below so you can get the template file, which is the HTML file, and the source code to a finished project. So if you are stuck anywhere, you can easily just check the source code. So we're just going to create a new folder in the root directory, and then we're going to name it templates. So now let me pop up my terminal, or let me just use my command prompt, python managers py run server. So what I'm doing now is that I'm running this project we just created on our localhost. So Django is going to run it on localhost port 8000. I'm just going to copy this, come up into my browser and paste it. Now you can see it's showing us that yeah, this installation works successfully, but we don't want to see this. What we want to see is our own HTML file, our own template. So let's go back to what we're doing. Right here in templates, we're just gonna get our HTML template which we want to use, and then we're gonna fix it into this template folder. So this template folder is just basically going to contain all the HTML files which we need, all our template files. So I have that my template file right here, which is index.html. I'll say it once again that this index.html file is going to be linked in the description below. So I'm just going to drag it and paste in template. So now we have that there. But you know that's not enough to tell Django that it should render that page. So we need to come into weather detector, which is our main project. And then in settings.py file, we're going to scroll down to where we see template. Now we see template here. Then we're going to look for dirs, where we see dirs. Right here, we'll say base dir / template. So what templates? So what this is doing is that it's telling Django where to look for our HTML files. So anytime we request or want to render an HTML file, it's going to come into base directory / template, which is basically this folder where we have our HTML file. So after doing this, let's just add the app we created, which is weather. Let's add it to our installed apps. Nice. So now we can save this. But again, this is not enough for Django to render that HTML page. So now we need to go to URL routing. So right here, you see that once we come to the home page, we have this default Django template. So we've told Django where to look for our template, but we've not told Django that when a user comes to our home page, what HTML template should he render. Now to do that, we need to use URL mapping or URL routing. So we're going to specify that once the user comes to this URL, which is our home page, it should render that index.html folder, which is right here. So right now, I'm just going to come into weather. So we need to create a new file named urls.py. And right here, in this urls.py is where our URLs is going to be stored. So say from django.urls import path. So we're importing path, which is going to allow us to specify different URLs, and we'll say from .views. Now from here, import views. So we're also importing views. I'm going to explain why we need this in a second. Now what we need to do is to have a new list named URL patterns. Now it should be equals to path, and then we'll say views.index, and then we'll say name should be equals to index. Now what we're doing right here is we're importing path from Django URLs. So it's a default Django function which allows us to specify different paths. Right here you can see where we use it. So this from .import views is basically this file. So we're importing every function which we have in this file, every class, anything we have in this file, we're importing it into this urls.py. So now when we specify a new, this URL pattern is a list variable which is going to take a list of all the old URLs we're going to have on this our site. So the first URL which I specified is the home page. That's why it's blank. If I want to specify, let's say /signup, it will be something like, let's say register. This is how I'm gonna do it. I can just leave it blank like just register, or if it's login, I can do exactly the same thing, something like this. But since it's the home page, I can just leave it blank. Now Django knows we're talking about this page, the home page. Now when I say views.index, what I mean is from this views.py file which we imported, go to the index function. Now the index function is where we're going to tell Django what HTML template or whatever we want to do, which we want to render. Now this name is just basically the name given to this particular URL. So whenever we want to request for the URL or go to that URL, we use this name. Now we can just save this. And now we know that we don't have any function named index in views.py. We need to do that. Head over here. Now we create a new function and we can just easily name it index. So this index, we want you to take a request. So we're just going to say return render and then request and then index.html. So this is requesting for index.html in template folder. Nice. Now we can save this. But if we come right here and hit refresh, it still doesn't work. Now the reason why this doesn't work is because we configured all these URLs only in our app. We also still need to configure it in our main project for Django to know what we are doing. So we come to weather detector, which is the main project folder. In there, we go to urls.py, and then we scroll down where we import path. We also want to import include. Then after importing include, in the URL patterns, which is here already, we didn't write this, is there already. We can just say path, and then we'll say include weather.urls. Now what this is doing is that we're creating another home URL, but now in the urls.py file of the main project, and then once the user comes to this home, it should include weather.urls. That means weather is this app which we created right here, and then you should go to the urls.py file of it, and then anything we do to the same path is what should be done here. It's just including the URLs. So if I come here, you see we have that same blank path. So anything we do here, and what we are doing here is taking views.index, and what are we doing in views.index? Rendering this index.html. So now when we come back here and just hit refresh, now you see that we have this HTML page. So for now, you can see all these are just dummy data, country code, coordinate. So what we want to do now is that we want the user to be able to search for something like London. When the user hits enter, we want to show the current weather details or weather status in that particular city. So we're just gonna come back to VS Code. So right here in the index, now I'm going to come into template and in index. So right here, I'm going to scroll down. So what we want to do now, if we scroll up, you're going to see that in this index, we have a form already. Now this form is using a post method. The first thing we need to do, this form is basically this input, this search bar which we have here. So this form is a post form. As you can see, it's using a post method. In Django, anytime we're using a post method, we always want to make sure to add CSRF token. Something like this. Underscore token. Now once I save this and I come and search London, it gives us this error. Now, because I've not refreshed the page, you still have that error, but take a look at the error. You see it says forbidden. If I go back and hit refresh, now I've loaded the new one and I search London again. You see now that I don't have any error. Nothing is working yet, but we've bypassed that error, which is good. So what I want to do now is to basically just send this detail, this input right here is this input which we see, input type text, name, city, and then once the user click on submit, it should send this detail to this view, back to this index.html view. It's still, we're just sending it back to this page, but this time around we want to be able to get some data, some things. So this is easy for us to do. What we just need to do is just specify the data which we're sending back. So right now, right here, what we're just going to simply do is we come here, we make sure that we set an action, and the action should be blank. Now the reason why this action is blank is because when we hit search, it's sending all the data, which is only one actually. It's sending this London data back to this home page. But this time around, we want to have something here. Instead of country code coordinate, we want to have the real country code, which should be London or UK or something like that. And then later, we're also going to remove this so that when a user first comes to the site, when a user first comes to the site, this shouldn't be there. Only search. We're going to do all those also. So after adding the action, and then we're able to send. Now what we just need to do is to come into our views.py file and then collect that. So for us to collect the data in which we sent, we'll say if request.method is equals to post, then we want to say city should be equals to request.post city. Now what are we doing right here? When I come to this page from the normal URL bar, I'm using a get method to access this page. But now when I send a form using a post method, I'm now sending a form to this page. The method is different. As you can see now, is a post method. That's why we're going to say if request.method is post. Now the only time we're going to use post is when we're sending a form. So we're going to get if the method is post. That means obviously the program should know that okay, a form is coming. Then once we know a form is coming, we just need to collect that form. Say request.post city. Now this city is this index, this input right here. You can see it has a name of city. If I change this to place, then I also need to come here and change this to place. But for now, let's still go with city. So let me make this big again. Let's just go with city and then city. So I hope you understood what we did right there. So we're just gonna save this, and then let me just first of all, after sending the city to this place, let me just pass it back to the HTML just to make sure we know what we're doing. So we can do something like this, city. So we're just gonna save, and then if I come here, so it says local variable city referred before assignment. Now this unbound local error always happens anytime you are using an if statement and there is a variable being assigned without adding an else statement. Now we just need to do else city should be equals to blank. Now once I save this and come back and hit refresh, we don't have that error again. So anytime you come across that error in Django, it's always very common. You can just simply use that to take care of that. So right here where we have country code, let's just say H1, and then let's say city. So right now if I refresh this page and I hit London, Now you see it gives me back London. So that's just for us to verify that, okay, yeah, we are really passing a data value from our page back to our page, as I explained earlier, using different method, using a post method this time around. But now, obviously, we don't just want to see London. All we want to see is the country code, which is not really relevant, but I think it's still okay if we can get that. The coordinates, the temperature, pressure, and humidity. So weather, status, and details of that current city which we search for. So for this, we're going to be using an API which is called Open Weather Map. So it's a website which has an API for you to use, so you can get those details from their website. But before you can use their API, you have to sign up to their site and then get it's totally free. Just sign up, you go to your account, you get an API, and I'm going to show you how to use their API. So first of all, you need to come to their site, which is openweathermaps.org, and then once you log in, you can just come to API keys right here, and then you're going to see your own key. Now you can, this is free since we're just using for testing purposes. This is totally free. You don't need to buy a subscription or anything like that. Nope. So we're going to be using this API key to do what we want to do. So I'm going to show you how to use their API, get the details of any city we search. If we search London, if we search Accra, if we search Cape Town, if we search Delhi, Mumbai, anywhere, we can get the current weather situation right there, right here from our Python program or our Django site. So that's gonna be all for this video, and then we're gonna finish up this project in the next video. So guys, this is the second part in this weather website tutorial. So in the last part, I stopped at telling you guys to get the API key from Open Weather Maps. So once you have your API key, you can continue to follow along. So this is the second and the last part of this tutorial. It's just a 2-part tutorial video. Now, this API key is very important for you to be able to access their API. After getting this API key, you can continue. Now, this is where we stopped at, which was where we just passed London back to this page. But now, whatever city a user search, we want to get the details. What we're gonna do is go back into VS Code. Now that we're able to send in data from this form to our views, to our templates, we can easily just get that data and then get the weather situation in that city. First of all, let's remove this. That was just for testing purposes. Now, and this also. So now that we have done all this, what we just want to do, we have the city. So right here. So now that we have city, we want to access this Open Weather Maps API from this our code. So we need some libraries. We need to import JSON. Now JSON is when we send a request to the API, it's going to give us a response in a JSON format. So we need to import JSON to be able to actually get and then, pass or filter this data. And then we need to import URL lib.requests. So now that we have this done, we are very good to go. So right here, I'm just going to say something like rest. Now this rest is the request we're sending to Open Weather Maps. Now what I'm just gonna do is to say URL lib.requests.url open. So we want to open a particular URL, and that URL is gonna be http API openweathermap.org/data /2.5/weather question mark. Then now I want to pass in some parameters. We'll say q. Now q is going to be equals to the city. Now this city is q is actually means query, so it's going to be equals to the city. That's the city we want to get the details of, and we use concatenation, add the city. After adding the city, what we just need to add right now is our API key. So we're just going to say and app ID should be equals to, now we're just going to input the API key which we collected from here, paste it right there. So now we have input our API key. So I'm just going to say dot read with 2 parentheses. So now that we have this done, I'm just gonna go on a new line, and then what I just want to do is to say list, or let me just say JSON data. Now this is the data I get after sending a request to this URL. So I'm gonna say JSON data should be JSON.load with an S, and I want to load res. Nice. So now I have the current weather details of this city stored in this JSON data variable. But now I want to make this JSON data, I want to change it to like a dictionary, a Python dictionary, so it's easier to access. I can just simply say data equals to, so what I just want to do is to say country should be string, and then from JSON data we say sys, and then we'll say country. So now after having this, we just use a comma to get some other details which we need. Now let's see what we need right here. That was the main reason why I put this down, so we know what we need. We need the coordinates. So another one is the coordinate. Now they actually have their documentation where you can get how to use all these, but I already know how to use it, so you can just follow up with this tutorial. So you can also get some more things about that specific location, even more than weather situation. You can see we're getting the coordinate, we're getting the country code. Now these are more about geolocation, so you can use their API for some more things. You can just go check their documentation, but for now let's stick with this. So coordinates, and then also a string, making sure it's a string, and then from JSON data what we just want to do is coord, and then another one after it. We want to get the longitude, which is shortened to long, and then we want to concatenate it. Let's just leave like a space or something. Now I want to concatenate it with the latitude also. So we'll say JSON, and then what we just need to do is also to say coord, and then right here we're just going to say lat, which is the short form of latitude. Now we can put a comma to get the next one. So we have the country code, we have the coordinates. Now let's get the temperature, which is basically what we need. Let's shorten it to temp, string, and then JSON data. And then what we just need to do now is to just say main temp, which is the temperature, plus k. So this K is basically in Kelvin, so it's not in degree Celsius or degree Fahrenheit, it's in Kelvin. So you can also, use your Python code to convert it very easily, but for now let's just stick with Kelvin. And then let's see, we need the pressure and humidity. Nice. So we'll just say pressure. We forget to add our pressure string JSON data main and then pressure. Nice. So now we can just add our comma, and then the last thing we need is humidity. Then we say the same thing, string, then we just say JSON data, then we just say main, and then we just say humidity, basically. Humidity. Nice. So we can also add a comma just to avoid any errors. Comma right here, and then we can just come down. Okay, so I think we're done with this data since we have it closed here already. So now we already have everything we need inside this data. So we'll say else data should be empty. So now what we just want to do is, after rendering this, we just want to pass data. Now we can access this from our HTML, which is quite cool. So now let's come into our HTML. So right now, instead of all these country code coordinates, we can just use these. Same thing for all. For the temperature also. For the pressure, humidity, and I think that's what we need. So now let's save this. Once we save this and we come back here, now let's hit. Okay, now you see that there's nothing in the output, so now let's hit learn done. Now we press enter. So it says bad request HTTP error. We come down here, unable to receive. So we are having some errors. Let's go and check what's up. Yeah, from this line, the error is coming from this line. So let's go see views.py. So let's see. Most of the time this happens because of HTTPS. Now let's go back to our page, London, and we hit enter. So we still have that error basically. So let's copy this, the URL in which we are trying to access, and then let's open it in a new page just to make sure that everything is working. Okay, now the reason why we're getting this is because right here there is no equals to. So let's go back and change that. So you can see that whenever we are passing a value, you can see there's supposed to be Q, which is the query, equals to city, then app ID equals to this. So let's just say query equals to then city. So I think that should fix our problem. Let's save again, and we come back here and search for London. Now you can see very good. We have country code Great Britain, which is where I live, I'm just saying. And coordinates, we have the longitude and the latitude. Then temperature is 274.34 K. I think that's correct. Then pressure, which is this, and humidity this. So we have all these which we need. And I think basically that's all we need for this project to be working. We can just do some little tweaks, like let's come back here, right here in the index. What we just want to have right here is like an H1, and then let's pass in, let me come here, yeah, the city. So let's make sure that the city is equals to blank, and then let's say city is city. Now we save this, we come back here. In here we can put city. Now let's save this and check. Ooh, as you can see, we have our page coming in as the HTML. So I'm very sure the reason is because there was a syntax error right here. So because of dictionary, we just have to cut that, do this, then we can just do something like this. So let's save it and go check it out again. So we hit enter. Let's wait for our code to run. Let's open that up. So we have an invalid syntax actually. So the reason is because let me come back here, is because we are not supposed to pass a dictionary and this like this. So what we just need to do is this. So say data should be equals to data. Now let's save this, and then this should work back. Let's wait for it like 2 seconds or so. Okay, it's reloading. Yeah, done. So now let's save and let's hit London. So now we have London, but you can see that we have all these not showing. Now the reason why we don't have it showing is because it doesn't see it now as a dictionary again. It sees it as a normal variable. So we're gonna have to come here in index and we'll say data dot also need to add them in all, and then for humidity also. Now when we save this, come here, not here, hit refresh and submit again, you can see now we have London and we also have all these details. So that's basically how to just fix that or parse that. So let's search for another city. Actually, let's see, Lagos. Now Lagos, country code Nigeria, which is NG. Then we have all these. Wow, cool temperature. Then let's see another city and then we move on. So Texas. Now Texas, country code US, and it gives us the details. Now this is what we want in this video. One more thing that we want to pass is when a user comes to this site, we don't want this to show. We want this place to be blank first of all, then once the user search, this to show. So we can also do that by first using an if statement. So after row right here, we're gonna say if data dot country code, then if we have these, they should be how the country code should be. If we have this, then let's show this else, which is our else statement, or let's just end the if. We don't need a else. Now let's save this and see. Come here, hit refresh, boom, it's gone. So what we're doing is we're saying if data.country code, that means if we have anything like this, then it should show all of this, but if not, obviously this will not be there. So now let's go and check it again. London, we hit enter, now we have this. But if we just come to the site normally, we don't have this. Now this is very good. This is what we want. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial, which was really fun for me building also. If you did, please don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. In this video, we're going to be building a simple chat application using Django. So this is going to be built with Django and a little bit of Ajax, so a little bit of JavaScript in it. So we're not going to be doing anything so complex. We're not going to be using them WebSockets, the channels or anything like that. Just Django and Ajax. And the link to the source code of everything we're going to build in this video is going to be in the description below. So the template file and everything we're going to build, you can access it. And this video is going to be in 2 parts. So this is the first part and it's going to have a second part to conclude it. And yeah, so let's go ahead and test this out. So this is the room name. A user can create a new room, and let's just say let's give it like a room of coding. I don't know, I'm just giving it any room, and then let's enter as team. So now we enter the room. You can see it's blank for now. Let's enter that same room right here, but yeah, let's enter as John. Now we enter. So now I can say hi guys, and once I hit send, you see it shows 42. This is in real time, and I can say hey, what's up, and I hit send, you see it shows 42. So this is the simple application we are going to be building in this video. Now all this data you are seeing here with the date and time, with the message and the name, are going to be saved in our database. So as you can see, we're getting back all these messages in real time. It's actually a fun project to build, and you're going to improve your skills in Django and mixing it with a little bit of JavaScript. So having all this said, let's dive straight into the video. So guys, the first thing we need to do to get started with this project is to obviously install Django. So as I said in the intro, we're going to be using Django to build this chat app. So let's make sure we have Django installed. So I'm just going to say pip install Django. Now this command line is going to install the latest version of Django on my computer. But I have Django installed already, so it should tell me requirement already satisfied. And note that if you're on a Mac, you should type pip3 install Django. That's just the small difference between Windows and Mac, but there is nothing more than that. So as you can see, it says requirement already satisfied. So let's just wait for that to opt out. Oh yeah, I cancelled it. So let me close this up, and now we can just create our project. So I'm in the directory where I want to create my project. So I'm just going to say Django -admin start project, and let's name it Django chat. So this is it, Django chat. And in this video, we're not going to be using channels and Redis and the popular way of building a chat app. What we're just going to be using is a little bit of JavaScript, which is Ajax. So we're going to be using Django and implementing Ajax to make our chat functions real time. So you're going to see what we're going to do in this video. So right now we can just go into that and say Django chat. So we are in this, and then if we press dir, we can see right here that there's manage.py file, and we have this folder. So let's just, what I like to do is to create my Django app immediately. So now I can do python manage.py start app, and just name the app chat. So now this should create a new app named chat, and we should have another folder right here named chat. So right here you can see we have a new folder. So we don't need this command prompt again. Let's come into VS Code, and then let's just open that up. So I'm gonna open a folder. So the project we just created, I'm gonna bring it into VS Code. So project chat app, I have it in here. And it is, yeah, this is it. So I'm gonna say select folder, so it should pop that up, and let's give it some seconds. Okay, so that's done. Let me close this and remove all this. So now we have all these right here. So the next thing that I want to do, the first thing I like to do is to just add my template file. So the template file, when I say template file, I mean the HTML files in which we're going to be using in this project. So first of all, let me say templates. So I need to create a new folder in my root directory named template. And in here, I'm going to bring in my template files. So I have this template file designed already. In this video, we're not going to be doing that from scratch. So if you want to get it, as I said in the intro, I'm going to have a link to the source code of this project in the description below, so you can go there and get the template file. So right here, if I open this up, this is where I stored the template file. So I'm just going to drag and drop into VS Code. So we have it right there. Now the next thing we need to do is to go to our settings and just configure the template, and let's add this chat to the installed apps. So first of all, let's come here and then let's add chat. So that is added to the installed apps. Let's close this up, and then we come down here, right here in theirs. I can just say base there, and then when I say this /template. So what this command line is doing is that it is telling Django where to locate our template file. So when we are doing the URL mapping, which means when we are telling Django where all our URLs are, or the URLs of our project, and we want to render an HTML page to show for a specific URL, we need Django to know where to locate that HTML file. So this line of code says directory, so we're telling him to go to the base directory. So the base directory is just the root project right here. This is the base directory, and in the base directory, Django is going to enter into a folder named template. As you can see, this is the template. So Django can now access all these files inside this template folder. So let's say we, instead of naming this template, let's say we name it something like files. All we just need to do is to come here and change it to files. But yeah, we are using template. So there's no specific name you have to give this. It's just make sure that this and this correlates. So yes, we have that done, and then we can save. Now I don't think we have anything to do with settings file again. Now all we just need to do is to set up our URLs. So we come here, and then we need to create a new file called urls.py. So now to set up URL, we're just going to say from django.urls import path. So this is going to allow us to be able to configure the paths. So now let me just say from import views. So we're going to use this, and I'm going to explain why we're importing this second line in a minute. So now let's say URL patterns equals to a list, the first one, which is empty, the root directory, views dot, let's say home, and then let's give it a name of home. So now we have this. So we're importing these views because we're saying that when a user wants to go to the home directory, it should go to the views.home. So it's going to go to views.py file, which is this file right here, and it's going to look for a function named home. So whatever we're doing in that function is what is going to be happening to this URL. So I just did the second line to import views so we can access any function we have in that file, which is right here. So right here, we have to have a function named home, and let's just take a simple request, and then let's return, say return render, and then requests for, now I want to request for home.html. So that's it. I'm gonna come here and hit save. So the last thing we need to do for this particular URL is come to Django chat, which is the main project folder, and inside the urls.py file of this, let's just close this up. So right here in path, after importing path, we want to import include, and then we're gonna say path include chat.urls, and we're gonna save. So now I'm gonna pop up a new terminal, and then I want to run my Django project just to make sure that this URL configuration works successfully. So let's give that a minute to set up. So it's very easy to run your Django project. Actually, for you to follow up with this video, I expect you to know at least the basics of Django, so you know what's going on around here. But anytime I'm doing my tutorials, I like explaining everything I'm doing, even if you don't know anything about Django, so you know what's going on. but having a basic knowledge of Django before watching this will be helpful. So to run our Django project, we're just going to say Python manage.py run server. So that's how easy it is to run a Django project. So I'm just going to wait for that to run on the localhost, which is localhost port 8000. So okay, right here it gives us an error, says string add new object home. So we're gonna come here, so let's hit save, and then right here also, because I guess it hasn't updated. Oh, it still gives us that same error. Okay, let's see. Views dot home. Okay, right here it's not supposed to be a full stop, it's supposed to be a comma. So let's save that again, and it should be running. Yeah, so that's running on this. So if I just control click, it's gonna open this particular URL on my default browser. So okay, let's just come here and open it up ourselves. So here we're just gonna type in the localhost, which is 127.0.0.1, then port 8000. So that is opened already, and then we should see our HTML file. Good. So as you can see now, we have Django chat, and then we have this basic form which we're going to be using in this project. So this is the basic HTML file we're using. So a user is just going to add the room name and then his username, and will be able to enter a room. So let's head back to VS Code and continue with the coding. So now we can just close this up. So let me just open a new terminal down, because we're going to need it later. So now that we have this, what I want to do is to set up the model that we're going to be using in this project. So I'm going to set up two models. One is going to be for the chat room, and the second one is going to be for the messages. So I'm going to come into models.py file. So right here, all I just need to do is to create a class. I'm gonna name it room, and gotta have models.model, and the only thing I want this to have is just a room name. That's all. Models dot character field, and then let it have max length of 1000. So that's for the room name. So I would have given it another attribute of ID, but in Django each model object has an ID generated whenever a new object is created. So like this, there is another attribute named ID, but we don't need to write that ourselves. So this is good to go. And the second one I want to create is the message. So this is the model or the database that's going to be storing all the messages. So say models.model, and right now we're just gonna say value. Oh yeah, I think value is a good name. So value is like the message the user wants to send, like, hey, how you doing, what's up? So that's the value we want to give it. So models.character field also max length. So a message can have up to like 1,000,000 characters. And then let's give it a date. So which date was this done? So before we can use date, we need to import something named datetime. So from datetime, import datetime. So we're going to say models.datetime field. Not only date field, datetime field. And then what we want to pass in here, this is not going to have a max length. What this is going to have is a default. So default will be equals to datetime dot now. And then let's just set blank to be true. Let's just copy this paste. So the next thing we want to have is the user. So which user is sending this particular message that we want to have? And a user, let's just give it 1,000,000. A username shouldn't be up to that, but just to avoid any errors in this project. And then the last term we want to have is the room. So we want to know which room is this this message being sent to. So this room is going to be like, we can use another Django model, like a relationship model, like the many-to-many field, the foreign key, to link this with this room. But we're not going to be doing that in this video. So this is also another way to do this. So when we're submitting a new message, it's going to have the ID of the room, which is going to link to this. So you're going to understand all these in a moment. So let's just save this. And what we just need to do is to migrate this to our database. So say python manage.py, make migrations. And then after making the migrations, we're just gonna have to migrate. So that's done. Python manage.py migrate. So yes, we have the migration done. Good. So it has been migrated to our database. So now we can go into our Django project and go to /admin. But before we can access the admin panel, we need to create a super user. So python manage.py create super user. So let's just have it as admin. Leave this blank. Give it a password. Let's bypass. Good. So now we have a super user created. Let's close this up. So we need to register these models in our admin file. So first of all, we have to import the models from .models, import room, and import message. So admin.site.register. Let's register room. And then let's also register message. Now we save this. Now if I come here, go to /admin. Now it's going to ask me to log in. Let's give it a second to load. Now you see it says I should log in. I'm just going to log in with the details I just created. And then as you can see now, it has taken me to this admin panel, and I have the messages and the rooms model, the Django model right here installed. So if I come into messages, for now obviously we shouldn't have any object here. So but if I want to add a new message, you're gonna see that it has all the fields we need. So let's just go back to the home, and then let's open a new tab, go back to the home page, and leave this like this. So now we have all this. The next thing that I think we need to do now is to make sure that once a user puts in a particular room name, let's say the room name is Django, just a Django room, and the user is like Tom. So once a user enter a room, it should take a user to another unique URL for that particular Django, for that particular chat room. So, but what we need to do is to first of all check if this room exists in our database. So if, let's say Django, for example, this is the name of the room, I want to enter the room. If it's a new room, that means if someone have not created it before, we first of all want to create this room and then enter. But if it's a room that already exists, we just want to enter that room and see all the messages. So let's just take this off and let's go do that. So first of all, we need to, let me remove this, we don't need this again. So right in our URLs, we need to have a new path. So this path is going to be the path for the room. It's going to be the URLs for the room. So I'm just going to say path. So it's going to be a dynamic one. So we'll say string, give it a name of room, and then we'll say slash. So this is the room, then slash anything we want to add to it. So say views dot room, and then we give it a name of room. So this is good. And then let's come into views and create a new one and name it room. So say def room, a request also and let's just copy this. It should also render the room.html file. So this is where the room.html file is. So it's rendering the room.html file. Very simple. And now what we just want to do, so this is not just taking a request. First of all, as you can see right here, we're passing a variable into this particular URL named room. So we need to come into views and also collect room. So now we have all this collected. But if we come into home.html, so right here, scroll down, go down. Right here we have this form. So we want to set this form to an action that once a user clicks on submit, it should first send those data to a view that will check if this particular room existed or not. So let's first create that view. So we need to create another URL actually. So let's name this check view. So this is the view that is gonna check for what's going on. So oh my god, why is that? So let's just copy this views.checkRoom. Let's give it a name of checkRoom. Let's make sure this has a comma, and then right here in our views, let's have def of checkRoom, just simple request. And for now, let's pass. So let's save this. Then we come here and save this. So now we have this URL. So if I go to slash anything, it's automatically going to see that as a room. But what I want to do now is to come into my home.html. So right here in my home.html, I want to add some things to my form. So this is just going to be easy just to add where this data is going and stuff like that. So first of all, let's say the method it's using to send this data is a post method. And then the action, where is it going? It's going to the check view. So now we have the room name, the username. So in Django, when we're using a post method, we must make sure that we have the CSRF token. CSRF underscore token. So we must make sure that we have this, obviously. Now we have the room name and then the username. So this is good to go. So now we are sending this with the room name and the username to this check view. Now right here in the check view, before we do anything, we want to check if that room name exists in our database. So before we can do that, first of all, we need to import that particular model. So say from, we can say .models, or we can say from chat.models, anyhow you want to do it is fine. From chat.models import, we want to import room. I want to import message. So for now we don't need message, but let's just import it down because we're later going to use it. So right here in the check view, what we just want to do is to say room equals to request.post, and then let's come here and make sure so it has a name of room name, so we're getting it with this name, room name. And then the second one is the username, obviously. So let's make sure, yeah, username correct. So we're passing this, and then what we just want to check, we're just gonna say if room dot object dot filter, so we're filtering it, file ter, the name equals room, then we want to check if this exists. Then let's do something. So what we're saying right here is that if room.object.filter, that means it's gonna check if there is an object in this room model which has the name of room, so the name of this room that the user sent. And then if that exists, we want to do something. What we just want to do is to redirect the user to the room, which is this room function. But before we can use redirect, we need to import it. So let's import redirect. Good. So we just say return redirect, and we're redirecting the user to /room. So /room.name. And we don't need to say .name because we already have that name and we know it exists. So we're redirecting the user to the room, and then what we want to pass also, we want to pass the username of the person that wants to enter this room. So we know we're sending the message, who is entering and doing stuff like that. So now we can just say /username. So right here, first of all, we should have like this. So username should be equals to, and then let's just add the username. So that's why we took this username. So we're returning the user now to /room/username, then equals to username. So this is good, should be working. And then if it doesn't exist, so if this is a new room that the user is just creating, what we want to do is to have a new variable, say new_room, should now be equals to room.object.create So we want to create a new one with the name of room. So we're gonna get that room and then create a new room with that particular name. So now we just say new room.save. So now once we have this saved, we can redirect the user to that page. Exactly the same thing we did here. So I hope you understood what we did in this check view. It's pretty basic, pretty simple stuff. Now let's just save this and go test it out. So we're right here, let's hit refresh. Let's come to our rooms. You will see that we have no room. So let's have a new room, and let's just say something like let's give it programming. Let's just say programming. Let's say coders. Okay, good. And then let's say Tom. So now let's create a room. Good. Now you can see everything is working perfectly. It takes us to this particular URL named coders. So this is our app /coders, then username equals Tom. So we have the name of the room and then the username, so the user that entered this room. And then when we come here and hit refresh, we can see that that room has been created successfully, room coders. So that is good. And then don't mind this message you are seeing now. That's just the basic template that we brought in earlier. So we're still going to change this to be real-time message and all, but this is just a demo. And then we're going to change this to the room name, obviously. So I think we have this, and then let's check. So let's go back and then try to enter this coder room again. So now let's make sure that it doesn't create another room with that same name of coder, but it just takes us into that room. So let's enter with another user this time around, coder but with him. So it brings us to that same room but with a different user this time around. So once we hit refresh, we see that we don't have a new object created. It just takes us into this existing one. So that was what we did in our check view. So that is pretty good right now. And then since we have this, what we can just do is to come into room.html. So right here, this is where we need to do some work next. Can just close that up. So instead of having room name, okay, so let's say right here. Okay, good. So now we have all this created. The next thing we just want to do, first of all, we're going to remove this, and then once a user input a message and hit send, we want that message to be stored in the database with the details of this room and the user. So you're going to see what we're going to do. So right here now, what we just need to do is to first of all come into room.html. So right here in this form, we need to create some things which are going to allow us to submit that, obviously. So in the form, we're going to, this is the form, right, should be down below. Let's close this up. Nope, let's close this up. So this is the form, yeah. So now in this form, let's just have some things like CSRF token, as I always have, CSRF underscore token. So this is just to make sure that whenever we're using post method, everything works. So you can see now that I put the CSRF token, but I didn't do something like method post. So that's because we're going to be using Ajax to submit this our form. So if I come here normally and then I type in a message and hit send, that page is gonna reload, and that's what we don't want in our chat. So we want it to be real time. We want everything to happen without this page even thinking of refreshing. So once we hit something, it's gonna send, and once we hit send without the page refreshing, it's gonna be created in our message database, and then later on we're also going to make it show here automatically in real time without any page refreshing. So this is where Ajax comes in. So Ajax is a very cool feature. I have a ton of tutorial on Ajax on my channel. So it allows you to do things like get database in real time, synchronously, and some cool stuffs that you can implement with Django. So this Ajax is not with Python, it's actually with JavaScript. So we're going to be using some basic JavaScript. Now, to use Ajax, what we just need to make sure is that you have this script loaded in your template file. So this particular line, let me just scroll across so you guys can see the whole line. So that's it. So once you have that imported, you are good to go. So first of all, right here you can see that we have this form, so we want to click send. So right here you see we have 1 2 3 4 inputs, but here we only have 2 inputs showing. So if you see, the type of this is hidden and the type of this is also hidden. So we don't want the user to write anything here. We're going to automatically give it a value ourselves. So the username is the current user that's logged in, and then the room ID is the ID of this room the user is in. So before we can continue, we need to come into our views, get these 2 details. After getting details, we pass it back here and then implement it in our form. So let's do that quickly. So now right here in our room, we just need to say username first of all. So how are we going to get this username? You can see no, bad. So username should be equals to now let's just go back coders and let's enter storm. Okay, good. So I'm going to make sure our URLs is working. So you can see in our URLs we have the name of the room and we have the name of the user. So since we have it in this URL of this view, we can just get back these details. So let's say username should be equals to, so we're going to request for it, request .get, this is how we do it, and then we'll say username. So it's stored in a variable of username, as you can see. So now in this scenario, we're going to get a value of Tom. If this is Tim, we're going to get Tim. If this is Henry, we're going to get Henry. And the next thing we want to get is the room details. So you can see that we have this room. So this coders is what is being passed here in this room. We have that already. So what we're just going to say, since we have the name of that room, we're going to use this name to access the database. So we're going to say room underscore details, and then we'll say equals to room dot objects dot get name equals room. So what this is doing is that we have a new variable, obviously, and then from this room model right here, dot object dot get is getting the particular model which has the name of this room, so which have the name of coders in this case. Now that we have all those details that we need, all I just want to do now is to pass it into our HTML. So right here, let's make sure we get that. First of all, we put a comma, then we have this, and then let's pass the username. Oh shit. So let's copy this, pass a username, and then we want to pass the room details also. So first of all, we want to pass the room. Actually, if we have the room details, we don't need to pass the room, but let's just do that. So let's copy and paste. So now we have all this sent to our HTML. Now in our HTML, we should be able to access all this easily. So let's save this file, and right here in rooms, first of all, let me scroll all the way up. So instead of room name, now that I have the name of the room, I can just do room. So this room is actually this. Okay, this shouldn't be this. Good. Let's save that again. So we have this room. So let's first see that change and make sure everything is working. So instead of room name, we should have coders. So right here now you can see we have coders. Good. Now we're going to scroll down back to the form, and right here, so the value of the username is the current user. We should just have this, and then the room ID should have room details.id like this. So I get in this room details that we sent here. So as you can see, remember that this room details is the particular room from the model. So what we're just doing here is getting that particular model and getting its ID. Remember in the beginning, I said once you have a new object, that object automatically has an ID. So we're getting that ID. So now that we have all of these, we should be good to go with using our Ajax. So just to use Ajax, I'm actually gonna just open a new script right here down below the body. Let's give it here. So to save time, I'm just gonna paste in this code. So what this code does, you can see just a piece of JavaScript. So let me explain each line by line. So this is document. So what this is doing is that once we load this document form, we're saying that .onSubmit of this post form. So what we're saying is immediately a user clicks on the submit button of this post form. So this is the submit button of the post form. So what do we want to do? We want to have a function, and we gave it this e value. So we say e.preventDefault. So what this prevent default does is that normally in a form, once we hit submit, the page is gonna refresh or go to another page. So this prevent default is gonna prevent that from reloading or going to another page. So now we know that the page isn't gonna reload. Now we're gonna use our Ajax to send that details to our database. So what we're doing now is that we're saying Ajax, and then we're saying the type is post. Normally if we weren't using Ajax, you know, we're going to use something like method, but since we're using Ajax, we don't need that. So we're already accessing the type post, and the URL is sending it to send. I'm going to explain this URL in a bit. And then the data is just basically all the data, username with an hashtag of username, room ID, and then the message. So as you can see, everything is here: username, room ID, message. That's just what we are sending. And then the CSRF token, this is how we implement the CSRF token right here. So the success function, we can just say something like message sent. So I commented this out, but let me leave that like that. And then yeah, let's just leave this like this. So what this is doing is that the success function, that means if the message was submitted to the database, we're going to print a particular message. So this is going to be accessed from the views.py function. I'm going to go back to that. And then this, so what this is doing is that once a user hit on send and it has been saved in the database, we want to delete this. We want to delete that particular line from the input. So what I mean is that, let's say a user types something right here, and then the user hits send. So once that has been saved, they want to clear this particular input to now be blank, just like the way you see in normal chat services. So right here, we got this. This should be good. And what we just want to do is to have a new URL, and we're going to name this URL send. So as you can see, it's sending all this data to a URL named send. So first of all, let's save this up. And then we come here create a new one, say send, and then we paste, and then we paste. So we have a new URL now named send. Then we want to create a new function for it. So just the way we did something like this check view, remember? So this check view first checked if that room is available or not available then before it did whatever it wants to do. So we're going to do something similar in the send. So what we're just going to do, we're going to access this send. So let's scroll down. A new function send requests. So these are just basic functions. And then right here you can see we're sending all this data to this send URL. So let's just access them. So we're just gonna say the message should be equals to, so we're using a post method from the front end, so say request.post, and then it's in message. So I like cross-checking to avoid any errors. So yeah, it's in a variable of message, then room ID, then username. So those are the three we need. So nope, come here, paste, and then this should be the username, and then this should be the room underscore ID. So now we copy that, let's just paste it here since it's the same thing. So we have all these done. So now that this view has all this data which the user kind of inputted, all we just want to do is to store that data in this message database. So let that quickly load. Okay, yeah, I know why this error is coming up, just because we didn't save some changes yet, but let's keep going. So you know we have this models which is message, so we want to save all those into this model. So now since we imported the message model up here, remember I said we're going to later use it, so we have that imported. We don't need to import it again, so we can just say new message. Now new message, we're going to say message is no, just message actually, message dot objects, not slash, we need a dot object dot create. So we're creating a new object right there. Now the value, remember we used value, should be the message which we collected, and then the user, remember which user, should be the username which we collected, and then the room. So what we want to store is the room ID. So room should be equals to the room ID. So now that we have this, all we can just do is just say new message dot save. So we just do new message dot save. So we have that saved. Let's just return. Now we are not rendering any HTML page. We just want to return back to the front end or to the JavaScript the message. So we're going to give it an HTTP response. But before we can do that, first of all, I have to import it here. So we say from Django.http import HTTP response. Good. So now we can say return an HTTP response, and we can say message sent successfully. Good. So now we have this. So this HTTP response, this is how I just saved the file, and this is how we're gonna, so this data, remember I said on success, that means if everything works perfectly, we're giving it a function with this value of data, and then want to alert data. So this data is this HTTP response. So when we alert, it's just gonna say message sent successfully. Now we did pretty good. So let's go check out what we did. Now this should be working. Good. And then in messages, we can see we have 0 message. So now let me just type, okay, first of all I gotta refresh this page. Refresh. Good. So now let me just type a message like, hey guys, and I hit send. You can see it says message sent successfully. Obviously later in the tutorial we're going to remove this. We're just using this for confirmation. And then once I hit send, you see that the message doesn't show here again, which should be. Now let's come here and hit refresh. You see now that we have a new message. So it says, hey guys, that's the value, and it comes from the user Tom, which we see here, and then the room with the ID of 1. So the room with the ID of 1 is obviously this first room. So if it's another room, it's going to tell us the room with the ID of 2. Let's cross check, don't let us assume. So let's say okay. Now let's go to the home page. Now I want to create another room and say Backend developers, and now Tommy is going to be in here. Now let's create the room, and now let me say hey developers, and I hit send. The message sent successfully. The message, this place is cleared. Now we come here to messages. We have 2 messages now. Hey developers, we got the date and the time, and it's coming from the user Tommy, and the room ID is 2. So if I come to rooms, you see we have a new room created with the ID of 2, backend developer. So we can use this to access the messages for each room later. So this is working pretty fine. What we've done to this point is that a user can create a new room, enter that room, so it's gonna be on a dynamic URL, and then a user can send a message, and that message will be saved in the database. So in the next video, what we just need to do is to make sure that once a user enters a room, all the messages of that room will first of all will load like a normal chat, and then once a user submits a message and hits send, is automatically going to show right here. And then not just only for the user, for also another user anywhere the person is. I'm also going to test that with an incognito mode. So I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial to this point. I really had fun building this. If you did, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. Hey guys, welcome to the second part of this Django tutorial. So this is the second and final part in this chat app with Django. So in the last video we stopped at saving all the values into database. So we had 2 models, which were, let me quickly come here, messages and room. So this room is gonna create a new room whenever a user wants to create a new room, and then this message is gonna store the messages. So this message is like the database for storing all the message. So as you can see, we have the value of the message, a developers, we have the date and the time, we have the user which submitted that message, and we have the room. So as saying the room with the ID of 2. So if you didn't watch the last video, you should definitely watch that before this. So what we just need to do now, since we have all the database stored, I think we don't have too much of work to do. We just need to get all the data and showcase it here. But where we need to do a little bit of extra work is to make sure that this data are showcasing in real time. So if a user from another mobile phone or from another place in the world text or also sends a message, we want to see it right here in real time without even refreshing this page. So we're using Ajax for this. In the last video we used Ajax so that when a user submits, so if I come here and say I testing, you're gonna see that I click send, it says message sent successfully. This page didn't refresh and then it was cleared from here. If I come to messages, you're gonna see that I have a new message, I testing the date and time, the user and the room ID. So now we use Ajax to do that. Now we want to use Ajax also again to load these messages data in real time. Let's get ahead with that. So right here we just need to have a new URL. So if we were just using normal Django to just load the messages, we're just gonna come into the views, we have a new function, or we don't even need a new function. We're just gonna come to the room and then we'll just specify the message and send it to the HTML file and then just showcase it. But if we do that, once a user updates or creates a new message, it's not going to be updated in real time. So we need to make that real time. So let's come into URLs. We need to have a new view for getting all the messages, and this URL is going to be dynamic. So since we're using a dynamic URL, let's copy this and paste this. So let's say slash get messages. So if you can read this is saying that get messages slash a particular room that we want to get the message. So we're going to have the room name. So if the room name is coders, like right in here, the room name of this is backend developers. So it's going to be like get messages slash backend developers. Then we'll say views dot get messages and then room get messages. So this is good. And then we're just going to come into our views.py file, create a new function, get messages. It should take a request and it should also take room. And for now, let's pass. So now let's save this. So now this is working fine. Now what we just want to do is to come here and then want to get all the messages of that particular room the user is in. So now that we know we have the room name, so we can use this room name to get all the messages of that room. Now when we get all these messages of this room, then we're gonna return a JSON response of all the messages. Then from our front end, we're going to use Ajax JavaScript to access that JSON response and showcase it to our user. Now, first of all, we need to make sure that we are importing JSON response so that we can use that. So right here in HTTP, we can say JSON response. So right here now, we are no longer going to pass. What we're just going to do, let's remove that. We'll say room details. So this is a new variable. So we're accessing the room model dot objects dot get, and then we're getting the room which has a name of this room right here. So now that we know we have that room that we're looking for, let's get all the messages associated with that room. So let's say messages, good, should be equals to message. So this message model dot object dot filter, and then want to filter with the room underscore I contains. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this if you don't understand it yet. Room details dot id. So what this line of code is doing, now let me go back to what we did in the first tutorial. So right here in model.py, we created a new model name message. Now this message, what is just the model that's going to be storing all the messages on this platform, or the messages. And then we had 4 attributes: the value of that message, the date that message was sent, the user, and now what we are specific about is the room. So this is what I want to talk about. This room is, which room was this message being sent from? Like, which room does this message belong to exactly? That's the word. So this room is just specifying the room ID of the message that this message belongs to. So now that we know that room ID, we can just get all the messages. Now if we come back here into views, we're saying message.object.filter. So now we want to filter with all the list of the data we have here with the room ID that contains the room details.id. Now I don't think we should even say contains. I think we're supposed to say with the room that is equals to room details.id. Now this is that we're filtering with all the messages with the one in which the room is this room details.id. Now let's just return a JSON response, return JSON response, and then let's return it as a variable of messages. Actually messages should be fine. Then as a list, obviously we need to save that as a list. I will say messages dot values like this. So this is returning a JSON response and is returning it as a variable of messages. So this is what we're going to be using to access it. and then we're returning it as a list of messages, which is this messages.value. So we're getting all the values from here. That's very good. Now we have this done. Now what we just need to do is to come into our room.html. So right here, this was the Ajax function we used in the beginning for submitting the message. So for now, let's just comment that out. And I think we can close this up. Good. So right here should be good to have another script. So right here we're going to have another script. Let's just have it right here. Good. So let's create a new script. So in here, I'm going to paste a particular JavaScript code. So what this code is doing, I'm going to explain all this code line by line. So this is saying that once we load this document, which is this page, then we want to do everything in this function. So this is set interval. What the set interval does is that anything inside this bracket or the function is going to be done again and again and again with this particular amount of time, which is 1 second. So this means that all this Ajax function and getting all the requests, everything is going to be done every second. That's why we can access the data in real time. So once an update is made, the next second we have that data updated already. So now we are now using the Ajax. We're saying get. So this time around we're getting a particular data from the URL get messages /room. So you remember when we did it, right? Where is that? Right here, get messages /. So now we are giving it the room. And where is the room? In our views, remember that in the room view right here, we sent in room. So this room is the name of this particular room. So we're saying get messages / the particular name of the room. And then if we got everything successful, and then so what we have right here, when we're getting this JSON response right here. So this is what we're getting here. Then if it was successful, you can do console.log response. So it's going to show the response it got, which is that particular data. So but I commented that out because we don't need it. What we just want to do is to show it in our UI. And then I said display.empty. So what this is so if I come here, you'll see that I have a new div tag with an ID of display. So first of all, I made sure that this is empty. I removed everything there. I'm actually going to remove all these. I'll just comment it out. So I removed everything in there, and then I looped through. So I say for var key in response.messages. So for each value in this response, and this response which we got was JSON, and we're saying dot messages. As you can see, is this messages of everything we got here. So we're saying for var key in response.messages. Now I want to have a new variable var. We just named it temp, just for that. And then now you can see that we have this particular, where is it, div tag in here. So this is the div tag we used in here. So we just specified a new JavaScript variable with an HTML tag. So exactly the same thing. So it's div class container tag, everything. But now in here you can see that we just had a dummy message which is hello everyone, how are you guys doing? But right here, that's not what is there again. Right here, what is there is response messages key.user. So this first of all is the username of the person that is sending message, and this is the value of the message, which is like, hey, what's up guys, and this is the date. So now we have this in an HTML tag. We're just going to append it to the div tag that has this hashtag display ID. So now this is empty. Then we're going to append whatever we get into this div tag. So after having that done, and we just add an error. So if anything happened, if we add an error, we just say an error occurred. So this should totally work. Now let's save this up. So if I come here, so backend developers, yeah, let me hit refresh. Okay, so as you can see now, I have two messages. So if I go into my Chrome, this is not Chrome, this is Microsoft Edge, Internet Explorer, something like that. So if I come into my DevTools and I come into console, now let me hit refresh again. Okay, normally I'm supposed to see all the data I'm getting in real time right here, but I guess it's not Chrome. But you can see in this HTML, it's occasionally changing every 1 second. So let me show you what is going to happen right now. So if I send something like, what's up people, and I say send, so automatically you see that we have that message here. In the HTML, you see that is automatically edited in our code. Now that's what that JavaScript code is doing. So this is supposed to show everything, I guess, because I'm not using Chrome. I don't know why, but yeah, we can skip that obviously. And then let's see. Okay, good. So this is what we're looking for, network, not console. Sorry for that. So you can see that this is getting some data every 1 second, so it's updating. Actually, this is not even what I'm looking for, but it's still okay, I guess. So in console, we're supposed to have, oh yeah, I know why the problem is. So right here in our success function, I remember I commented it out. So let's save this again and let's hit refresh. So now you can see I have this message with an array loading. So 3 messages for this particular room. Hey developer, hey what's up and stuff. So you can see now that we have 3. Good. Let me have a new one like hey, and let me just say enter. Now you can see we have 4. In real time it's updating. So let me show you what is cool about this. I'm gonna open a new incognito tab. So in private window, I don't even think I've opened this in this browser before. So I'm just gonna, let's have that there. Let's have these here. Okay, good. So where is that? We have you here. Good. So now let me just access. We are in backend developers, so let's enter this same room. Let's paste it. But now I think we are here as Tommy. Now let's enter as John, and then let's hit enter room. Now you see that it loads all the messages of this room. Now let me say, hey Tommy, how are you doing? Automatically you see it shows here, and it shows in my own side also, so it's real time. So if someone is in another part of the world, it's gonna work. So let's say we host this online, and then we have 2 people connected in different places. Once a user sends a message here, it's going to show right here in my own platform in real time, as long as I'm connected to the internet. So it's a pretty good feature actually. So let's make sure we got no errors, and then let's test this again. So let me just go to the home page, and then home page. So now let me create a new room. So let me say let me just say code. Let me just name it code, and now let me enter as Brad, something like this. Now I enter this room. You can see now that there are no messages. Actually, I can put something like if there are no messages, I should say no messages in this room, or be the first to send a message, something like that, but we don't need that for now. So code, and then let's use another name like Jesse, and now we hit enter. So now we have these 2 blank rooms. So now I'll say, hey, who's online? And I hit enter. You see it automatically shows here without any delay, and I can say I am. Enter, it shows here. So this is very, very good. So I might host this online maybe when I'm done with recording this tutorial, and then if I do, I'm gonna leave a link to in the description. So if you want to chat with me there, you can. And I guess we're pretty much done with this video. Let's just do some things right here. Okay, how's coding going? Okay, yeah, good. I just say good. Just Love testing this. So yeah, this is very good. I love what we built in this video. If you guys love what we built and you liked watching this video, and if you watched this video to this particular point, I appreciate you, because not everyone watches to the end. In this tutorial, we're going to be talking about the Django REST framework. So the Django REST framework is a library which allows you to build APIs in your Django project. So let's say you have a Django project here and you want to build an API so that others can access your data, or you are just trying it for fun or just want to build your skills. The Django REST framework is the best way to go. It allows you to easily build APIs with a lot less code. So the REST framework is very easy to set up, and I'm going to walk you through everything in this tutorial. So we're going to start from the scratch. We're going to first of all install Django, and then we're going to start a new Django project. Then we're going to install the REST framework, and then I'll show you how to integrate the REST framework into that Django project. So without wasting any time, let's get straight into it. So right here I have my command prompt, and I already have it in this directory where I want to create my Django project. I want to first make sure that I have Django installed, so I'll just do pip install Django. Now this command line is for installing Django using Python package manager called pip. Now you can also install Django in some other ways, like easy install or just with the GitHub code directly, but this is the best way to go. So I already have Django installed, so it should be telling me requirement already satisfied. So we should give that a minute. It should bring that up that we already have Django installed right here. So it's taking longer than usual, and then I can just cut out of that. Yeah, so let me just close. But I have Django installed, but for you should go ahead and install it. So now let's start a new Django project using the Django admin start project, and then let's say DRF, which stands for Django REST framework. Let's say proj. So Django REST framework project. So that command line is gonna start a new application or a new Django project in this directory. So this is a directory right here. So you can see now that it is empty for now, and boom, you see that we have a new project that has been started. So let's come back. Yeah, so now that we know we have a new project started, let's just cd into that project, dir first of all. So we see we have Django project and cd into it. So let's close that up. If I press dir now, I can see that I have managers py and dirf project. So this is my standard Django project. Now the next thing I want to do is to install the Django REST framework. Before I install Django REST framework, let me bring this Django project into VS Code. So let's open up VS Code. We can close this up. And then in file, I'm just going to come to open folder, and then it should take me to the folder which it should take me to the file manager, so I can go into that folder. I think it is drf toots, then Django drf proj. So this is the folder, and then once I select that folder, obviously VS Code is going to open that up. So as VS Code is doing its magic, let's come back to the command prompt, and then what we just want to do now is to install the Django REST framework. So let's say pip install Django REST framework. So this is how easy it is to install the Django REST framework, just a simple pip command. So this command line is going to install the Django REST framework on our computer. So again, I already have the Django REST framework installed, so it should tell me requirement already satisfied. But for you, it should go ahead and install that if you don't have that installed. So let's come back into VS Code as that is installing, and then let's just make everything clean here so we can quit this. So you can see that this is our Django project. So for this project, we are not going to create a Django app, at least for now. So later we're still gonna create an app where we're gonna use serializers and stuff like that, but for now we're just gonna stick with just the Django project and the urls.py file in it. So that's where we're going to put our views.py and everything we're going to be using. So let's come back to the command prompt. As you can see, it says requirements already satisfied. This means that I already have the REST framework installed. So now that I know I have the REST framework installed, I can use the library in, or the module in our project. So now what I just want to do is to create a new file first of all, and then let me name it views.py. So in this views.py file, that's where I'm gonna code just like a normal Django project. First of all, let me import render. I'll say from Django.shortcut. So from Django.shortcut is the command line. Not command line, actually is the module. So the shortcut is like a class, I think, or like a function in the Django library in which you can import some things. So we import render, and now that is just for rendering a normal template file. But I want to use the API view from the REST framework. So the REST framework provides us with an API view class or function or whatever it is. So with that API view, we're going to be able to access a lot of type of APIs that is available in the Django REST framework. So when we use the API view, we can use something like a GET request or POST request and some other things that are being rendered or are being given to us by the REST framework. So first of all, we'll say from REST_framework, and then we want to .views, then we'll import API view. So I'm importing the API view from the REST framework.views. And then, as I said, this API view is going to allow us to create a function or a class on it so that we can be able to use everything available in this API view. But when we're also using an API view, we want to obviously send a response. Now, for example, let's say another developer tries to access our API, and once it sends a request to our API, we want to give the developer a response. We want to give him some sort of results. So let's say user send a GET request just to get a list of a query set or something, or a list of data. We want to give the user back a response of that data. So for us to give a response, we're going to have to import response from the REST framework. So say from REST framework, import .response. First of all, import response. So what this is doing is just saying from REST framework this is wrong. From REST framework.response, you just want to import response. So that's it. Now that we have everything imported, we can now create a class to inherit from this API view so that we can get a lot of method that we can work with. So let's just have a new class, and then let's name it something like, let's say, you can say just a test view, and then API view. So we're just naming this test view. And then this test view is inheriting from the API view, which is right here. So what we can do now under this class, we want to have a get function, which is just going to be like a get request to this API. So we'll say def get, and then we have to say self request args, that's argument, and then keyword args, that's keyword argument, keyword args, just like this. So now that we have this function set up, what we just want to specify is the data. So this is a test view, and then in this test view we have a get request. So we want to have a data in which we're going to send back to the user or just give as a result. So say data. For now, let's just hard code our data ourselves. Later, we're going to show you how to use the Django model so that this data will be from the database you have or something. But for now, let's just have a simple dictionary that we're going to send back. So let's just have a dictionary saying something like username. And then let's just say admin. And then number of years, let's say number of years that the user has been active, and then we can give it something like 10 years. So that's actually a good user. So this is just the data. The username is admin and he has been active for 10 years. Let's just make that more specific. Number of years active. So let's just remove this. We don't need that. So just years active, so that's 10 years. So now we have this data that is in a dictionary format. So this is the data we want to send back as a response. So what we're just going to do is to say return response of data. So what we just did was that we use this response in which we imported from REST framework.response, and then we're returning a response of this particular data. So now we have this done. What we want to do now is we want to go set a URL for this so that we can actually test this when we run it on our local host. So now let's come into urls.py. Right here, I just want to remove all this, don't need it. And then in here, first of all, let me have a new path which is gonna be empty. Now this empty path shows the home URL. So when you just come to your website, let's say google.com, that home URL is that empty path. So that's that. Now what we can just do is to first of all import that test view from .views. Let's import test view. So now that we have that test view imported, we can easily use it in here. So this is the home, and then we can just say test view. Since it's a class-based view, we have to add .asView. Now the reason why we're adding this .asView is because the view in which we are using here is a class-based view. If you're using a function-based view, you don't need to do that. You can just say test view here as the view. But since we are using a class-based view, we must do this. If not, it's going to give us an error, and Django is not going to recognize that as a valid view. So test view.asView, and then let's just give it a name of something like test. So now we have all this set up. We have it linking to the home URL using the test view.asView, and we gave it a name of test. Now I want us to just run our server and test it immediately. But if we do that, we ain't gonna see nothing. We might even get an error. And the reason why I might get an error is because right here, what we did was we installed the Django REST framework, and immediately we just came to start importing everything in our project. But if you work with Django for a while, you actually need to do some set configurations to be able to use some particular type of libraries, not all. So for this Django REST framework, we need to add some things to our settings. Now let's come into settings.py file. First of all, the first thing we need to add is in our installed apps, we need to add what we have, the REST framework, unsurprisingly. So right here, we need to add REST framework in our installed app, so Django is going to recognize it. Now after adding that, that's all to do with the settings. What we just want to do is under the URLs, we need to add one URL in which the REST framework recognize. So first of all, we need to import include. After that, we can just do path. API -auth, and then we're just gonna do like a comma. Let's give it this a slash, and then we're just gonna include from the REST framework .urls. So that is that for that, and we'll give it a comma, and then we can save it. So now we can easily come to our command prompts and just do Python manage.py run server. So now when we run this server, we can come right here, and then if we go to the home, actually we're only going to use this for now. We just have to set that up because the Django REST framework requires that. So when we come to the home, it should give us this test view, and this test view should just be like a get. So just like a user is sending a get request, and then we're just gonna give it a response of this particular data. So let's save this also, and then let's come back and see what's going on. So this should start running in a second. Let's wait for that. Normally Django doesn't take time to run, but I guess because it's a new project and we're running for the first time, so let's just give it a minute. Okay, so we have that done, and then let's come back to our browser. Let's open a new tab. In the new tab, let's go into our local host with the port of 8000, because that's Django default URL or something like that. So let's give it a time to load. Okay, I can see the title loading already. Let's give it a few seconds, and yeah, good. So this is what we see. Now you know that we didn't design all this page or this fancy UI that we're seeing. We didn't design it. That's what comes with the Django REST framework. It actually gives you this nice looking template to showcase your API and basically test all your APIs. Now as you can see, it's giving us in a dictionary right here. It's giving us username admin ESRTIF10, and that is exactly the same thing we have right here in data. So normally the APIs gives us a response in JSON format. Now it's giving us a response in dictionary format because that was what we actually set up right here. Normally it should be a JSON format. So when we're dealing with real data, real models, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. So as you can see, it's using the get requests, and then the HTTP 200 says okay. So because it's allowing a get request because we specified the get function right here. Let me remove this, save, because we specified the get function right here. If we specify the post function, we're also going to talk about that soon. It's going to show right here that we are allowing a post request. So that is basically the basics about this Django REST framework. So if I come here and then I hit JSON, you're gonna see now that it gives me this in JSON format. So right here, it just gives me in a blank JSON format, no template, nothing, just a blank JSON format. So that's if I go to this URL. But normally we just hit the home page. This is what it shows us. So this is good, and I hope you're starting to have a grasp of what the Django REST framework is about. Now, to be honest, it gets more complex than this layer, but I'm going to walk you through every single thing you need to know to get started, and I'm going to simplify every single thing. So let's just come back to the REST framework page, and if we scroll down right here in installation, you see that exactly what is done here is what we have done in our project. So you can see it says install using PIP, including any optional packages you want. So this is what we install, the Django REST framework. We can also install Markdown and the Django filter, but we don't need that for now because they are optional packages. So we just install the Django REST framework, what is mandatory. Or you could just clone the project from GitHub, but I see that as stressful, you know, so I just prefer using PIP. So what we just did was to add REST framework to our installed apps right when we did it in the settings. and then we added this URL pattern that I said the REST framework requires. So we've done all that. We've gone through the installation. We've come here and we've seen the result of the APIs, and then let's move straight into Django REST framework serializers. Now let's talk about serializers in the Django REST framework. So serializers is a structure or a representation that represents a data we want to return in a JSON format or accept in a JSON format. So we can use a serializer to like transform our Django models into JSON. Let's first create a new app in our Django project, and then we're going to look deeper into serializers. So right here in where is that? In my command prompt, I'm just gonna opt out of this server that is already running, and then I'm gonna create a new Django app for this my project, and I'm gonna name it whatever I want to name it, maybe my app or DRF app or something. So first of all, let's opt out of these. So this should be gone within a second. And then okay. So okay, well, that was a lot I pressed. So now we can just do Python manage.py start app, let's say DRF app. So this is going to start a new Django app in our project. So when this is started, we're just gonna go ahead and continue with it. So first of all, after this is started, we're gonna go into our models and create a model that we're actually gonna play around with. So let's just wait for this to do, and that should be done within a second. Let's give it a moment to do and see. So this doesn't take time, and so as that is doing, let me talk more about serializers. Actually, I wanted to explain more about serializers, because when you're getting started with the REST framework, it actually takes a bit of a while to understand what these things actually do. So the serializer is, think about it like a form, like a model form. Once you have a model, the way you create a form for a model so you can submit in Django, so you can submit a form or update or whatever you want to do, think of that as a serializer. So serializer is just basically the same thing. You have a model, then you have a serializer that you link that model to, and then you specify the fields you want to be in that particular serializer, and then you just use it in your views. So that was the theoretical part. Now let's dive into practicals. So right here we can see that DRF app has been created successfully. Good. Just remove that. So let's come back here now, and we have to create a new file and name it serializers.py. So now this serializers.py is the file where we're going to configure our serialization. For now, we're going to leave this blank. Now, as I said, we're going to create a new model that we're going to use. So let's come into model.py. So right here in model.py, let's just create a new model. Now I want to name this model like country. Oh, I changed my mind. Our name is student. And then it's gonna be from the models.model. So let's give it some fields, and then let's say the name of the student. That will be models.char field, and the character field should have a max length, and let's just say of 100. And let's give it another one like age. That's models.integer field, and I don't think that takes any attribute. And let's give like a description of the student. Models dot, it should be a text field, and that doesn't have any attributes. And let's say date enrolled, and that should be a date time field, so that'll be models.date time field, and let's say auto now should just be equals to true. So I think we have this, and yeah, I'm happy with this. And so let's just def give it a string, yep, that, and then let's give it a self, and then let's just have it return self dot name. So now we have this particular model. Now, normally in Django, when you create a new model or you make any changes to the models file, we need to migrate it into our database. So we're going to do that right now. But before we do that, I want us to first of all register this app in our installed apps. So we'll come into settings, and then right here, what we're just going to do is to say drf app. That's the name of the app we created. So let's save that. So now that we have that saved, what we can just do is to come into our command prompt, and then let's just migrate. So say python manage.py make migrations. So we'll give that a second to make the migrations. It might say no changes detected. So I just like making sure I make migrations and migrate so I don't get any errors, because sometimes Django might be funny. So that should be doing okay. Yeah, so as you can see, it says create model student. Now let's just go ahead and migrate. So as you can see right here, when we said manage.py make migrations, what it did was just to make some migration of that model student, and right here is just migrating every single thing into our database. Auth admin, auth drf, that is our app, and that is what we want to see. So now that we have that migrated, let's go back into the serializers.py. So now we need to import the serializers from the REST framework, and we also need to import the post model from the models.py file. And after that, we can create like a serializer for our post model by specifying only some fields. So first of all, let's do from REST framework import serializers. So now this is how we import the serializer so we can use it. Just like the way you use forms in Django, I think from Django.forms, import forms or something like that. That's just the way we import the serializers. So let's also import that model in which you want to use. So from .models, import student. Now we have these two things imported. We are just gonna first of all create a serializer class for that student. So say the class will be student serializer, and then it's gonna take from the serializers dot model serializers. So as you can see, it's quite similar to the form where we just have, like, if it was a form we want to use, we can say student form, and then we'll say forms.model form. Very similar. If you are used to using the Django forms, you definitely understand this. So now let's just have a class meta, and let's specify the model. The model will be student, and then the fields. So the fields, let's make it a tuple, and then let's just take 2. So we just want the name and then the age. So these are just the 2 fields we want to use in this serializer. Now it is that easy to specify a serializer to configure for any word you want to use. So now let's head over back to the views.py file. So right here. We're going to import our post serializer and our post model. So to do that, let's just say from .serializers import student So actually made a mistake. I said from .serializers. I said we are going to import post serializer, but we aren't importing post serializers. We're importing student serializers. We actually don't have post, but I'm just kind of used to saying post as like a model because that's what I use for examples most of the time. So we're importing the student serializer right here, class student serializer. So from .serializers, which is this, let's just make sure we have that. So from .serializers, we're importing the student serializer. So let's come here. Good. So now that we have the student serializer imported, let's just import the student model. So from the models, import student. So now we also have that imported. Let's come here and make sure that's correct. Student, yeah, that's student. So now that we have those two things imported, let's create a post method in our test view class. So in this test view class, we're going to create a post method so we can receive data just like in a form. So to do this, we'll just add a function below in our test view class. So right here, we'll say def post. Now this is going to be a post, not a get. And then it's just going to take exactly the same thing. This should be self, exactly the same thing, and it's gonna be self request args and then keyword args. So now that we have that, we're just going to specify our serializer in a variable. So say serializer equals to student serializer, and then let's just give it a data. So when we do something like data equals to request, so we'll do something like request dot data. So when we do something like this, what it means is that we want to use a form or want to submit a data or something like this. We want to say data equals request dot data. So beneath, we're going to say if serializer dot is valid. So first of all, check if it's valid. What we just want to do now is to say serializer.save, just exactly the way we do in a Django form. I'm always referencing to that Django form because it is very similar to this. As I said earlier, if you've worked with the Django form before, you understand what's going on right here. So serializer.data. So what I just did was that first of all, we specify the serializer. Now that serializer is this student serializer. So normally, if we're not using a post, like if we don't want to submit a form, we can just remove this and say serializer equals student serializer. But I said because we want to submit something like a form, we have to say data equals to request.data. It needs to get the data which is being posted into this particular API view. So when we get that, we'll say if the serializer dot is valid. That means if all the values are valuable or are correct, just like if we want to collect an integer field, of course we want to have an integer field. If we are supposed to collect an integer field and we have a character field or a text field, then that serializer is not valid. So this is just checking if it's valid, if everything we want, if all the values are correct. And if it's valid, we'll just save it. So say serializer.save, and then we'll just return a response of that particular data which the user saved. So just like when you save a data, we just want to show back the user that so data has been saved. This particular data has been saved. But if this don't happen, we'll just return a response of an error. So say serializer.errors. So that is it. So now let's save this, and then let's come here and just run our server once again. So what I want to do now, as that server is running, we want to test this particular API in Postman. So let me first of all wait for that to load up. So okay, that should be done. Okay, so it says module not found, no module named drf project serializer. So what this is saying is that if we come back to our code, it didn't find a particular. Okay, good. So what this is saying is that it didn't find modules.serializer in drf proj. So we're importing this modules.serializer. We're supposed to import it from here, but as we can see, we were importing it from here. So normally we're supposed to use like the views.py in our project. Actually, we can still use it in this place. Normally we're supposed to use it in the app, but we can still use it in the project. What we just need to do is to make sure that we are bringing it in from here. So let me just say from .drf app.serializers, and then from .drf app.modules. So we can just save this, and that should work perfectly fine. So now let's wait for that to reload, and then it should run without any errors. Good. So as we can see, everything runs successfully. Now, as I said, let's come back to our browser. As I said, now we need to test this API. So there is an application called Postman. So let me open a new tab and show you. To get Postman, all you just need to do is to type download Postman, and then once you type that, you just hit enter and search it. So Postman is an application or software, anything you like to call it, which is used for testing your APIs. So since our app is not in production yet, or our project is not in production, is not live on the web or something, for us to test it locally on our local host, we can use this application called Postman. So right here is going to take you to the website where you're going to download it. Good. So it's going to automatically detect your OS. So as you can see, it changed to Windows because I'm on a Windows. Once you download it, just install it like a normal app, or the way you install normal software on your OS, and you should be good to go. So now that we have Postman installed, I have it opened right here. What I just want to do is to create a new tab right here, and then we're going to test that API in which we just created. So first of all, I'm going to come in here and then copy. So I'm copying that URL because that's the URL I'm going to be testing away. So right here, I'm just going to paste. So this is the URL I'm going to be testing, and I want it to be a post method. So right here, I'm going to come into body. So, and then I'm going to click on form data. Now I'm going to input key. So this key is what I want to submit. So let's see, if we come back into our VS Code and we come into our serializer, we can see that the fields required are name and age. So and we know that in our models, name is a character field and age is an integer field. So to avoid any error, we need to make sure that we abide by everything. So name, let's give it a value of admin, and then key, that is the age, let's just give it a value of 25. So now if we send, it's sending a request. This is how Postman works. It's going to test that API for you, and then good. So as you can see right here, name, it gives us a response of this particular data, name, admin, age 25. But how do we know that this particular data has been submitted into our models? So what we want to know is, has this data been really saved in our database? For us to be able to do this, we need to check, we need to open up our admin interface and set that up, our admin panel, and then check our database. So let's quickly do that. First of all, let's come back in here. We're gonna cut out of this server. So now that we're out of the server, what I want to do is to create a super user. So I'll say Python manage.py create super user. So this is gonna prompt me to input my username and my email and my password, just like I'm registering for a platform or for a website. Just exactly the same thing. So let's give it a moment to, so I'm just gonna say admin. I'm gonna leave this blank. I'm gonna give it the password, bypass, and good. So now let's run this server again. And as that is running, we're gonna come into our VS Code, and in the admin.py, we're just gonna first of all import from .models, import student, and then we want to register that student in our admin interface. So admin.site.register students. So now this will show that it has been registered in our admin panel. We're going to check that in a minute. Let's make sure this is running good. Now let's come into our browser. Let's open a new tab and let's go to /admin. So let's quickly do that right now, and then let's log in using the admin info. Okay, good. So now we can see that under DRF app we have students. If I click on it, we should have one object in there. So as you can see, we have one student, which is admin, and we submitted that from our API. We didn't create this from this admin panel or from our project or from our website. It's through our API. Now let's go test that one more time. So we have this API, we have the name, and let's just give it something like admin2, and then admin2 is 27 years old. So now when I send, you can see it gives me admin2 27 years old. Now the reason why it gives me this is because if I come back here in our code, we'll see that I said that if it's valid, it should save that data, and then once it saved that data, it should give us a response of serializer.data. So that means if that is successful, the response I want to get is the data in which was submitted. So if I come back to Postman, anytime I get the data that I inputted here, that I submitted, it means that was successful. So let's come into our admin panel, hit refresh. Now we have another one right here. So that's how to submit from our API. Now that is cool. Now let's talk about serializing the data that is going out, and I mean the get method. So first of all, we already have our model registered. We already have created a super user. Now to use a get method, we're going to come back into our VS Code. Now what I'm saying is, as you can see, this get method right here, when we did it earlier, is just a blank data, just a normal dictionary. But in this post method, in this post function, we are using serialization. We are serializing our data. So let's say we want to also serialize the data in this get. Now what we're going to do, since we already have self request argument and keyword argument, we're going to specify a query set. So let's get rid of this, and then let's say like a query set, and that query set can be student.objects.all, And now what we can just do, we can say serializer can be equals to student serializer, and they want to specify that query set, and we need to specify one more thing saying many equals true. Now the reason we need to specify many equals true is because this query set is a list of objects. So from this student model, we're getting all the objects, and what I mean by object is right here, all the data we have in this student database, all the objects. So as you can see, it is more than one. It's going to bring a list. That's why we have to specify many equals true. That means it's more than one. So after specifying the query set in a variable, I just have another variable named serializer, which is taken from the student serializer, and I pass in the query set, and then I have to tell it that many is equals to true. Now if it was just one data or just one particular object or something, we can just put query set, but since it's more than one, we have to put many equals to true. So now that we have that, we can just return a response of serializer data. So when a user try to access this API using a get method, you're just going to return a response of this serializer data, and this serializer is a list of the objects in this student model, which is basically all the data in that site. So now let's save it, and then let's go test our API once again, but this time around we are just testing with a get. So get, we don't need all those. Let me remove this first of all so it doesn't say a none. Yep. So now let's just hit send, and as you can see, it's just giving me a query set, a list of the data we have in our project. So it's giving me in a JSON format. Now if you don't see this particular square bracket, then that is just a dictionary. But since we see this square bracket, then curly braces, which is now taking each of the data, now we know that it's returning it in a JSON format, which is the normal and standard way of returning API response or request. So that is what we can do when we're talking about get serializing our get request. But as I said in here, I talked about many equals true, but let's say it's just only one data. How do we do that? So first of all, since we have this query set, which is all the objects, and we know that all the objects is more than one, so first of all, let's get one, just only one of the objects. So we can say student, let's say student 1 should be equals to query set dot first. Now what this query set of first does is that it's going to get the first object in this student model. So right here in serializer, I will just do student serializer, and then we remove many dots true, and then we're not passing the whole query set. Now we're just passing only the first student, which is student 1. So now we can just return a response of serializer.data. So let's go and test it once again. Right in here, using a get. So once we send, as you can see, it just gives us only that first one. So that's how we can easily serialize our data in the Django REST framework. Now let's talk about authentication in the Django REST framework. So what do I mean by this authentication? Now this authentication is going to allow us to protect our API endpoint. So we might have some API that we can just allow anybody to use without authenticating or without authorizing that user. That's fine. But we might also have some APIs which we want a user to first of all be authenticated, or we want the user to have an API key or a token or something before you can access that particular API. Just for example, when you use the YouTube data API, you need to provide an API key which you get from your Google Cloud account or something like that. So that API key is going to be used to authorize you or to authenticate you to be able to use their API. So let's do something similar in this tutorial. First of all, what we want to do is to come into our code. So right here in views, we're going to use something we call permissions. So this permissions is from the REST framework. So if I say from REST underscore framework dot permissions import. So when I say dot REST framework dot permissions import, we are gonna get a bunch of permissions, a bunch of authentication lists. So like I can use allow any. Now this is quite self-explanatory. If I click on it, allow any, it just allows any access. This isn't strictly required, but you could use an empty permission class list just to be. So what this is just saying is that you can allow anybody to use this particular API. So let's also see another one, like is authenticated. So you can see we have his admin user is authenticated, or read only. So we have a bunch of it. So his admin user, that's also self-explanatory. It has to be an admin user before the person can access the API. Or is authenticated. This is the one we are going to talk about. So the user has to be authenticated into this our application before we can give the user the chance, or before we can give the user the way or something to be able to use our API. So now let's import is authenticated, this one. So now that we have that imported, we can use it in our test view class. To do this, we can just add the code right here. So let's say before any of the functions, let's just add a variable named permission classes. Now this permission class is gonna give us like the permission we want to collect before a user can access any of these. So must the user be authenticated? Can anybody just access it? Must it be an admin user or whatever? So it's gonna be a tuple, and then we'll say is authenticated. We want the user to be authenticated. Let's give it like that. So we only want authenticated. Now if you want allow any, that means anybody, you can also just leave it blank like this. This just means that anybody can access it, or you can just remove that anyhow you want to do it. So but it's authenticated means that the user needs to be authenticated before you can use it. Now let's save it and try something. If we come into Postman and then we just send, it's gonna throw us an error. So as you can see, okay, this is not the error we are looking for. So this is just saying that our host is not running. So let's come in here. So okay, it's running right now. Now let's try that again. So it's gonna give us an authentication error. Good. So it says detail authentication credentials were not provided. So now as you can see, it requires us to be authenticated or to provide some authentication token or something before it can give us access to our URLs, to our APIs. So now to be able to set up this authentication, we need to come back into our code, and in settings.py we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom, and then right here we are going to say rest underscore framework should be equals to the curly braces, and then we'll say defaults underscore authentication underscore classes. And then now what we need is a square bracket, and then we say rest. Now this should be in small caps, rest underscore framework dot authentication dot token authentication. So this is what we need, and then now we can save this. So we can quit this file, and then now that we have that, now to use this REST framework, we also need to actually add something. Let's go back to that settings, to the installed apps. So scroll up And then in the installed apps, we want to add REST framework. So as you can see, we already have REST framework added, but what we want to add is REST framework.auth token. So that is different. And then we just save it. So REST framework.auth token. Now we can quit it. But before we continue, we need to run migrations. So let's opt out of this server, Python manage.py make migrations. So after making migrations, no changes detected actually. So let's just manage.py migrate. So this is gonna migrate the REST framework.auth token into our database. As you can see, auth token, auth token, auth token. Now let's just run our server back. Actually, I don't want to run the server back, so let's quit it out. We want to do one thing. So first of all, I want to flush all the data we have in this our database, so we can show you how to create a token for each user. So now we still have a user. Well, let's flush every single thing. So say manage.py flush. So this is going to flush all the data we have in our database. Just click yes and then done. So now we don't have any user. If I come in here, I should actually be giving an error that I'm not dedicated or something. So okay, it can't reach the page because it's not running, but normally the admin user is deleted. So now we want to create another super user, a new super user. Say Python manage.py create super user. So right now it should prompt me to input username. So username, leave that blank. Why? Good. So now we have that created. Now let's run our server back. So let's give it. So if we come back here now into our server, so it asks us to log in again because we flushed all the data at first. So we log in. Good. So if I come to home, you're gonna see now that I have an auth token app, and then under it I have a token model. So this is what we just did. So a good way to create a token for a user, or one easy way, is to just come into our command line. Let's opt out of the server again and say Python manage.py drf underscore create underscore token, and we just pass in the username. So this is gonna create a token for whatever username we pass in. So let's wait for that. It's gonna give us a token right now, and it's also gonna save it in the auth token. So as you can see, it gives us this token. Let's just copy that, and if we come in here and hit refresh on this model, we're gonna see that we're gonna have one object. Okay, so let's first of all run our server back before we go test it out, just to make sure everything is working. So now let's hit refresh on this token. Now good, you can see now that we have that token right here. The same thing, start with B, end with a C, start with a B, end with a C for the admin user, and created at this time. So this is how you can easily create a token for a user. So now this user has a token. Let me now show you how you can use this token in Postman so you can authenticate. So normally we're just gonna come into our Postman to authenticate using that token. What we just want to do now is to go under authorization, and then let me first of all put this down a little bit. So the type, we want to change this type to API key. So it's giving me this because I've tested some earlier before. So let me just remove this and start from scratch. So the key, the default key for Django should be authorization. And the value How you're going to write is going to be token and then followed by that particular token which was created for the user, this token, which is the same thing as this token. So let's go back to Postman. So right here now, and we need to make sure that we're adding this to the header, not the query parameters. So let's bring this up a little bit and hit send. So now it doesn't tell us now again that credentials, that it needs some authorization credentials. As you can see, it gives us a JSON response. It says name is blank, age is null, and this is because remember that we flushed our database earlier on, so that's why it's giving us null. If we have something in our database, it's obviously going to show that to us. So that's how you can easily authorize or authenticate in your Django REST framework. But now you know that, let's say you are using an external framework, like you want to use React or something in this your project. You don't want it to, you can't do this manually. Like as you saw, we had to come here to type python main.py drf create token admin before we were able to generate a token for this user. We can't do that for everybody on our platform. We want it to be automated. I mean, that's the main purpose of programming, right? So what we are just going to do is to send details of the particular user. So its username and password. We're going to send it to our application and it's automatically going to generate a token and show us that token. So for us to be able to do this, I'm going to come into VS Code and under urls.py, we're going to say from REST framework .auth token, yeah, this one, .views. We want to import obtain auth token. So what this is going to do, we don't need to create a new view in our views.py. So this is a default or built-in view which is from the REST framework.auth token. So it allows us to just send the user's credentials and then it obtains the authentication token for us. So now let's add a new path. Let's give a comma, path, and then right here I want to say API / token / and then let's just give it that obtain auth token, and then let's give it a name of something like obtain. So now that we have that, we can test our API. So first of all, let's copy this. Let's go back to Postman. So what we want to do is to open a new tab and then let's set this to post. And then let's give it /API token, and then right here we're gonna come into body form data, and then we're gonna give it a key of username. It's gonna be the username, which is admin, and then a key of password. And then this password I'm gonna leave it blank because I don't want to show any password in this video. But once you just put the password of that particular user and hit send, it's gonna show you the authentication token for that user, basically. So that is how you can do that. You can also access this from your code. You can do something like sending a request to this particular page and then getting the authentication token. So that is how we can easily authenticate a user in our Django REST framework. So I really hope you understood everything we did in this video. I hope you got the concept of the Django REST framework. I hope you understood APIs. I hope you now know about serializers. I hope you now know about authentication in your Django REST framework project. So guys, that's gonna be all for this REST framework tutorial. I really hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please don't forget to smash the like button and subscribe.